हाँ स्वच्छ बने भारत अपना बापू से यही है सीखा, इतिहास में है दर्ज हुई भारत। करूं साकार
সম্ভবকে সম্ভব মোরা করতে পেরেছি, হাতে ধরে স্বপ্ন দেখো সাকার করেছি। यहाँ तक आ पहुंचे हैं अब हमें और आगे जाना, स्वच्छता के धर्म को जीवन में अपनाना।
स्वच्छता ही सेहत है, अब सेहत को घर लाना, स्वच्छता संदेश की हमें ज्योत से ज्योत जलाना। नदियां नदे मुनिंददे देश तंदयिन कनव बलेतदे கையோடு கை நைந்தது புதிய சரித்திரம் படைத்தது, இந்தியா தூய்மையானது, స్వచ్ఛమైంది మన భారతదేశం.
സ്വപ്നമെല്ലാം സത്യമായി നീരാട് ധന്യമായി സാധ്യമായതെല്ലാം നാം തീർത്തിനാ.
ಅಸಾಧ್ಯವನ್ನು ಸಾಧಿಸಿ ನಾವು ತೋರಿಸಿದ್ದೇವೆ, ಇತಿಹಾಸವನ್ನು ನಿರ್ಮಿಸಿದೆ ಭಾರತದ ಯಾತ್ರೆ. ಸತ್ಯಾಗ್ರಹದಿಂದ ಸ್ವಚ್ಛ ಗೃಹದವರೆಗೆ
नवी अशी पहाट चाललो एक साथ,
झाला सुंदर स्वच्छ देश हा सारा फुला.
भारतस्य इतिहासेषु सुवर्णकान्ति सदृश्यः स्वप्नं जातं परिपूर्णं स्वच्छ भारतं नमाम्यहम्.
बापू संगो सिंहो सपने
साफ होया है भारत अपना, भारत मुझो साफ दियो, रचनी हम इतिहास के. संकल्प लिया था कई दिल आवाज जन जन दे
जिया आदत बदलो बदलेगा देश सबसे पहले मन स्वच्छ किया
नामुमकिन को हाँ मुमकिन हमने करके दिखाया है।
जन जन ने हाथ मिलाकर सपना सच्चा बनाया है। सदियों से जो राह देखा किसी ने वो सपना है देखा। हाँ स्वच्छ बने भारत अपना बापू से यही है सीखा। इतिहास में दर्ज हुई भारत की यात्रा। सत्याग्रह से स्वच्छाग्रह तक, सत्याग्रह से स्वच्छाग्रह तक, इतिहास में ये दर्ज हुई भारत की यात्रा। सत्याग्रह से स्वच्छाग्रह
उदासी सुपना सोना देश होवे अपना मुमकिन लगदा सी जो कदे पूरा सी कीता सजना
संदेश है सबका मिलने जतन करा दो तुमको भी हमारा देश है।
बापूनु सपनू सवे करूं साकार ए सर जोरे इतिहास काम पड़्યું છે
असंभव कुसंभव आवे कई देखिए समस्त मिसी की स्वप्न साकार करिए।
पुनक बापूजी गीता करू बनेलू भावी बोई जातनु आनी অসম্ভবকে সম্ভব মোরা করতে পেরেছি হাতে ধরে স্বপ্ন দেখো সাকার করেছি यहाँ तक आ पहुँचे हैं अब हमें और आगे जाना स्वच्छता के धर्म को जीवन में अपनाना।
स्वच्छता ही सेहत है अब सेहत को घर लाना। स्वच्छता संदेश की हमें ज्योत से ज्योत जलाना।
मुड़िया नदे मुड़िंद दे दे सतंगयं कनव बलेतदे கையோடு கை நைந்தது புதிய சரித்திரம் படைத்தது இந்தியா தூய்மையானது
స్వచ్ఛమైంది మన భారతదేశం.
സ്വപ്നമെല്ലാം സത്യമായി നാട് ധന്യമാണ് സാധ്യമായതെല്ലാം നാം ഒന്നായി തീർത്തിനാം.
ಅಸಾಧ್ಯವನ್ನು ಸಾಧಿಸಿ ನಾವು ತೋರಿಸಿದ್ದೇವೆ ಇತಿಹಾಸವನ್ನು 2 अक्टूबर वर्ष 2019 गांधी जयंती का पावन दिन। इस दिन हमारा देश गंदगी की जंजीरों को तोड़कर खुले में शौच मुक्त बना। बापू के स्वच्छ भारत का 2 अक्टूबर वर्ष 2019 गांधी जयंती का पावन दिन। इस दिन हमारा देश गंदगी की जंजीरों को तोड़कर खुले में शौच मुक्त बना। बापू के स्वच्छ भारत के सपने को देशवासियों ने एकजुट होकर प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी की अगुवाई में पूरा कर दिखाया। सभी भारतवासियों की मेहनत और निष्ठा से एक स्वस्थ और एक सशक्त भारत की नींव रखी गई। लेकिन ये स्वच्छ भारत की लड़ाई का अंत नहीं था, बल्कि सफलता का एक पड़ाव भर था। अंतिम विजय तो अभी बाकी है।
स्वच्छ भारत के लिए हमारा सफर निरंतर जारी है। अभी हमने शौचालयों का निर्माण किया है, शौचालय के उपयोग की आदत की तरफ लोगों को प्रोत्साहित किया है। अब हमें देश के एक बड़े वर्ग के व्यवहार में आए इस परिवर्तन को स्थायी बनाना।
आने वाले 5 सालों में ओडीएफ भारत को ओडीएफ प्लस की ओर बढ़ते हुए स्वच्छ
विश्वरंजन, I think it's working. ठीक है। मैडम तो ठीक है। मैडम बैठ जाना। Ladies and gentlemen, you are kindly requested to settle down so that we can start the program. Requesting our team to call in all those people who are outside. Vinay, Neeraj? Huh. Everyone, please settle down. Please come at the front also. There's so many empty chairs. BDWS team to please call in all those people who are having tea outside. So should I start? Very good morning and a warm welcome to all those who are present here at this very important one-day national workshop for capacity building on Swachh Bharat Mission Gramin Phase 2 or ODF Plus. Nicola, you have been running away, so I called you. Now I request Nicola Oswaldji to give the opening address.
Secretary Drinking Water Sanitation, Madam Vini Mahajan, Special Secretary Drinking Water Sanitation, Mr. Arun Baroka, directors, the dignitaries in the room, colleagues from USAID, UNICEF here present. Namaskar, great good morning and welcome to this very important workshop on capacity building for the SBMG Phase 2, right? So what is at stake in India and globally, but more particularly in India, it's this SDG 6.2 on safely managed sanitation. Safely managed means a toilet that is used, but also looking at the downstream part. What happens with the sludge, ensuring safe containment of human feces, excretas, through fecal sludge management or through the right operation and maintenance of the twin pits in rural areas. And many other topics. The ambition of India goes beyond this safely managed sanitation. As we know, the phase 2 of the SBM also look at solid and liquid waste management, grey water management, and which is a blessing for the country. UNICEF is, of course, very much associated to this important campaign because of what it brings to women and children in India. This is preventing at very large scale waterborne disease, diarrheal disease. This is also offering dignity to women and girls, and it's also a great opportunity to strengthen, building on the phase 1 of the Swachh Bharat, the expertise of India nationally and globally, and to professionalize the sector. We could demonstrate that during phase 1 of the Swachh Bharat mission Rural Gramin alone, 7.55 million full-time equivalent jobs were created for the sanitation work and the great campaign and the achievements we know. The phase 2 is even more conducive for livelihood opportunity, professionalization, bringing in the private sector, because again, the government and communities look at the broader scope of sanitation in rural areas. What's happening in India is historical, that type of investment in a subsector, sanitation, which is, as per my experience, globally neglected. It's very important for the development, socio-economic development, but it's neglected, not in India. We have the chance of having this traction from the ministry and above from the head of government, and also having the right investment to meet the ambitions. It's not just words and targets. I mean, there is a massive investment financially, and all of us here and all the teams that we represent in our respective offices. You're aware about the amounts at stake. We're talking about 2 lakh crores for rural sanitation, and we also have 70,000 crores rupees from the 15th Finance Commission Fund. And this is very much respected investment, and it all eyes on India for that. There is no match on this ambition for sanitation in the world nowadays. However, we all, India more particularly, faced the COVID-19 pandemic, the aftermath, and things went slow, but still it continued. And it's a campaign, it's a time-bound investment, so we have a little but very precious window of opportunity to make the best, the most impactful achievement out of this, again, very unique and historical investment on sanitation. So as we speak, we need to reach all the GPs in the country, 262,000 of them, and 600,000 villages to become ODF plus in a sustainable manner. And as of today, we really need to accelerate. If you track a bit the MIS, we were talking about a bit more than 86,000 villages on this dashboard on capacity development, which are recorded. So we are far from the total. And out of these 86,000, only a bit more than 25,000 have achieved the ODF plus status. Hence, we are at 15% of the path of the targets together. So, as we know, and as UNICEF has been experiencing in the field, the success of this phase 2 relies heavily on the extent to which we can empower GPs, giving them the knowledge and capacity to drive this mission in the field. And with them, the PRIs, and to support this, as we did together for the phase 1 of the SBMG, supporting all the districts and the blocks in providing this technical support, capacity development, and empowerment to Gram Panchayats. And the SBM is designed, and rightly so, as a Jan Andolan, as a people's movement, and hence together with this support, this technical support from the duty bearers that we are here, we need to continue this investment on behavior change communication, on IEC, which is very important, again, to empower communities to raise awareness on waste segregation, environmental issues, and the added value of investing themselves in sanitation. And so this is what is at stake for this capacity building initiative. We have worked, UNICEF, very closely with the government to develop all the training modules for all the verticals of the SBMG2. And the training package is very well defined, one-day orientation for policymakers and senior implementers, and then 5 days training of master trainers or field trainers. And that is being implemented today. And this large-scale capacity development campaign was launched on 24th of March 2022 by the Secretary, Vinnie Mahajan herself, right? Since then, 12 states have taken up the action and organized the training of trainers. And as we speak, we have a quite consistent army of 1,232 master trainers train and engage. And these are resource persons to really bring the capacity down to the grassroots level. So the difficulty here is to plan what's next. Training a trainer is just the beginning, but having the plans to reach all the GPs downstream. And let's say 20 to 30 GPs can be given to one master trainer, resource person, and to work closely with the district and block administration to drive the ODF Plus agenda. This is happening in 12 states, so it means we still have a lot of states where we really need a steep acceleration of this capacity development initiative. And UNICEF remains fully committed and accountable for this capacity development initiative. So we have the UNICEF colleagues in the room. Tell them what you need, the type of support, and this is our core accountability to help you in achieving these important targets. In addition to this institutional capacity to reach the grassroots level, there are a few other concurring initiatives that could be of interest that we support. One is building all the work around building the capacities of the sanitation workers in rural India from all type of work. So operation and maintenance of community sanitation centers, village sweeping, waste collection and disposal, drain cleaning, and again, fecal sludge management or tank emptying. And again, we believe that a stronger professionalization of these workers is required. They need to be equipped, aware, on good wages, because it's not the most attractive job ever, as we know. And we are working on that so that we can place in the hands of the GPs contractual models, business models, skilling content, and ways of selecting, and also finding the budget to support the sanitation workers. Again, the success of the SBMG2 relies heavily on how well this engagement is done with the sanitation workers. In parallel, we also continue to support all the work around behavior change, on practices, and we have a special focus on hand washing with soap, a critical way to prevent disease spreads, COVID-19 and many others. And we are working on many other initiatives like climate adaptation of the sanitation facilities, and we also had a very interesting national WASH conclave with NIRD and the government, and this is going to be pursued because this was very much a bottom-up approach to define the solution for the grassroots stakeholders, and we'll pursue that in the month of August. So, to conclude, this is just one day workshop. So it is a very important workshop today. But of course, the whole thing is what happens after this workshop. How much can we accelerate this capacity development initiative down to really the grassroots level, monitor and be accountable for the capacity enhancement of stakeholders. And so we really hope that you will get out of this workshop with clarity on the objectives and the methodology as well. With these words, I welcome you again and wish you all very good and insightful workshop today for the capacity development of SBMG Phase 2. Thank you so much.
Now I request our Special Secretary, sir, to give the welcome address and to set the context for today's workshop.
New folder. Good morning, ma'am. We welcome on behalf of DDWS all the participants, senior officers from states, additional chief secretaries, principal secretaries, secretaries, mission directors, various other officers, and our experts from states as well as from the national team. And we have a big gathering of the experts of UNICEF also who are posted in different states. And we also have newly joined assistant secretaries of 2020 batch IAS officers who are seated here. They are joined yesterday only. And they have done the field posting. They are an attachment with us. Good morning to all of you. First of all, we thank Nicola for arranging this national workshop on capacity building. This workshop, as the name suggests, it is both working as well as shopping something. And this workshop, we hope that we will be able to do some activity at our level, and we'll be able to learn from each other, from sharing of the experiences from other states. Nicola has already given the background as to where we stand with respect to Swachh Bharat mission. We are in the phase 2, and in phase 2, the aim is to go beyond open defecation free status, which we have achieved, even though there are gaps which we are trying to attend, and various estimations suggest that there are few gaps in some select states. We are attending to them, and we need to ensure that those gaps are filled up immediately, urgently, without any delay. You have been working on that. We have also been interacting with you on that particular issue. Now, when we talk about phase 2, what does that mean? What do we mean by going beyond ODF? It's very simple that we would like to ensure that just like what we aspire to be in the cities, we need a clean environment. We need environment which is free from any kind of dirt, whether it is solid waste or liquid waste. So that should not be there, and it should be aesthetically pleasing to our eyes also. The same way, I think the villagers also aspire to have their villages. And with that thing in mind, we have this concept of going beyond ODF, and which is known as ODF Plus, and which ensures that we have minimum arrangements of solid and liquid waste management, and also we are able to take care of the sustainability of the open defecation free status. Now, with this thing in mind, we have defined ourselves as ODF plus. Now, when we talk about ODF plus, you can very well understand the way we have been working in the cities, the things are really complex in the city administration. I think you settled down, some officers are joined just now. This side also there is a space. आगे आ जाएं, इस साइड में भी खाली है, आपके लेफ्ट साइड में. So now when we are working in the villages, in the rural setting, it becomes all the more difficult. We have about 6 lakh villages, and working in each village becomes a challenge in itself. And each village is a project in itself. We understand that. And the working in solid and liquid waste management is technical, and it is also a bit of complex in nature. And we need to work out our individual solutions, not only at the village level, maybe at the cluster level also for some activities. Now, with this kind of complexity, then we need to have the capacity to handle that situation. And for that reason, we need to have capacity strengthening at all levels. We need to have capacity strengthening not only at the national level, we also should know what exactly we need to do at the state level as well as at the district level, particularly at the panchayat level. And for this reason, capacity building becomes very important, and this workshop aims to be in that direction. Just one of the steps which we have been undertaking in the past 1.5 years to ensure that we have sufficient capacities at the state and at the district level. With this background in mind, so the aim of today's workshop is that we should be reviewing what we have been doing till now. We have projected our activities with respect to capacity building in our annual implementation plan, and we have a format also which we have circulated it, and you have been undertaking various activities. I'll briefly mention, I'll show you the format which has been circulated, which hard copy is also being given to each state of their AIPs. Now, with respect to those AIPs, we need to ensure that we are working towards achieving the capacity building goals which we have set for ourselves. And we find that even though a lot of activities are being undertaken, it becomes very difficult to monitor them, because it is something which is intangible, it can't be seen. There is no physical structure being created there. So we need to monitor it very carefully, and for that purpose, we have worked out a separate software. A module has been worked out, as well as a mobile app is also there. You can monitor the activities. It becomes very difficult to monitor the activities of capacity building, particularly the training which is happening in the field. But we have developed this with the collaboration of UNICEF. It is working fine. Nicola was also mentioning about that, and we have been able to capture. Madam had launched the dashboard also for that. Now, these activities which are being done at various levels, it requires a lot of time, energy at your level also. So just to recapitulate what exactly needs to be done at various levels, we have given the target groups, not only at the state level, district level, as well as at the panchayat level. We have a big task before us. We need to not only undertake the sensitization at the senior level, but the detailed capacity building exercise needs to be done at the lower level, so that the activities which are being undertaken, particularly some engineering works, they are done as per the specifications. They are the right kind of works. We should not be overestimating, we should not be overcosting, and the solution should be just the right solution. It should be suiting to the local requirements. It should be as per the conditions which are available in the states and as well as in the districts. I have a small presentation. I'll just run through that. This will provide you the background as to what exactly we would like to do, what is the way forward, how we can fast track this whole exercise, so that we can take maximum advantage of the capacities which we are creating We have some capacity, but we need to further strengthen them and ensure that we are able to achieve the goals of ODF plus. So the need I have already mentioned. It is a technical work, and for that reason, we need to have better capacities. And objectives, we are going beyond ODF. So ODF plus we are talking, and that for that we need to have better capacities. This is the target group which we should be addressing within our system. But obviously, we need to ensure that all other institutions which are involved in this work, particularly the institutions which are parallelly assisting us, including NIRDs, SIRDs, ATIs, they should also be involved in this work. So they are also present here today, and we are very thankful to them for joining, particularly NIRD and many SIRDs and ATIs. Now, this is the level in which we will be working. At the top level, it is more of a sensitization kind of a thing which is required to be done. We need to ensure that all the senior level officers, middle level officers, they are aware of the program. At the bottom, that means the institutions which will be involved in the work, they should be having the detailed knowledge of, and particularly the little bit of technical knowledge also is required for them. For this purpose, we have various technical resources which have been created, and they have been circulated, also available in our website. And we have already given the hard copies. Many such posters, etc., they are available outside. We have given it to each of you. Soft copies also are being given. So human resources is an important element for capacity building. Human resources at all levels. We have just made an assessment of what are the human resources which are available at the state level as well as at the national level. Now, we find that we broadly require a project management unit or a technical support unit at the state level, and also some state level consultant if you don't have the PMUs. And we also should be having our presence of experts at the district level, as well as maybe some support from development partners like UNICEF has been supporting in about 13 states or so. If I'm not mistaken, 13, I suppose. So NGOs and other institutions, they are supporting. We have just made an assessment of the situation in the country, various states, and running it through. This soft copy is being circulated. You can see in some states, there is good support of one element or the other. I'll give the exact numbers also a little later, but this is just for your information. You can see your own states column and see where we stand and what we need to do. We would like all the blocks to be green in this. If you have any specific reason for not having the consultant, that we can discuss it. So this is the situation in different states. Now, coming to the project management unit as well as technical support unit, we have a limited number of states, and these are the states where this kind of support is available. Now, coming to the state level consultant, these are the states which are having the state level consultant, and the number of people at the state level, they are indicated in the second line of each state. Some states are having a good number of people at the state level. Assam is having about 28. I don't know how they are using it. If somebody is there from Assam, they can give details about that when they make their own presentation. And there are some states which are not having any state level consultant. These are those states, and if they have something else like Andhra Pradesh, Madhya Pradesh, etc., they might be having something which they haven't indicated to us. District level consultant, this is also very important. These are those states which are having the first number with respect to each state is the number of consultants, and the second is the number of districts. And the number varies from state to state. In some states, even 4 or 5 consultants per district are also available. Like in Maharashtra has a peculiar situation that they need to clarify whether the people who were earlier recruited, they are counting it as their consultant and their support. And if they are counting it, whether they have been retrained with respect to solid and liquid waste management, with respect to ODF plus activities, that need to be ensured. If this is applicable for all other states where the the consultants or the coordinators at the block level or at the district level, if they are being continued, whether they have been given further capacity strengthening and orientation with respect to the new activities under ODF plus. Now, these are the states in which no district level consultants are available. And here we can see where the development partners are providing the support. And I think Andhra Pradesh, probably they are not having the district level consultant. Probably you are using the Swachh Andhra Corporation. Assam, Karnataka, Tamil Nadu, Madhya Pradesh, Uttar Pradesh, UNICEF is providing support. Kerala, Suchitwa mission is there. I think that they are providing support to both urban and rural, if I understand correctly. And now, this is what we have been doing. These are the action plans which we have been preparing. And the first 4 or 5 rows, you can see it's related to orientation at all levels, whether at Panchayati Raj, institutions level, self-help groups, Swachhagrahi orientation, village level orientation program, and then further training of RLB, rural local bodies, training of the officials, training of the various partners, and exposure visits. This is what you have projected. And basis your AIP, we have prepared one hard copy for your ready reference. So it is being circulated. So Karanjit ji, I think that can be circulated just to ensure that when we discuss in your presentation, kindly refer to that, how we are proceeding with respect to that. Apart from the general activities, anything which you would like to share with the bigger audience here? No, when we are undertaking such a big exercise and there is no physical asset being created, how do we capture it? So for that purpose, with the support of UNICEF, Madam had launched the capacity building dashboard sometime in the month of March. It's a very good dashboard, and a lot of capacity building work is happening in the field. We can capture this information in real time. So I'm saying real time, you can capture it. Let's say if the activity, this workshop is going on. So Sujay ji, you need to ensure that we capture it and show it to the people sometime in the day. I think the agency is also here. Our people are also here. So any activity which is happening with respect to capacity building, whether it is a general orientation by the principal secretary, ACS, or by the chief minister, or at the field level, any capacity building activity that can be captured, the participants' details can be captured, mobile number, etc. And the training of the master trainers also. The list of the master trainers is available. So you can see the dashboard gives the total number of trainings conducted, people trained, master trainers trained, and GP is covered. So this number is showing a small number. Why? Because we have not used it. I think many people are not fully aware about it, even though we have try to popularize it. Even if they are aware, they are not entering the data. So even the legacy data can be entered. I'm just clarifying it because there is some doubt that I have conducted a Sarpanch training at the state level. How do I enter it here? If you enter it, let's say Karnataka had done it, Atikji had done this at the state level, you had conducted the orientation, you can enter the information. Same way we are aware that in Odisha also they have done the work at the state level. Even Chief Minister had addressed the Sarpanches. That information can also be entered. And other regular activities which are being undertaken under the capacity building, they can also be entered. Why I'm stressing upon this, you can you will find its utility once you start using this particular thing. I'm repeating it. If any doubt is there, we have the expert team. They will give a further demonstration. There is a login required. So we have the link also. Without wasting any time, I think we'll just be focusing on the dashboard, and further details our team will present. Now, coming to what exactly has happened, basis this dashboard only, just some small analysis has been done. And these are the states which have been doing very well as per this dashboard. This doesn't mean anything else. Some states have used the dashboard and entered the information. Bihar has done a lot of training, and we have the officers from Bihar, and they can give the details about it. And some states have not reported at all in the dashboard. Doesn't mean that they are not doing, but probably they need to enter it. Now, theme-wise trainings conducted. This analysis can also be done using this dashboard, this MIS, which has been prepared. And we find that maximum number of trainings have been on ODF plus general orientation. And there are specific activities also which have been undertaken. Now, what is the way forward? So we know our AIPs, we have already prepared. We need to review them within this month. Let's say if we have not done so, and ensure that we roll out our whatever action plan we have prepared. The standard training modules which we have already circulated it, they should be used. If we want to further modify them, it's okay. We don't have any issue. And if you want to further translate it, we are doing at our level, but translation in local languages, it becomes little easy at the state level. You can do at your level. Manpower availability, we have discussed in detail. So we need to ensure that. If we don't have the manpower, we'll not be able to move forward. And the ACS, Principal Secretary or Mission Director alone will not be able to carry it forward. So we need to ensure that. We need to have a state level coordinator for capacity building. Maybe the existing one, if you want to redesignate as a coordinator, you can do that way also. And basic orientation of senior officers is a must. All those officers who have recently joined, kindly have a word with our team. We'll interact with you, or maybe at the state level, we can have a basic orientation as to what is the bigger picture. Your state might be having a specific picture about the ODF-ness or maybe ODF plus activities, but when you have a national perspective, that will be better. So all those who are new, kindly interact with our resource persons at the national level. They'll provide a good help. Master trainers are very important, and we aim that at least 2 to 3 master trainers should be available in each district. That should be your aim, but depending upon your requirements, if the district size is big, you can have more. And we have, as per this supports which has been provided by UNICEF, we have been able to do training for about 1,800 master trainers, if I'm not mistaken. So, but whether they are being used or not, whether they are just lying idle, so we need to review that. For each state, you need to find out whether they can be actively deployed or redeployed, whatever you want to do with them. Then the ultimate aim is that we should be having somebody trained on ODF plus in each village of the country. And we are suggesting some timelines that field functionaries should be trained by September 22. Even if it is a basic one, let's move with that. And trainings at all levels should be completed by December 22. And simultaneously, the most important thing is uploading of the training details on the capacity building dashboard. I'll just stop here. We'll be requesting you to basis these discussions which have been mentioned here, if we can focus your presentation and discussion on these issues, it will be very useful. We have so many other things to discuss. The technical aspects of various elements we are not discussing at this moment, but if any doubt is there, we have all the resource persons, we can focus on them. But for today's discussion, we just wanted to focus on these areas so that we can have a meaningful discussion and we can make best use of the time available with us. I'll just stop here, ma'am. And Nicola, thank you. And thanks to all of you for joining. We will be requesting all of you to make your presentations, state-wise presentations. And before lunch, we would like to have a open session also, which Madam would like to herself chair it. Post lunch also there are discussions. We'll be requesting the team from UNICEF who are there. They could be available at around just immediately after lunch in the boardroom separately. Secretary would like to interact with you, and the details of the schedule of the presentation is indicated here. We can go as per this. If there are no other suggestions for change, then we can go ahead with this kind of schedule which is available with us. I'll just stop here, and we'll be requesting Ma'am, Secretary Ma'am, to give her opening address. Thank you.
Thank you, sir, for clarifying the objectives of today's workshop and showing us the way forward for all the states and union territories. Sir has highlighted some critical elements, some critical issues and shortages. We hope the states will respond to these issues in their presentation. And now we request our Secretary Madam to give an address.
Friends from the states leading the sanitation efforts and other partners, UNICEF, development partners, colleagues. I believe we have today a unique and historic opportunity to make a difference in people's lives. And as we gather here today, please do keep in mind that the work done over the years has given us a momentum. And today, with strong political will at the highest levels, both in Government of India and in the states, with the technical knowledge of what needs to be done for rural sanitation, we have options that we know work, we know what is to be done, we know how to do it, we have the funds for it. And therefore, we can actually transform our countryside. But we will not be able to do that through a GO order issued either by me or any state secretary. We also know and recognize that if we want to deliver rural sanitation, and of course, it's not just a human right. Nicola talked about the SDGs. It is a human right. It is absolutely a must for human health. It is required for the dignity of our people. But if it has to be done, it has to be done with the engagement, continued involvement, strong participation of local communities. It's not a paper order that will do it. Until the panchayats, until the leaders in the communities at the local level recognize the need and importance, recognize the possibilities, understand what option works best for them in their area, and willingly take on the responsibility of ensuring that the requisite actions are taken, infrastructure is developed, it is maintained, systems are put in place for continued maintenance. If that is not done, we might lose this historic opportunity. And we know that funds, which are usually a constraint in large efforts like these, are absolutely not a constraint today for us. In your annual implementation plan meetings with Mr. Baroka and our officers, whatever funds you thought you needed to spend in your state or UT this year have been allocated. But way beyond that 10,000 odd crore, we know and we have committed to you repeatedly, and I do so again today. Whatever you need to spend and can spend on rural sanitation under SBMG will be made available to you. We will obtain from the Finance Ministry additional funds if required. We are absolutely confident of that. And of course, you also know that the 15th Finance Commission funds, 60% of which are tied to water and sanitation, and even the funds for water can, as required, be spent on grey water management so they can complement the sanitation funds. Those are available with your panchayats on a regular basis. And as you spend them, and states have started spending fully or substantially last year's funds and started receiving this year's first installment. So those are assured funds year after year, twice a year for the rural sanitation sector. And in addition to that, you know that we have Manrega funds and other resources. You have your own State Finance Commission funds. So there is no dearth of funding. We just need to make sure that the work takes place. And that, friends, is why we are here today together. Because until we can build capacities at all levels, we will not be able to carry out this task, which in some sense seems simple enough, but is of course highly complex, because we are talking about 6 lakh villages across different geographies. We know that while there are technical solutions to various problems, but which solution is more suitable to a particular area has to be understood down the line. And we also know that there are transmission and distribution losses everywhere, not just in the power sector or water sector. So you all have to put in that little extra energy, that little extra motivation, so that when this transmits down the line, it doesn't become so weak that it cannot handle the requirements. So until the state level is fully energized, fully convinced of what needs to be done and what can be done, and that's why repeatedly we are requesting the state secretaries in charge of rural sanitation to make sure that you build strong teams around you. The mission directors must make sure that they have, Arun explained in some detail, either a PMU, consultants, whatever suits you the best, but you must have a strong team of committed people who are willing to give this issue their attention, their energy, their intellectual abilities also, because they must understand all the issues involved. And then it must go down to the district level. I believe every district needs to have support. The collectors, CO Zilla Parishad, by whatever name the actual implementing partners from the state administration are called, they must have with them a team of people who understand what needs to be done and who are willing to give their all out to make it happen. You probably need these at block levels also. And then finally, every panchayat has to be brought into the loop. And that's why this whole thing can only happen through a properly thought out cascade. There have to be master trainers developed at various levels. Those master trainers have to then go and give the trainings to the next levels. And for all this, it has to be monitored at your level and at our level, so that we are sure that there are no gaps, there are no areas left out, and if there is any problem, it is attended to quickly. Which is why the dashboard. So while it is always onerous to, keep asking for information to be uploaded on portals, but I'm sure you all recognize that the only way you will be able to monitor that in your state and under your charge, the requisite capacity building effort right down to the panchayat level has happened, can only happen if there is quality information available in a way that you can analyze and assess. So please do look at the data going into the capacity building dashboard and make sure that it makes sense, that it is a true and correct reflection of the activities actually taking place, so that you can intervene as required and sort these issues out as quickly as possible. We are requesting you to please make sure that you complete your planning, your master training, your cascades so that by the end of December this year, we are confident that the message has reached every single Gram Panchayat, every single community leader that we can find and pull into this effort. And you all have done this before. The country has done this before. So when we started with ODF, that was a huge challenge of a similar nature. And that was done. So it was done with the active engagement, involvement of all of you people like us. It may not have been me or you particularly, but people like us, the governments at the national level, at the state and UT levels, at the district and sub-district level, development partners such as those present here today and many, many more. Everybody worked together and made it happen. And what a matter of pride when every village said that we are now ODF. And now we want to go beyond that, as you know. But it's not such a huge range of activities, right? Look at the fecal sludge management issues in your jurisdiction. See how different parts of your state or UT need to take care of those. There are solutions. Just make sure that they're planned out, implemented. Look at the organic waste, see how best we can use it. Can we do Govardhan somewhere? Use for both in CBG and for fertilizer, or what is the other best way of using at local level, etc. Can we make sure plastics are properly handled? Can we make sure grey water is properly handled? These are the tasks we have set ourselves, and like I said, there are solutions, there is money, there is understanding. The challenge is to make sure that there is enough energy in the system to take this knowledge, take this awareness, and take this commitment to change down to the local levels. We are seeking your interest, we are seeking your participation, we are seeking your wholehearted commitment to this cause. And thank you all for coming here today. Your coming denotes your interest in this issue. Your coming here, taking out the time to join us today in this beautiful monsoon rain, what an auspicious time to be discussing these issues. And I hope that when you go back from here, you will take back, each one of you, a renewed commitment so that we can assure our rural people that no matter where they live, no matter how poor they are, no matter what kind of basti they live in, they will have a clean environment, basic sanitation will be assured to them, and they and their families will have the health and the dignity that they deserve. Thank you for being here. We will meet again. I will want to hear from you any thoughts that you have, any suggestions, etc. Even as today's workshop is designed more for learning from each other. There are states that are doing great work, states and UTs that we want each one of you to hear and understand from, but we will also want to get your feedback later in the day. Thank you. Look forward to the discussions today.
Thank you very much, ma'am, for your inspiring words and for clearly laying out the importance of capacity building for ODF plus. As mentioned by ma'am, I would also like to reiterate and request the states to start filling up data on the capacity building dashboard. There are many states which have not entered any data. So I'm requesting again. The next session is presentations by the state. In the first part of this session, we will be having presentations from Kerala, Karnataka, Punjab, Bihar, Odisha, and Rajasthan. Ma'am, if you permit, before we start the presentation, can we show a small film on Swachhta Anthem?
बदलेगा देश सबसे पहले मन स्वच्छ किया
नामुमकिन को हाँ मुमकिन हमने करके दिखाया है।
जन जन ने हाथ मिलाकर सपना सच्चा बनाया है।
सदियों से जो राह देखा किसी ने वो सपना है देखा।
हाँ स्वच्छ बने भारत अपना बापू से यही है सीखा।
इतिहास में दर्ज हुई भारत की यात्रा। सत्याग्रह से स्वच्छाग्रह तक, सत्याग्रह से स्वच्छाग्रह तक। इतिहास में ये दर्ज हुई भारत की यात्रा। सत्याग्रह से स्वच्छाग्रह उदासी सुपना सोना देश होवे अपना। नामुमकिन लगदा सी जो कदे पुरासी कीता सजना। जाहिबड़ा माथो राख्यो ओ बापूरो संदेश रे। सबका मिलने जतन करा तो चोखो भी हमारा देश रे।
बापूनु सपनु सवे कर्यूं साकार ए सर जोरे इतिहास काम पड्यूं छे पार।
असंभव कुसंभव आवे करी देखिए समस्त मिसी की स्वप्न साकार करिए।
तुरंत बापूजी था करू बजे बाबी कोई जातलो आड़ी जिला रोसियो অসম্ভবকে সম্ভব মোরা করতে পেরেছি হাতে ধরে স্বপ্ন দেখো সাকার করেছি यहाँ तक आ पहुँचे हैं अब हमें और आगे जाना स्वच्छता के धर्म को जीवन में अपनाना
स्वच्छता ही सेहत है अब सेहत को घर लाना। स्वच्छता संदेश की हमें ज्योत से ज्योत जलाना। ಮುಡಿಯಾನದೇ ಮುಡಿಂದದೇ ದೇಶದ ಕನವು ಬಲಿತದೆ கையோடு கை நைந்தது புதிய சரித்திரம் படைத்தது இந்தியா தூய்மையானது స్వచ్ఛమైంది మన భారతదేశం
സ്വപ്നമെല്ലാം സത്യമായി നാട് ധന്യമായി സാധ്യമായതെല്ലാം
ಅಸಾಧ್ಯವನ್ನು ಸಾಧಿಸಿ ನಾವು ತೋರಿಸಿದ್ದೇವೆ ಇತಿಹಾಸವನ್ನು ನಿರ್ಮಿಸಿದೆ ಭಾರತದ ಯಾತ್ರೆ ಸತ್ಯಾಗ್ರಹದಿಂದ ಸ್ವಚ್ಛಗೃಹದವರೆಗೆ
नवी अशी पहाट चाललो एक साथ झाला सुंदर स्वच्छ देश
भारतस्य इतिहासेषु सुवर्णकान्ति सदृश्यः स्वप्नं जातं परिपूर्णं स्वच्छ भारतं नमाम्यहम्।
बापू संगो सिंहो सोपुरे
साफो याए भारत अपना भारत मुझो साफ
A small announcement, we won't be having a tea break, but the counter is open. In case if anyone wants to have tea, they can bring it here. Now I request Sarmila Mary, ma'am, Principal Secretary, Local Self-Government Department, Government of Kerala. After Kerala, we will have presentation from Karnataka. Sarada ma'am, who is a ACS LSDD, Government Kerala is also here. She would like to say a few words.
Thank you. It's an honor to be here. So in the spirit of the discussion today, which is about capacity building and where the state stands and what our experiences could be by way of learning for ourselves as well as for others, would just like to give a quick context of the of Kerala. So as far as solid waste management is concerned, Kerala has the systems in place. We also have our very strong local governments who are responsible and have been mandated to handle both solid and liquid waste management. So that is something which is a given. The only challenge there, of course, is that with the large population density that we have, with the consumer tendencies that we have, the waste generated is also quite humongous. We were one of the first states to become ODF, so the challenge also of old septic tanks and leach it is a problem that we are facing. We have been trying to put in place systems that would look at addressing the issues of waste management. We have a sanitation mission, which is a technical support mission. We also have a Haritha Kerala mission, which is which supports capacity building and strategic understanding of the local governments. We have a Clean Kerala company, which does the forward linkages for waste which is collected from households and commercial institutions. And of course, we also have our the departments, which are the urban affairs and panchayats, and the directorates and the officers associated with that. We also have the KILA. So SIRD has been merged with the Kerala Institute of Local Administration, which caters to training of local governments. So they also come in a big way. And finally, there is the NRLM component of the Kudumbashree mission, which actually provides the sanitation workers on the ground. So we have 30,000 Haritha Karma Sena who do door-to-door collection. So all the 941 Gram Panchayats have Haritha Karma Sena who are responsible for collection. The Panchayat provides them vehicles. The Panchayat also sets up material recovery facilities. And at the block level or municipal levels, we have resource recovery facilities. So the collection points, and from there the processing, segregation of plastic, etc. And the Clean Kerala company has a tie-up with 80% of our local governments, and they do the segregated collection. So bottles are collected, textiles are collected, electronic waste is separately collected. The plastic waste, of course, is also separately collected. Some of it goes into processing, some of it goes forward to scrap merchants, etc. So there is this, so into cement kilns and into roads. So this is the system in place. But as Madam had also mentioned, there is huge difference between having a system and having it run impeccably on the ground. There are quite a few gaps which are in place. And so the challenge in capacity building is to get all the stakeholders involved to be very clear of what their responsibilities are and to be motivated to deliver on that front. So specifically when we go into our challenges, so one is in the organic waste. Kerala, because we do not have clusters of villages of homesteads. These are by and large separated homesteads, and therefore in the rural area, largely the waste management, organic waste management, and also grey water management has been handled within the household itself. So there is very little which goes out. But then with increasing density of population, we've also had even apartment complexes coming up in village areas. We've had commercial institutions coming up, and so there is a community at the community level, quite a bit of generation of waste, for which we've got biomethanation plants, vermicompost plants, biobins, etc. There are multiple solutions. Windrow composting also exists. The problem there, however, has been that these, when we set up, they do well for a while, and then comes the decay. There is lack of interest, the infrastructure gets old, if there's something that goes faulty, then the system gets disrupted. Sometimes the people who are managing are moved and changed, the new ones coming in don't have the right orientation, and before you know it, the system has fallen apart. So the challenge of O&M, particularly with organic waste, is something that we have to deal with. When coming to the inorganic waste management, which is the non-bio waste management, as I said, the system is right there. But getting that system to function is no easy task. We've had panchayats which have very close to 100% collection. We also have panchayats which are very close to 20 or 30% collection. That's a big gap. And we also find that sometimes panchayats that are doing well suddenly slip. It could be for various reasons that they slip. It could be a change of political guard. It could also be some local problem that has just blown itself out of proportion. So it remains that we need to have our eyes on the ground all the time. There is not a moment you can spare to take that out. And motivating the Haritha Karma Sena also, the Haritha Karma Sena as our frontier warriors, you could say, and they are called Sena after all. They come up with all kinds of people who refuse to pay user charges, people who think that it is, think that the work that they do is beneath their dignity. And so from slurs, character slurs, to rude behavior, to complete non-cooperation, these are problems that the Haritha Karma Sena has to deal with. And I'm sure that they are dealing, similar workers would be facing this problem everywhere. So keeping their morale up, and also having, when we are talking of stakeholders, unfortunately the community itself is our biggest stakeholder, and there is a need for us to be able to reach out to that community, which is where we have been roping in our local governments, the ward members, wherever the work is seen to be faulty, we are pushing them to drive local campaigns in which they can deliver and get the system going. So we are tracking how much of use of charges are being collected, how much of coverage there is, how regularly payments are made, so that we know where the problem is. And their capacity building and their peer learning is also extremely critical, which is one of the things that we're doing. We had one district which came out with this Haritha Karma Sena Sangamam, and it was fascinating to see the kind of solutions that came out of there. You had good performing Haritha Karma Sena, you had bad performing Sena, but coming together, you could see the level, how motivation was created in the ones who were willing to quit at that point, because thinking that it was just not going anywhere, they were not getting the kind of remuneration that made it viable for them to stay on. And the solutions that people had come up with, how you found that the Haritha Karma Sena was involved in collection, they were doing green entrepreneurship, they had innovative means of tackling difficult customers, and so that sharing was an extremely important thing. So from the point of view of capacity building, workers on the ground, consolidating them, training them, supporting them, and also enabling peer learning, I think is a very important aspect of work to do. Another area which is that of convergence. So convergence doesn't happen just because we, as again was said, we just issue an order. It is something that's got to be actively worked through. So the getting MDNREG's convergence means getting the MDNREG's mission on board. It also means getting the local panchayats on board. They need to come together, they need to agree. And so when they're putting up their action plans, we had pushed for compost pits and soak pits to be coming in. We monitored this. We talked this through with the local governments and with the district collectors. And so now we are happy to report that that effort has managed to get us about 5 times more compost pits and soak pits in the last 2 years than we had in the last 5 years before that put together. So that's that's also convergence for you. Coming to to liquid waste. So liquid waste management is a problem that we have been in complete denial over in the state of Kerala, because we've got our septic tanks, we've got our soak pits. So the problem, there is no problem. What problem is there? Has been the context of Kerala, and it has been extremely difficult for us to get the state and the people of the state to understand that there is a problem here. Now, how did we do this? We came out with a campaign this year, and that's a figure that we should add, because we've had trained 15,991 people, and these are, I just looked at the numbers, and right now the dashboard says that we have trained 55. So that's a number we will be very happy to add, ma'am. So. And what was this about? This was about gaining traction for the idea that Kerala needs to get its act together as far as liquid waste management, particularly black water, fecal sludge management is concerned. And how did we do this? We've got over 50,000 water bodies in the state. And we are very proud of our waters. That's how we promote our tourism as well. So this was about doing a community campaign to find out just how clean our water bodies were. And so this campaign includes the Jala Nadatham, which is walking around the water body, identifying polluting sources, but also most importantly getting community-led initiative to just look at what is the fecal contamination in the water bodies. So we could not get all our 1,000 local governments to participate, but 660 of them participated. And sad to report that over 600 of them reported that they had fecal contamination in some or the other of their water bodies. So which meant that straight away we could point out and show that there's a huge problem which needed systemic solutions. So that sludge treatment, that FSTPs needed to come up. We needed to find a space. We couldn't come up with excuses anymore, particularly in a state which is extremely climate vulnerable and prone to disasters, which the last few years have proven. We do not have the luxury of being able to wait. So this year, the local governments have been pushed to come up with local waste management solutions. We also did a seminar, a national consultation in which we identified what would be the most appropriate solutions that could be given, on the basis of which now we are hopeful that when we do a stock taking of the projects that have come up, we will come up with something interesting that would show where we can and how we can go through this and fast track liquid waste management too. So that's just an introduction. The detailed presentation on the template that was given, we will, the Principal Secretary.
Good morning, everyone. Our ACS ma'am has already given the context in which the activities under Swachh Bharat mission, rural and urban, are being carried out in the state. This year, under Swachh Bharat mission rural, we have a budget of 2.16 crore for capacity building. our total outlay approved by the Department of Drinking Water and Sanitation is 1,108 crore, out of which the central share under SBM Grameen in the state would be 300 odd crores, and the remaining funds would come from convergence, from MNREGS, the 15th Finance Commission grants, and other sources of funds. So the basic information about, the gravity of the problem has already been explained by Sharda ma'am. We have, there is an issue in this, the number of villages in the state. We had corrected it to 1,528, the number of revenue villages. We have 941 gram panchayats and revenue villages is 1,500. And out of these villages, 520 villages have reached have achieved the ODF plus status, and 491 villages are in the model category. Then this is the data that we had presented when we submitted our action plan for approval of the projects for the current year. So as of now, as ma'am mentioned, our issue with regard to sewerage management, fecal sludge management, where we are slightly behind. So we have only 2 districts where we have STP, FSTP identified for co-treatment of fecal sludge in 2 projects in Trivandrum and Ernakulam. As far as the capacity building strategy is concerned, we have already constituted a resource team, and we have initiated the training of the master trainers. We have few technical resource persons in the districts, and in each district we have 5 technical resource persons, and 2 of them have already been trained on the various aspects of Swachh Bharat Mission, solid and liquid waste management. In fact, we had started with the training workshops in collaboration with UNICEF and in our state training institute for local administration, Keela at Thrissur, and our resource persons and handpicked engineers from the local self-government department, the environmental engineers, engineers with background in environmental engineering have been handpicked specifically for attending to issues related to solid and liquid waste management. And they have been, some of them have been identified as master trainers. So some of these engineers who have been handpicked would be further exposed to the various facets of solid and liquid waste management, and skill upgradation training would be conducted for these specifically handpicked engineers. And some of these programs are scheduled in this month, in July, as well as in the next month. So this is basically the outline regarding the training programs. In May, we had 1 or 2 orientation programs for these handpicked engineers. It was a 5-day training program at Keela. Then in June also, we had some training sessions for the officials as well as the resource persons. And some of the officers, the resource persons identified from the districts have again been given an orientation on the schemes, on the programs included under the broad headings of Swachh Bharat Mission, Rural and Urban. So in the block level too, we have organized block level project clinics for general orientation as well as for project formulation. In 7 districts, we have completed the project clinic activities, and in the other districts, we have scheduled the programs in such a way that the project clinics could be completed by mid next month.
Then for engaging and utilizing the services of master trainers, we have identified or scheduled programs between July and mid-July and mid-August. Orientations would be held at the block level as well as at the state level, and the resource persons, the technical support for the resource persons, technical support programs would be organized at Kila, specifically with a specific focus on liquid waste management also. And it is also, we are also planning to hold support programs, hand-holding support programs for our Gram Panchayats in August. Then in convergence with the MNREGS program, we have also trained few teams of masons to do the works related to, small works related to solid and liquid waste management at the grassroots level. And some sort of orientation and training has already been given, and further skill upgradation programs are planned in the subsequent months in collaboration with UNICEF as well as with Kila. So this is basically the timeline, the schedule for training as we have worked out and planned. Then regional level programs, orientation programs are also planned for the Panchayat presidents from next month onwards. In fact, for both SBM rural as well as for SBM urban, we have planned 3 regional programs in the southern, central and northern parts of the district, and our Honorable Minister would also be attending some of these sessions so that the message goes from the top to the Panchayat presidents that yes, we have to work together to bring about this change, to carry out the activities that we are planning under the SBM rural as well as urban. We have also worked out mechanisms to monitor the implementation of the programs as well as for monitoring the success of the training programs through Google Forms as well as other modules. This is broadly the expected dates for completion of the various training programs. So that is it. Our panchayats have prepared their working plans, their plans for implementing their various activities enlisted in their annual plans, and the district planning committees are in the process of approving the plans of the panchayats for the current year for 22-23. So as they start implementing their annual plans, there is this great focus on sanitation, on Swachhta, both on the management of solid waste as well as on the liquid waste. In fact, yesterday our Chief Secretary had taken a review meeting with the district collectors where he was reviewing the readiness at the district level for monitoring the implementation of the SBM rural as well as Grameen projects as well as the Amrit Sarovar and Jal Jeevan Mission. So the district collectors and the district panchayat presidents would be sort of monitoring the activities at the district level. We have a nodal office at the state level, the Shujitva Mission, which is overseeing the implementation of the activities of SBM rural and urban as well as other schemes included under the state plan. So with concerted efforts, we hope to take this project along and hope to see that, there is better sanitation in the state. Thank you.
And just by way of conclusion, just wanted to add that there are resource organizations who have been empaneled by the Shujitva Mission to work with local governments. So the local governments are given a list of empaneled agencies whom then they invite expression of interest and connect with for taking forward projects. And we have seen invariably that wherever a local government does that, the quality of implementation, the rigor with which the monitoring is done has improved tremendously.
at the panchayat level. So the panchayat, the Shudra Mission empanels these agencies. The details are given to the local governments, and the local government then, from the list, they call out a expression of interest and choose. So that's the pattern. We have the set patterns in which we do this. And Sharmila was mentioning the DPC. So we have the DPC, we have roped in a big way to ensure that these projects get done, because some of these projects cannot be done individually by panchayats. They would have to have 3-tier panchayats cooperating. There would have to be multiple gram panchayats coming together for an FSTP perhaps. So that would require the engagement of a larger entity, and that is where the DPC with both the collector and the district panchayat president become very important. One last thing that I would like to mention is that in the state, our challenge has been to move away from looking at implementation of scheme per se, to looking at resolution of a problem and getting the schemes to fit into the resolution. So which would mean, how do you address solid waste management? How does MGNREGs figure in? How does the 15th Finance Commission grant come in? How does the Panchayat's local interventions come in? And where does the Swachh Bharat mission come in? That unfortunately is not something that we have completely cracked, but we are at it. Thank you.
Hello.
Friends, Kerala has done, I think as you would have noticed just now, a lot of initiatives have been undertaken by Government of Kerala. So, Swachhitva mission is a sort of a integrated mission taking care of both the rural and urban. And the Harit Sena, that is also sort of a unique kind of experiment. And how do you motivate them? And special efforts for that, I think that needs to be applauded. And some other things like grey water management, even though you were earlier you were considering it to be not an issue, but then they find it a issue and they are cracking it now. And involving the minister himself for the activities even to be undertaken at the panchayat level, I think that becomes very important. These are some of the things which, but Shada, I wanted to understand what is this concept of block level project clinics? Are they taking care of not only this issue of Swachh Bharat mission or something else also, or their general clinics?
These are project clinics for helping the local governments come up with their projects for solid and liquid waste management.
Okay.
So because they might have the idea, but what exactly do you do? How do you plan it to help them to do the quantification right? So all of that, the project clinics are a way in which we bring in both the technical support from the state, and the local governments bring in their resources as well as the people who would be handling it. So figuring that out is what the project clinics is about.
And the last thing, empaneling the resource organizations for the useful for the use of panchayats. That's also another good thing, which I think states can. Anyone else would like to ask any question, any queries? If you have, they are available. Both Sharda and Sharmila.
There was a mention of training of mentions and technical persons. So, in which field they are given training? Like one is grey water, and where other areas where they are involved. And ma'am, the schedule of training, if that can be shared, because I think they are very critical for grey water infrastructure.
Basically for training them as to how to construct soak pits, compost pits, scientifically constructed latrines, so that under the skilled work under MNREGs, some of them can take up some of these projects, and also for utilizing the funds under 15 Finance Commission tied grants. So if you have a pool of mastered masons in different districts, different blocks, that could be useful for disseminating information on how to do this on scale. So that is the whole idea.
One of the problems that we've been facing right now of leachate has been because of wrongly constructed toilets. The septic tanks, what presumably were septic tanks, have been functioning more like leach pits and have ended contaminating water sources around them. So how do we rectify that? And retrofitting of toilets is also something that we are now taking up in a big way.
Thank you, Sarada ma'am. Thank you, Sarmila ma'am. Now may I request, you have a question? Now may I request L.K. Atik sir, ACS, Rural Development and Panchayat Raj, Karnataka, to come up for the presentation, sir. Next, we will have presentation from Bihar after Karnataka.
Okay. It's okay.
Good morning to all of you. Thank Government of India for this national level workshop on capacity building on ODF plus. This was really required. In terms of Karnataka, my presentation broadly is about the entire all the SBMG initiatives. In terms of the capacity building, we have already identified over 150 master trainers. What we propose is that we give the refresher training to these 150 master trainers now in the month of July and deploy them, and then we will also take up additional master trainer deployment at the block level, so that we have decided that for every block we'll identify 2 additional master trainers whom these master trainers will train. We are involving the State Institute of Rural Development and we have district DPRCs, District Panchayat Resource Centers in every district, which are quite well equipped. And at the Taluk level, we have Taluk level what we call as Samarthya Sauda, so which are again training centers. We have a satellite broadcasting facility which broadcasts lessons from the state headquarters, and which can be received in all the 176 blocks. Plus, we also use YouTube Live for training. So what we propose is that we deploy this master trainers. We have partner agencies already working with us. We have Sahas, is an NGO which works on solid waste management. We have CDD, that the Society for Consortium for DWATs, development of DWATs. So they are our technical partners. So they deal with liquid waste management, and then using this, and UNICEF also, we have tied up with UNICEF for master trainer, for further refresher training for master trainers this month. So from August 1st onwards, we will take up intensive training programs of all the PDOs and Panchayat presidents. We have 5,900 Panchayats. So we will pick up one, we'll take the Panchayat president and the Panchayat development officer. So which means around, we have to train around 12,000 people. So these 12,000 people we will train during the month of August. And then we will, and the training will be oriented towards development of a village sanitation plan. We will also make sure that the curriculum includes actual preparation of a VSP during the training program. And then these people will then go ahead and start preparing the VSPs. Our timeline for VSPs is that we start VSPs as and when the trainings are completed in the month of August and September. And on October 2nd, we would like to organize a statewide special Gram Sabhas in all the 6,000 panchayats and in the villages. And in that special Gram Sabhas on October 2nd, we will get the VSPs approved. That is the plan that we have. have deployed, in which we will utilize UNICEF, will utilize State Institute of Rural Development, and will utilize the district DPRCs, District Panchayat Resource Centers. We would also involve the JJM ISS who are working with us, and at the district level, we will prepare a cadre of trainers who will be given a refresher into these components, because they have been trained during the last year, but we would like to refresh them again, because there is a lot of change in our thinking in terms of the various components of sanitation, starting from toilets, individual toilets, community toilets, institutional toilets, then solid waste management, then grey water management, and then other aspect of liquid management, mainly the fecal sludge management. This is a plan we want to do that, and we are confident we can do it because we have a good infrastructure. I would also run through what we are doing on sanitation. That this is the on individual toilets that we are tackling around 113,000. These are the remaining toilets, and we still need to continue to do this exercise through the Citizen app. We have got around 13,000. Under Sujalam, we have individual soak pits. We stand number 2 in the country, but in community soak pit we need to pick up. So these are some of the community sanitation complexes that we have constructed. And we have constructed a pink toilet, which is a concept that for girls only toilet with various facilities. We would like to upscale this. This is quite well received in the place where we have constructed. So we would like to build more of these. And on solid waste management, we have 5,949 gram panchayats, in which we have approved 5,100 DPRs, and in 4,389 they are functional, which means another 1,600 and odd we have to take up solid waste management. These are lingering mainly because of land issue. We have problems with land, but wherever land issue is there, we try to cluster and we try to tag those with the nearby urban facility if it is there. So these are some of the examples of the solid waste management centers that we have. So this vehicles, out of 6,000 panchayats, we have purchased 5,000 vehicles. So almost one per panchayat. The remaining either we'll purchase more or we'll tag to the neighboring panchayat depending upon the demand. In fact, there's some criticism we are facing that not all panchayats need one vehicle. So therefore, we have more or less stopped buying further ones, and we want to tag these 5,000 to the remaining panchayats wherever it's possible. Construction sheds we have constructed. What we do is the dry waste collection center, we construct under Mahatma Gandhi Narega exclusively, so that we don't put that burden on the SBM. SBMG grants for solid waste management itself are slightly on the lower scale, so we have brought in Narega for solid waste management centers. So on the we have consultants at the district level and the state levels and district levels. We have been doing capacity building, etc. Particularly for solid waste management, we have been training women self-help groups through NRLM, GPLFs. So we have conducted trainings of most of the GPLFs in 2,000 out of 6,000 panchayats. In 2,400 panchayats, we have already signed a MOU with the Gram Panchayat level federation of the SHGs for them to take over, and we have trained over 800 women drivers. So these vehicles that we are deploying wherever SHG comes forward to take over the solid waste management, the vehicle, including the driving of the vehicle, the women are taking care. So our strategy is to slowly hand over the solid waste management centers, their entire end-to-end management to the self-help groups. There are issues of financial sustainability. We are working on towards that. But right now the enthusiasm is quite good, and we have conducted training using our State Institute of Rural Development. Plus, we have another institute called Mahatma Gandhi Rural Energy Institute, which has also been training the women self-help groups over the last almost 1 year. Of course, the challenges are all well known to all of you: land issues, O&M, and under Narega, sometimes we have material payment issues. On grey water management, Ma'am. Vehicles permission for using 15th minute, that's an internal thing. We have no issues at that. That's because my Panchayat Raj ACS was reluctant to permit. So, but it is internal. I don't think we should have mentioned it here. On grey water management, we have more than 27,000 villages, out of which in 21,000 we have already prepared DPRs, and most of them we have got them approved. And works have started in 6,790. On grey water management, what we are doing is we are primarily focusing on soak pit, and then correcting the drains, interconnecting them, and then wherever there are missing drain linkages, construct them under the Mahatma Gandhi Narega, and then take up inline treatment plant, and at the end of the line, we are taking up community soak pit. That is the plan we are basically doing. Move from simple to complex. Most of the villages, we are doing very simple soak pits, connecting and the drains, and then putting a community soak pit. In certain large villages where the population is of the order of 10,000, we have taken up some stabilization ponds and inline treatment. But bulk of our structures are actually soak pits and individual soak pits and community soak pits. A bit of inline treatment we have done, which are very successful. But wherever the load is high, we do inline treatment. Planning of Cana Indica, everything we do. So what we have done is that it's in a village there are, let us say, at the initial ranges we call initial range. Let us call them primary drains. Then once the 2-3 drains come and connect and they join a bigger drain, and if the land is available, then we slightly expand that, and then we do stone pitching on either side, and slightly increase the depth, decrease the speed at which water flows, and then so that water stabilizes and it sediments, and then it goes on to, then we put a small dam so that the water decants over to the next one, and then next we'll plant Cana Indica for another 100 meters, and then it will go into a community soak pit or through a filter bed. It will go to a larger stream or a nala, and we have tested the water at the end, and then there is a significant improvement in water quality. The biological oxygen demand, etc., has come down quite a bit at the end of this one. It's still not really very good quality, but certainly much better than what is at the initial stage.
Yeah, no, that's a good thing, ma'am, what you were saying about the Agra experiment. So the same, and it doesn't involve that much of cost also. I think others can also try. Some other states, I'm told Tamil Nadu also has done similarly. And
you're right. Actually, it's not very costly.
Yeah.
It just requires a little bit of, and technology is also not a very high technology, etc. We can prepare a template kind of a DPR and can be circulated during training programs. And the engineers who do it for us are the Narega engineers. We don't have any Swachh Bharat engineers, and our Panchayat engineers are not many. So we are using Narega engineers for this work. We have Narega engineers. We have deployed almost one engineer for every three to four panchayat from Mahatma Gandhi technical assistants. They will do this job. So we have brought them on board. They have been trained, and wherever we have done, they have done this. And then in larger towns, we can almost town-like villages, we can deploy this.
Particularly,
Yes. Toward the end of the village, the last 500 meters or 300 meters, you make a slightly bigger drain, make it an inline treatment so that water flows in a cascading manner, and then finally goes through a soak pit. So this I have already mentioned. We have trained and we have also conducted technical training programs for all our engineers. Panchayat Raj Engineering, PRAD stands for Panchayat Raj Engineering Department, Rural Water Supply and NREGA engineers, and awareness programs have been conducted at the Gram Panchayat level. Exposure visits are very useful. Wherever we have done this, we ask the neighboring panchayats, even panchayats from neighboring districts to come and this one. Fecal sludge management is at a very nascent stage in Karnataka. But we have a strategy for upscaling it. We have completed 6 units and 8 units are in progress. These are simple divides technology which we spend anywhere between, it's about 3,000 to 5,000 KLD. We spend anywhere between 25 to 35 lakh on this, and this is very little maintenance is required for this. No energy is required. So what we propose is that as we go forward, we ultimately we want to construct some 800 fecal sludge management units in the state, which each one serving 6 to 8 panchayats. But we will this year what we want to do is we want to take up at least one per block. We have about 200 blocks. One per block we will construct, because we have to. There are some challenges. We have to tie up with the private operators who own sucking and jetting machines, because we don't want to invest in sucking and jetting machines, and we don't have 1 or 2 places. We have some machines which have been purchased 5 to 6 years back. But right now our strategy is not to buy these trucks and machines. There is a existence of private sector. We want to explore the tying it up with this. We construct it, then we tie up with the private operators, and we give the facility to them so that they can come and they charge the household per sucking of a toilet. It ranges anywhere between 1,000 to 2,000 rupees. So this is the fecal sludge management upscaling plan we have. So this year we want to do around 300, one or 2 per blocks, wherever it's. If it's bigger blocks, we'll do 2. Otherwise, smaller blocks, 1. These are the photos of some of the FSMs that we have already done. This one, the middle one called Rajan Kunte, we just, the Panchayat inaugurated it last week. So there's basically a series of tanks, that's all.
Just, can you elaborate on how you are collaborating with the urban counterpart for fecal sludge management? I think you had the state level plan, which you had mentioned in one of the earlier discussions, how you are collaborating with them, how you are using their existing facilities of STPs and their work also on fecal sludge management.
Urban, you're talking about. So we, about 80 towns, they have taken up construction in urban development department. So we are in discussions with them so that we, wherever the urban center is constructing a FSM, and if FSM is based on DWAT technology, then we can directly tie up so that they can receive the material that is taken from the periphery. In the urban center which is functioning at Devanhalli near Bangalore International Airport, already this model is working, because that's a DWAT system, and directly it is not a STP, it's a DWAT system where people are directly bringing in from the, not only from the municipality but all the villages from the periphery. The same thing we want to do in other urban sectors. This is this is the inline treatment photograph that we wanted to. This is in Shimoga. So the lower photo has Canna indica planted in that. Okay, can you switch over to this? The plastic waste management, we in Karnataka, we are calling them as material recovery facility. So we have one successful unit which is already working in Udupi district of Karnataka. This is being done through PPP. We have constructed it and we have handed over the operation and maintenance to an NGO through a bidding process. Ramakrishna Mission has set up a small not-for-profit company. They have come forward. So this is a large one that we have constructed. This is incoming waste is 90 tons per month, and so far 500 tons has been handled by this. One main problem with MRF is that in this particular MRF they are collecting tipping fee from the panchayat, and panchayats are actually paying tipping fee. So around 28 panchayats around the MRF are supplying their waste from their dry waste collection center to MRF. So, and they are the private sector, private party which is operating is collecting tipping fee, and that takes care of the viability gap. But in many places, the panchayats may not be willing to pay the tipping fee. So therefore, we have to think of finding ways to meet the viability gap funding of the O&M also for MRF. So we would like to see make more 3 more will make them operational soon. There also we'll see how it goes. And this one became a little big. Next time we are slightly reducing the capacity, because also the construction cost we are trying to bring the NREGA money to build the main unit, because the plastic management money that comes under Swachh Bharat is not adequate for the entire MRF, according to our calculations, ma'am. So these are the other MRFs which are under construction right now. This is operational, these are under construction. We would like to take up 1 MRF per district as we go forward during this year. We have identified land. We are preparing the DPRs, and then we are going ahead and executing them. Mahesh, the Udupi investment is how much? Around 2.5 crores.
And
how many tons per day? 10 TPD.
And for the new ones?
New ones, we want to bring it down to less than 2 crores, and capacity 2 to take a mic. Mr. Gangadhara Swami is our mission director for this project.
So we wanted to scale down to 2 to 3 tons per day, ma'am. Cost is we are planning for 50 lakhs. 50 lakhs.
For the main unit?
Yes, sir, for main units.
Yeah.
Mainly from Manrega.
But the machinery will another 50 lakhs we need for the machinery.
No, sir, wherever the small units are there, we have a bigger land. We wanted to scale it down. We want to procure only material, the machinery. Then we want to scale up the MRFs, sir. That's what we are planning, sir.
We would need one is a baling unit which bales this one. The other one is a sorter. So particularly peri-urban panchayats, we get unsegregated waste or 50% segregated waste. So in this we have used a sorter also. So if we're the sorter and baling machines, these will wherever we can, if we buy it, it will be 50 lakhs plus 50 lakhs. Almost 1 crore would be required. So we will put the money together from 5-6 plastic waste management units, and then construct one, and then that will take care of the entire watershed. That is the idea.
So basically, you're taking from different sources.
Yeah.
So SBM, Manrega, you're putting them together.
The main building we want to construct under NREGA,
and maybe the balers, etc., from plastic waste management units.
Yes, the remaining will take it from plastic waste management center. Some from the 15th Finance Commission also we can put. 15th Finance Commission, we have a fund for 15th Finance Commission at the taluk level also. Karnataka distributes 85% to Gram Panchayats, 10% to Taluk Panchayats, and 5% to ZPs. From the 10% allocated to Taluk Panchayat, if we can take 10 to 20 lakhs, that will also, so overall it will cost us about 1 crore to 1.5 crore per plastic waste management. This one. The usual challenges, of course, disposing of solid waste is not always easy, because sometimes if there are cement factories nearby, then it becomes easy. If there are cement factories are very far away, then we have to really find takers for the. And sometimes we're stacking up the waste. Disposal still we have to work on that. Road construction, we're using it, ma'am, not very successful, because ensuring compliance is an issue, because they, whether they're actually mixing the plastic, etc., monitoring, they generally report that we have done it. So compliance is a big issue. How do we really measure it is something. These are some of the biogas plants that are operational. For the biogas, actually for Govardhan, wherever we are tied up with a certain large mutt, this is a big mutt in Uttar Kannada, which has a cattle population, they're running a Goshala. So these places is very successful. So that's about it, ma'am.
Yeah, you can.
This is just a progress report.
So these are the grey water soak pits we have prepared in the Shumaga, ma'am. Another for this next. Yeah, this.
This is the inline treatment. No?
Inline treatment, yes.
Any questions? Yeah. Yeah, this picture, just leave it. This is Arun. This is the again another view of the inline treatment.
Yes. Sir, I want to ask a few questions. How many muster trainers are there you have deployed in each district, sir? And what is their composition?
About 3 master trainers per district. We have 31 districts. We have identified 150 master trainers.
Okay.
And the composition, who are they? That's
Technical assistants. Technical assistant from NAREGA, JJM, as well as our SLM consultants, SLW consultants. We have trained all JJM engineers, JE, AWE, EEs, and SLW consultant. Also our PRD engineers.
Okay. And what are you doing?
Anybody who has interest, what we want to do is we have a large pool of NAREGA engineers. We have district SBM coordinators, IEC coordinators, deputy project managers, and at the taluk level, some of the EOs themselves can be master trainers. So SIRD, our State Institute of Rural Development, has field level faculties who are working at the DPRCs. So we will take from that pool, whoever is enthusiastic and articulate, we take them and we train them.
What you do with your hazardous waste? Do you have made any landfill sites also?
Yeah, we are doing, right now we are doing landfilling.
Okay.
Right now we are doing landfilling.
Okay. You have made landfill sites?
Yes, yes, we have made.
Oh. Thank you, sir.
We have deployed incinerators for sanitary pads.
Okay.
So those again, one per panchayat we have. It's a long way to go. We are right now deployed around one per panchayat, yes, particularly in. So we want to upscale that also.
Thank you, sir.
No, these are earlier we purchased them from SBM funds. Now we are purchasing them from 15th Finance Commission grants. 6 lakh rupees. We are buying from GEM also now. different procurement processes have been used. Earlier, before this got listed in GEM, we used to tender them, and now they are on GEM. So directly, we are asking Gram Panchayat to buy one panchayat has to buy. They have to spend only 6 to 7 lakh rupees. So some of the panchayats which are slightly big, they're buying tractors also. But majority of the people who have purchased that kind of this one, the corner photograph, that is this one. And we have taken up a uniform branding of all our solid waste management centers.
करने में हम लोगों ने सफलता हासिल की, बट जब SVM 2.0 की बात है आर स्प्लिटिंग रूरल डेवलपमेंट डिपार्टमेंट गवर्नमेंट ऑफ बिहार के लेवल पे हम लोग डिस्ट्रिक्ट में जाते हैं और वहाँ पे डीएम डीडब्ल्यूएससी के जो बाकी मेंबर्स हैं उनका एक दिन का ओरिएंटेशन कम सेंसिटाइजेशन हम लोग वर्कशॉप करते हैं। डिविजनल कमिश्नर भी वहाँ होते हैं और इस तरह से जो एसपीएम 2.0 का जो टारगेट है उसके बारे में डीएम को और बाकी डिस्ट्रिक्ट
corporate sector, we should not be asking for money from them. We should be asking just the technical and managerial support from them. क्योंकि उसको अगर एक बार आप मान लीजिए आपने पैसा ले लिया और पैसा उन्होंने लगा दिया एक्स्ट्रा पैसा किसी पंचायत या विलेज में, then many times it becomes very difficult to replicate in other villages because we will not get that kind of money in other places. Just अगर आपको उनकी कोई अच्छा मैनेजमेंट का कोई सिस्टम मिल रहा है या कोई टेक्निकल सपोर्ट मिल रहा है, that can be used for replicating in other places. That will be very helpful. So we are going to start with the national level, collaboration with PICI, and they have come forward to adopt 250 blocks in the country. So, and this is what we have told them also, that you should be providing us technical and managerial support. So it's good that ITC has come forward and they'll be converting the villages along the banks of Ganga on ODF plus. But I think if we can restrict to the technical and managerial support, so that would be better. good work is being done, and obviously needs to take care of the gaps also which are there in many villages in Bihar.
Bihar ne, sir, they have translated the manuals and toolkits into the regional language also. So I would request all the other states to also do the same. When we go to the field, like the people at the panchayat and the level and the block level, they said, no, we have not received anything. We don't know anything about the manuals or the toolkits. So if you can just translate it and provide it to them also, hard copy, soft copy, anything. So because they don't know anything about the program, because they have not seen the guidelines or anything, manuals also. Now I would request Mandip Kaur, Mission Director, Punjab, for the presentation. After this, we will have presentations from Odisha. Due to paucity of time, I would also request the presenters to keep the presentation a little brief so that we have more time to take questions also.
May I request all the senior officers, we have made arrangement for recording your bites also. This is your presentations and your good work which you are doing. Anup Tripathi, Dr. Anup Tripathi is here. He will be contacting you. Kindly provide your bites which is being recorded outside this hall.
Very good afternoon to all the senior officers and my dear colleagues. Ma'am, as far as Punjab is concerned, we have done good work in the phase 1 also, where the construction of toilets was concerned. We got the ODF free status on 31st March 2018. And in phase 2 also, Punjab has shown considerable progress on all the components of SBMG phase 2. As far as the ODF plus villages is concerned, there are total 13,707 villages, out of which till date we have 700 ODF aspiring and model villages. Out of these 740 are ODF model, 42 are ODF model, and 658 are in the ODF aspiring category. We have done a lot of work in the fecal sludge management also, as well as in the plastic waste. So, but here I would like to focus my discussion only on the capacity building part, which is the main idea of this workshop. But before I start my presentation, sir, I would like to update that in the morning discussions, it was shown that Punjab is not having any state consultants or the NGOs. So here I would like to update that though we have an PMU, that is KPMG, for fecal sludge management as well as for the grey water management, we do have 4 consultants at the state level. When we have an IC expert, the CDS, we have a special IC expert for fecal sludge, as well as we have liquid waste management expert. Our solid waste management is being looked after by our subdivisional engineer, and we are in the process of hiring the solid waste management expert also. And in the field of solid waste management, we do have a voluntary organization named as Round Glass Foundation, who is looking after the work of the solid waste management in the Malwa districts of Punjab. So now, as far as the strategy for orientation of state and district officers is concerned, so in Punjab, Department of Water Supply and Sanitation is undertaking specific and targeted capacity building initiatives. We have taken the Rural Development Department on board also, because that is the main executing agency in Punjab. So till now we had planned for regular orientation and training programs. Some of them are being conducted, and others are in the others are scheduled. We have conducted the joint orientation and training programs at the state level as well as at the district level. We held a joint workshop for the targeted blocks for the AIP. Like we have 35 blocks which we have to declare as model ODF blocks for this year's AIP. So those sarpanches from these blocks, they were invited for a state level workshop, and they were trained for preparation of their Gram Panchayat development plans, as well as for utilization of 15th FC Tide grants for SPMD activities. Then there we have planned for the refresher trainings of the state level officers, which include directors, deputy directors, our chief engineers, the SEs up to 18th July this year. We are going to complete this. Then training of district officers. We have district water sanitation missions under the chairmanship of deputy commissioners. So we have already conducted one training for online training for all the deputy commissioners, ADC developments, and as well as the rural development officers, BDPOs, DDPOs, and the executive engineers of DWSS also. And we have scheduled for more trainings, and will be completing their training process by 29th of July this year. Then we have the training of master trainers. So we have 5 master level trainers, which include our CDS sanitation, IC expert, liquid waste management expert. We have IC expert for FSM, and we have the our subdivisional engineer sanitation, a dedicated engineer we have. So they are being reoriented also by our PMU, that is KPMG. So there will be completing by 20th of July. Then the district level, we have 105 master trainers at the district level, which include our assistant district sanitation officers, IC specialists, CDS, and JEs. And their trainings we are going to complete by 5th of August this year. Then at the block level, we have 253 block resource coordinators, and we have planned to complete their training by 10th of August this year. Then as far as our strategy for engagement of master trainers and their sustainability is concerned, our first priority is the engagement of the entire sanctioned contractual strength of our social staff. The total sanction strength we have for our department is 308 BRCs, 50 IECs, 50 CDS, and in all the DWSS divisions. And presently, we have with us 253 block resource coordinators, 27 IECs, and 36 CDS in 23 districts of Punjab. So this is our first priority. Then we are also looking forward to engage the technical staff. So we are in the process of hiring 23 solid waste management and 23 liquid waste management, one for each district. And the TORs have been prepared, and we are in the process of finalizing this. Then we are training our block resource coordinators as master trainers at block level, so that the Gram Panchayats, they can be oriented, they can be trained well. Presently, we have 414 Swachgrahis or motivators. So they are also being strengthened, and the clustering of villages is being prepared. So they are being deployed for a cluster of villages on an incentive basis. And our resource persons, which are empaneled with our State Institute of Rural Development, that also we are engaging on an honorarium basis. So this is the rollout plan with the cascading approach, so that we are in a position to cover all our Gram Panchayats and the villages. So at the state level, we have the state level orientation for our district water and sanitation mission teams in each district. And then we have the training for the officers, wherein subdivisional engineers are district sanitation officers, junior engineers, ICs, and CDS will be trained at the state level programs. Then they will, then at the district level, they'll carry out the orientation and capacity building of all the district administration officials, Zilla Parishad members, DDPOs, and other officers at the district level. Then in the block level, so these are district level master trainers. They will train our BDPOs, the CDPOs, the Panchayat secretaries, Anganwadis, and ASHA workers. Then because in the villages, we are creating the assets, but the ownership of the assets is not there. So we want their complete orientation. So we are focusing on awareness and of the Gram Panchayats. So we have our DPWSCs. So their members, the other community members, the key influencers and the religious leaders. So we are planning for their training also. And we will be monitoring their training on the basis of the feedback which we'll take from the participants. Then the outcomes of the training in terms of the demands which we will receive for solid waste and this liquid waste management projects, the CSCs, the plastic waste management, as well as for fecal sludge. Then we would like to monitor that with this training mechanisms, our ODF, number of the ODF villages will increase. And of course, we are reviewing all our GPDPs. We have had a joint meeting with the Panchayat department also. So we have already guided them the activities which are funded by SBMG should be included in their GPDPs, so that we are focusing on it. And of course, we'll be monitoring it, the amount of if the utilization of the 15th FC tide grants, that amount will increase. So that will be the outcome of our the training programs. So this is the timeline to complete the trainings, various trainings at the district, block and Gram Panchayat levels, and by village level trainings will be completed up to December 22, and district level we have till August, and block level we have planned by the end of September this year. So these all trainings will be completed, and we have in this AIP targets 2,284 villages in 35 blocks. So the village sanitation plans we are preparing. So that will be completed by September 22, and the remaining villages, 11,423 villages will be left out. So that will be in the process of completing their village sanitation plans by January 2023. So this is the available manpower for the capacity building at various levels. So state level, we have 3, but we have LWM expert for FSM, IC expert for SMers also, and an IC expert also. But here we have focused only on the capacity building. So we have 3 for capacity building for carrying out trainings at state level. Then 36 community development specialists we have. 23 districts are there in Punjab. So in the larger districts, we have more than 1. Otherwise, there is 1 CDS per district, and 253 block resource coordinators we have. At the state level, we have Ms. Savya Sharma as community development specialist. So she is working as full-time CDS at state level. District level also, we are having CDS, 36 CDS are there at the district level, which are conducting the field and the capacity building trainings on the SBMG phase 2 components. So this is the progress of our trainings conducted in this quarter, the first quarter of this financial year only we have included in this slide, though it was a continuous process, but this is the progress of this first quarter only. So at the state level, we had total 6 of our workshops. One was for orientation program from Gram Panchayats on ODF plus villages. So that was held on 30th of June. Then we have others in the month of June and May, as well as in April also. So we had these training programs at the state level. We have already completed this. So in district level also similarly, our teams are visiting each district. Our state coordinator SBMG also has visited all the districts, had an orientation meeting with the deputy commissioners as well as the other staff. So we are focusing on this, and this is the orientation workshops which we have conducted. The date-wise progress we are showing. Then this is again a continuation of the orientation workshops at the block level. So though we have conducted many workshops, but I feel still it has not been uploaded on the community dashboard. So we are in the process of that, and hopefully we'll be able to complete it within next few days, and then our progress would be reflected on this dashboard also. So this is the training workshops conducted at village levels. So till now in the first quarter, we have covered 2,297 villages, and 81,569 people have participated in this training workshop. So we'll be uploading these figures also shortly on the this dashboard. So what we can like assure is that we are focusing on it, on the capacity building, because until and unless this behavior change and the skill development is not done, we are not in a will not be able to achieve the targets. And ma'am, we assure you that from Punjab, we will leave no stone unturned, and we assure you that Punjab will be one of the top performing districts in the SPMG phase 2. Thank you. This is all from me. Any questions?
Yes, ma'am. I have
Yes,
two, three questions, ma'am. And I have the similar question to the other states which I have represented. Ma'am, you have mentioned that you will provide training to Anganwadi, Asha workers, community members. I hope you will provide this training to them at either at block level or at district level.
To the Anganwadi and Asha workers, we are including them at the village level trainings also, as well as in the block levels, because they are only organizing, they are only calling the participants, sarpanches, and all these meetings they are arranged by the Anganwadi workers. And Asha workers, they are also, there is an UDAN project going on from the this women, child and women development department, in which the menstrual hygiene we have taken up with them. So that trainings we are imparting them with their help. We are making the people aware about the menstrual health management also.
Ma'am, I have a different question. When you call them at either at block level or district level,
yes,
how do you pay them their travel allowances? Because I am from SIRD Haryana, so we proposed some program at district level. So our district coordinator said that there is no provision of paying travel allowances from SBMG to these people. So how do they come?
We have they are coming on their earlier also. Whenever we are organizing the meetings, the Anganwadi workers are always there. Means at the block level also, as they at the village level also, they are there only. So we are not paying them any traveling allowance, and they have not asked from us. They didn't ask from us, so we have not thought about it. If they will ask for it, we'll look for some mechanism if they can be paid. But in our state, everywhere the Asha workers and Anganwadi workers, and they are coming. They are arranging the meetings. They are bringing the sarpanches with them and the other women folk from the villages for attending all the meetings. Even as SDM, when I was there posted in the district, then also we were calling them, and they are happily doing this work without asking for any of the incentive or any of the traveling allowance.
Ma'am, SHG members and community members, they also do not.
Self-help groups, we have not called them at the block level, so they are means we are focusing them at the village level. Even whenever we visit the village, our teams are visiting, so there only they are called for an interaction.
I have the similar question to the other states who have represented here, ma'am.
Thank you.
Thank you, Manti madam. Punjab, it seems, as a good plan, and we expect a lot from Punjab, especially because of Madam Secretary. Regarding the Chochagrahis, we have been requesting the states to update the data on our IMIS, and we have recently shared a module also, so that because there were some issues in updating the data. So please use that module to update the data. So next we have from Odisha, S.C. Das, Additional Secretary.
Good afternoon, ma'am, and present all delegates here. Before starting our state progress and planning for capacity building, I would like to highlight some of our state's prime activities we have started for SBM Group 2 program. First of all, we have not specifying any period for going for the training program for this field functionary. We have already started our training program since 2021, and continuously we are going on imparting the training to the field functionary and the officers working at the district level. Accordingly, our first state level guideline, including the financial and also implementation plus capacity building, we have started since January 2021, madam. And now we have in our state for the capacity building and also implementing part, we have the state technical supporting unit. But madam, you have shown ki just Odisha have not any technical support unit. But ma'am, we have our technical support unit at the state level. In that state level technical team, there is 4 members working. Apart from this unit, we have also a SID at Bhubaneswar. वहाँ एक we have also a SWAS cell we have created and also functioning under the direct guidance from the UNICEF Odisha. They are supporting the persons who are working at the SID level, and we have also there 4 to 5 working consultants. They are also continuously working on the preparation of module and how to implement the state capacity building program across the state on Swachh Bharat Phase 2 program. And apart from this, we have also 17 functional DPRC at the district level. District level DPRCs are continuously giving the training to the rural functionaries who are working at the GP level, including the PRA members now. ETC, we have the 3 ETC, and also through ETC, we are also imparting training to this either official from the district and also PRA members. Now in our state, we have around 400 master trainers. That 2-round training we have already given to the master trainers. Now they are working at this GP level, especially preparation of the VAP and also completion of the ODF and declaring the ODF at the each GP level. DSC, District Sanitation Consultants, we have 70 numbers at the rate minimum 2 to 3 persons at each district headquarter. They are also supporting the district officials and also block officials in implementation of the guideline that we have received from the Government of India and also state, including the financial stipulation that we have given, so that any person cannot go beyond the financial stipulation that we have marked for the implementation of the Swachh Bharat Phase 2 program. Madam, block level we have 315 block, and each block level we have the BRC. They are supporting the block development officers and other GP level officials, apart from the trained master trainers deployed at the GP level. Ma'am, we have this very good network of women SSGs. We have engaged the women SSGs for this GP level for the collection and segregation of the SWM and of the PWM. And ma'am, you we have convert this PWM SWM program along with the urban local bodies, and it is now going on very successful. As of now, we have already converted 120 crores with the ULBs for strengthening the existing FSTBs and also FSM. And also the MRF that is already started functioning in the state on behalf of the local bodies. Through SID, we have recently started the training of these all newly elected PRA members, including this ZP president, Jila Parishad chairman, Sarpanch, and also ward members. As of now, we have for this 1 lakh around 1,06,000 PRA members who were newly elected, and to make them understand the utility and also implementation part of the SBM 2 program, because they are newly elected. We have started their massive training program through SIT. Accordingly, we have as of now we have already 500 partner organizations we have selected, and also around 50 to 60 master trainers also selected for this taking of the training with the PRA members. Training for this utilization of FC grant with the GP level and block level is a very important thing, because FC grant in many of the GPs we are not understanding how to utilize the 30% of the water and sanitation is a total 60%. Sanitation for this only 30% out of the 60. How could utilize the FC grant with the convert with the SBMG fund? We are also imparting training to the actually the persons who are dealing with the accounts and also implement part at the GP level, madam. And madam, strategy for this our state level, madam, we have already I have already discussed. Currently, we have already started our training program, and in August we have planned for the 4 batches of PRI training who were not been trained accordingly. And as of now, Jila Parishad chairperson training is 50% completed, and the remaining will be completed by the October 2000 this year now. Master Trainers program, ma'am, already we have taken up in the district level. In the district level Master Trainers, we have taken 2 district consultants and 3 Master Trainers, and they will be trained at the the state level, and accordingly after their training completion, they will go back to the district and so train the remaining persons. State has issued the necessary guideline for engagement of master trainer across the state. Of the 30 GPs can be assigned to the single master trainers for preparation of the VIP and provide technical support to the GP. Madam, for incentivize these master trainers, our plan is we are giving for master trainer 8,000 rupees per GP on preparation of the village action plan and implementation and declaration of the GP as a whole. That's after completion of this, we are paying 8,000, so that and also we have tagged the 30 GP for 1 master trainer, so that they will get a good amount of money. They will attract to this job. Otherwise, ma'am, if they are getting the lesser amount, they will not be getting so much interest to work on it. As of now, ma'am, we have already completed 62% of the VIP preparation, and also around 10,000 village we have declared model village, that is 22% of the total village of the state. This, madam, I have already discussed. State level we have 4 and 3 at SID level, and apart from this at district level we have a dedicated officer, that is from the Odisha Civil Service Cadre, that is additional PD administration. He entirely looking after the training program at our state level and with the blocks, at the district level with the blocks and GPs, because he is posted at the DRDM. At block level, our BDOs are declared as the sanitation officer. BRC 1, BRC per block has been assigned this work for the sanitation. They are also working closely with the master trainers that we have deployed. This SID is our continuously supporting with the capacity building program, and UNICEF as the development partner also supporting the SID and our government. Accordingly, we are continuously preparing this plan program and also modules for how could we go for the easily success this implementation part of the Swachh Bharat 2 program. This is handholding support. State is already imparting the training to the SID, which comes under the administrative control of SID in our state, ma'am, is controlled with our department. Then it is easy to implement this program and coordinating the program across the state. These are some of the photographs. Recently, we have started our training program with the newly elected panchayat PRIs. With this, our honorable minister is inaugurating, and our secretary is present there. Recently, the training program was launched by the honorable chief minister itself, and also instructed all these PRA members to implement this Swachh Bharat scheme also. With in good mind, so that they can implement in the village areas in a clean environment. This is ma'am from our state. Any question? Okay, ma'am. Thank you.
Thank you. Ma'am, we will be having presentation from Rajasthan next. But ma'am, if you permit, before going to Rajasthan, we want to show a brief movie on ODF to ODF plus journey. Okay, then I request Rajasthan, Sandesh Nayak, Mission Director, Swachh Bharat Mission.
Good afternoon, ma'am. Good afternoon, sir, and all the participants. I recently joined to Swachh Bharat mission, but uh, Rajasthan is already focused on the Swachh Bharat mission, even in the first phase. Uh, we could achieve the ODF in March 2018 itself, and later we are focused on the ODF phase 2, focusing on the sustainability point, and as also on the solid waste management, liquid waste management, and the fecal sludge management. Based on that, our secretary and the department is focusing on the capacity building as well as creating the core group, which focuses in the training of the different levels of resources from the state level to the Gram Panchayat level up to village level, focusing and reorienting them. Uh, Rajasthan has always focused on the capacity building. We already have state level resource groups and district level resource groups in a good number. We already have around 400 state level resource groups, and as well as per block we have 50 district resource group. We want to reorient them in the cascading manner, and as well as again reiterating and refocusing on the newer aspects of ODF or Swachh Bharat mission. So we have already started briefing, taking presentations, taking reviews of the district magistrates or CO Jilla Parishads. We conducted one orientation program last week in 25th of June, and we have scheduled one more program on 16th of this month on Saturday, focusing on the those districts or blocks who have not performed very well on the month-on-month progress. However, a detailed 100 days focused approach plan has been prepared, and which I'm going to present. Rajasthan, as you know, ma'am, this is a desert state, with more or less is completely a rural population, and with a around 5.15 crores of rural populations, with 11,341 gram panchayats, and we have classified those 6,427 villages, which are about 2,000 population, and there's a focused districts for solid waste and liquid waste purpose. We have this orientation strategy for state, which we have written it as trained, but we are focusing on a 100-day cascade manner training program, where we are focusing to train almost 1,44,000 people down the line, from the state level to village level. And we have focused on the 14,159 villages for our annual action plan, AIP, and we will ensure that all these AIP villages will have village masters trained and deployed in the villages, so to assist the ODF plus villages. This is our plan. We will, at the state level, we'll have a 4 batches, 55 master trainers each will be trained. We will have a 215 master trainers, so that we will have 5 state level trainers, state level master trainers available at each district. today we have around 400 state level resource groups. When I was in districts or worked as a CEO Jilla Parishad, these SRGs were of immense help. They used to help triggering the people. And now in the ODF phase 2, what we perceive is the lacking of the triggering aspect. And there are multiple focus areas, SLWM, liquid waste management, fecal waste management. So we want to have a triggering mechanism, and these SRGs needs to be retrained. We need to cut the clutter from them. So we will focus on these 400 master trainers. We'll select them again. We'll train them again. We'll reorient them, and also help them to identify the trigger points in the trigger points, so that when they go to districts, they are able to train further trainers who will act as a district block level resource groups or block level trainers. So each blocks will have master trainers who will further gain the momentum up to the gram panchayat and village levels. This is the way in which the trainings will happen. We have identified the number of trainings to be conducted. We identified the number of officials to be trained, officials and non-officials to be trained. So in total, if you calculate, the total focus will be on 1,44,000. And this is the plan, and we used to conduct this training earlier also. We'll have two types of training. For the state level and the district level, or the block level, up to block level, we will have a 2-day training. And up to gram panchayat or a village level, we will have a 1-day orientation program. And what we do is, one person asked, how do you train the village level? Because the village level functionaries usually will have a problem in traveling, and the issue of giving them incentivizing will be there. So we have in Rajasthan, we have a e-Mitra plus kiosk machines, which are used for the publicity as well as the video conferencing with the districts. So we use that LMS facility, learning management system, to train them. I mean, it doesn't require much of the resources, where these machines will be used to run the PPT and presentation or the content which is already created by us. And when the SRGs or the block level representatives they'll train them in the practical aspects of the training. So the very well oiled machinery, state training monitoring unit is there, which are routed through the NABARD. And these training, STMU will train, they have created the contents for the training, usually a day 1 training and day 2 training. It's the contents will be given to the state level trainers, who again go to districts and they further train the block level trainers. This is the plan, so that at the end of the training, we will have 6 SMTs for each district. The district collectors or the CEO Jilla Parishad will have a ability to much more mobilize using these state level trainees. And the compositions are among the consultants, district program managers, and other people who are willing to get trained for the state level trainings. We have planned a selection process where out of the 400, 215 will be selected through interview or the Google spreadsheet method, or Google form method, where the questions will be asked. They will be asked to update their comments, and then the STMU will ensure the quality training to them. These are the minimum qualifications that we have finalized for our master trainers. This is what we have planned is, we will give the incentive to state level and the district level master trainers. Each of the efforts they have put, they will be paid. And at the GP level, the 1-day orientation program will be done. The 1-day orientation program will include all the sarpanch to ward panch to village development officer, and all the essential members of the village who has the ability to influence the public. This is the plan. This is the cascading plan, as sir told. All the up to ground level functionaries should be trained, mobilized, reoriented by December 22. This will be ensured. We have planned it in a very detailed manner. This is the training in which the training schedules are planned. And this is the plan that we have done. It is in Hindi, but it's above 2,000 population. We have created a ODF plus model, where every village, what we find usually is that they find it very difficult to model it. And if we have a model, they'll be able to rapidly implement the plan. In the solid waste management, we have identified where and how much is required for each of the units or the units or the products that needs to be purchased. What are the ways in which the convergence needs to be done, and what will be the total cost? What we identified is that around 20 lakh rupees would ensure solid liquid management waste plan. This is a detailed plan, and this plan will be given to the block level. And again, for the procurement purpose, it will be easy. This is what we have planned. It is a sustainability plan. It shows up to 3 years what is the expenditure that is going to be done, how it will be done. Initially, it will be given through a state finance fund or the SBM fund, but later the Gram Panchayat needs to bond it. This is the revenue model. We said like how much amount one can take from because it is again a difficult task. Even in a village, everybody will have a problem of how much to take from a shop or how much to collect a fees from the hotel or a restaurant. So we have identified to have a common plan so that each and every person at different villages should know these are the fees to be collected. So it will create and it will help in collecting the fees also. What usually happens is initially if anything done free, then later after 6 months or 1 year, when a sarpanch or the field functionary asks for fees, there will be a kind of a revolt or agitation. So this will be made as a completely Rajasthan model, so that everybody knows that this amount of fees is collected. So this helps in regularizing and as well as collecting the fees. Thank you, ma'am. This is the plan.
No, I don't think we have enough time for so we can present this. So then I would like to request Andhra Pradesh Sampat Mission Director.
Good morning, dignitaries and colleagues. So, Andhra Pradesh started this ODF Plus journey in the year 2021, October 2nd, actually. So, our Honorable CM, he came up with a new program like Clean Andhra Pradesh program. It is designed completely on the lines of these objectives, main objectives of SBM phase 2. So after that, we have procured lot of machineries and vehicles, and as well as we have completed solid waste processing centers in 10,000 villages, and we started functioning towards the end-to-end solution of the solid waste management. Now we made half the journey. we have completed 3,200 villages where end-to-end activities are happening, and we linked even plastic to recyclers also. And remaining villages, now we are doing it. So we have converged all the funds like MG NREGS and 15 Finance Commission funds and SBMG. Unfortunately, we have not included SBMG funds in the GPDP. Now we are planning to include GPDP funds also. And we started our journey in liquid waste management, particularly integrating all village fecal sludge with the nearby urban areas. And we have notified such service areas, including with the urban areas. Now we are going with 46 new FSTPs, fecal sludge treatment plants also. Now it will cover entire state. Now every KLD of our state's fecal sludge is being treated in the state itself. So now I'll come for this. This is our strategy. So it's a continuous process. Last year also we have conducted training programs from state level to village level, and we have covered almost 1,29,000 village functionaries last year. Now we wanted to plan refresher training for the state level master trainers up to, and we have a plan of completing this entire training program by December 2022. So in the entire strategy, we have partnerships with particularly UNICEF, and as well as we have our own PMU, AP Urban Infrastructure Asset Management Limited companies there, who is working with us continuously. So we have partnerships, and we have identified master trainers at state level for each district, 5 persons. So around we are giving training master training to 130 persons, and then we are picking up 100 per district as master trainers who can train this block level officers, and again 2,600 people at block level. Then in turn they'll train the all GPs, and we are also taking the help of self-help groups, which we have in our state. Our strength is this community participation. When it comes to community participation, our SHGs are working very effectively in sending whatever change management, behavioral change communications. So we have involved these people at district level. DPMUs are there, district project monitoring units, and we are working with the NGOs also, and WASH experts also there, and DWSC, district water and sanitation management members also participating. They came from all line departments, and we are taking the help of SARD also. Then at mandal level, that means block level, we have resource persons, assistant executive engineers, ASHA workers who are trained at mandal level, and we have taken some school teachers' help also. And at Gram Panchayat level, we have this resource persons of self-help groups and village organizations also there, and ASHA and Anganwadi workers and school teachers and Clean Andhra Pradesh Mitras who are working in the field. These are the people who will directly do the sanitation work. Then this is the strategy. We have developed a calendar, and we already in touch with our even Government of India agency also, Primo, and we fixed the date also. Then with the technical support of UNICEF to sustain this training activities, we are continuously giving trainings to our people to sustain the capacities. Then we are also trying to explore the possibilities of these SHG groups to involve them in the community composting activities. As of now, we are doing, all panchayats are doing. Now we wanted to make this possibility also. This is our entire plan. Micro plan we are scheduling at a DMO level, that means district level, then village level, and we are also have a strong monitoring system at both district level as well as state level. So by August 2020, so just now we fixed the dates also. We are starting our training programs from August 22nd to 26th. That means 5-day program. Then after that, we'll complete district level trainings. Then Gram Panchayat level trainings by September and October. The outcome which we are expecting from this capacity building is preparation of this village sanitation plans. So we are also linking this performance of the each master trainer with respect to their village sanitation plan also. So during this village sanitation plans, we are also taking the help of our village secretariat system. As you know, our state is going with the village secretariat system, where every 50 people will have, 50 households will have a volunteer, and volunteers also being administered at village level. All the services are delivered at the village level. This village secretariat system is there. All are young people who are completed their bachelor degrees in technical knowledge. They have technical knowledge also, and almost we have 13 to 14,000 engineers at village level, other than this MG NREGS engineers. So these people's help we are taking, and we are tagging every VSP with one particular person, and we'll get complete VSPs by completion of this training. And we have actually in our present Government of India presentation, they have shown that state level and district level consultants are not there, but we have permanent system. We have permanent state level consultants as well as district level consultants. Since till last 2014, they are working with us, and they have fully capacity to handle the training programs. So we are utilizing their services. So with their help, we'll continue this training programs. This is the dedicated manpower we have. So Andhra Pradesh strength is manpower actually. So this entire manpower will work on the capacity building, and as well as they'll effectively take this IEC activities into the public to bring the behavioral change. This is status at a glance in our state. We are taking technical support from the UNICEF as well as other organizations like APML, and training manuals also under translation process, and we have completed these posters, and they are ready for dissemination in grey water and water conservation posters also under preparation. Menstrual hygiene posters already disseminated to the districts, and this TOT schedule also prepared and will be commenced shortly. So this entire activities of Andhra Pradesh will be completed by December, and we'll ensure that this capacity building activity will finally result in village sanitation plans as well as original activities of the sanitation program in the state. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you, Sampath-ji. We will have one more presentation. I request the Mission Director, Madhya Pradesh, to give the presentation. So after this, we will have a open house discussion and lunch.
नमस्कार मैम, सर, सभी प्रदेश आए हुए साथी भी। मध्य प्रदेश में करीब 8 करोड़ से अधिक पॉपुलेशन है। 22,811 ग्राम पंचायत, 313 ब्लॉक हैं। 2018 में मध्य प्रदेश के 100% करीब 51,000 से अधिक गांव ODF प्लस हमने किए हैं, ODF किए हैं, और करीब 6,590 से अधिक गांव हमारे ODF प्लस हो चुके हैं। कैपेसिटी बिल्डिंग का हमने डिटेल प्लान बनाया है, क्योंकि हमारा ग्राम पंचायत इलेक्शन त्रिस्तरीय पंचायत चल रहा है, 15 जुलाई को कंप्लीट होगा, उसके बाद हम इसको इम्प्लीमेंट करेंगे, जिसमें करीब 22,000 से अधिक हमारे पंचायत के प्रोग्राम हैं, 7,825 ब्लॉक लेवल के हमारे प्रतिनिधि हैं, और करीब 1,000 के आसपास जिला परिषद के मेंबर। तकनीकी अधिकारियों के तौर पर जब हम देखते हैं तो हमारे पास करीब 2,000 का अमला है, यही सब इंजीनियर एंड एग्जीक्यूटिव इंजीनियर। बाकी संरचना देख रहे हैं तो लगभग 1,000 से अधिक लोग हमारे पास ब्लॉक लेवल पर, डिस्ट्रिक्ट लेवल पर काम कर रहे हैं। कैपेसिटी बिल्डिंग के लिए हमारे पास 4 संस्था हैं, इसमें यूनिसेफ हमारा प्रमुख है, बाटा रहेगा, SIRD है और बालबी है। बालबी हमारा लोकल गवर्नमेंट का संस्थान है, वाटर लैंड मैनेजमेंट इंस्टीट्यूट, जो हमारे इसको ट्रेन करता है। इस बार 22-23 के अंत तक करीब 19 से 20,000 गाँव हमने और ODF प्लस के लिए रखे हैं। इनमें एक अच्छी बात है कि मध्य प्रदेश में करीब 970 से अधिक गांव ऐसे हैं जिनकी पॉपुलेशन 5,000 से अधिक है, वो 100% गांव हमने इसको शामिल किए हैं, इन्हें हम करेंगे। मार्च तक हम मध्य प्रदेश के लगभग 50% से अधिक गांव हम ODF प्लस की कैटेगरी में लेके चले जाएंगे, जोड़ हो जाएगा। डिटेल जो हमारा प्रोग्राम है मिस्टर साबिर आपको अभी बता देंगे, मैं देखता हूँ। थैंक यू।
Good afternoon, everybody. On behalf of State Madhya Pradesh, I am presenting this. So I make it short. So here's some glimpses of Madhya Pradesh, what we done in the last year after initiating the SBM phase 2. So SBM में मध्य प्रदेश को लेकर खास तौर से अगर देखा जाए तो बहुत ही अलग एक चीज रही है कि हमने स्पेसिफिक गाइडलाइन डेवलप की, चाहे वो लिक्विड की हो चाहे सॉलिड की हो, हमने उसको स्पेसिफिक किया। और इसके बाद हमने जो हमारा नीचे का अमला है, जो हमारा वर्कफोर्स फ्रंट टाइम वर्कर है, उनको भी हमने इस दौरान ज्यादा एक्टिव करके उनको सस्टेन करने पे दिया, जिससे कि हम जो फेज 2 में जो देख रहे हैं, क्योंकि फेज 2 फेज 1 से बहुत अलग था, तो हमें जरूरी था कि हम इस अमले को ट्रेन करें और रिक्वायर्ड जो उनका स्किल है वो हम उनको स्किल कर सके। तो इस बीच में हमने जो नेशनल लेवल की कैंपेन है उसको भी पिच किया। उसमें खास तौर से अगर देखा जाए तो अभी रिसेंटली जो हमने सुजलाम कैंपेन को किया, तो वहां पे हमने 60 डेज का कैंपेन चलाया, जिसमें बैतूल जिला है जिसने एक दिन में 10 टन प्लास्टिक जो लीगेसी वेस्ट है उसको कलेक्ट करता है और एक दिन में बहुत अच्छा अचीवमेंट देता है, और स्कॉच आउट के लिए चलाया जाता है। दीज आर द फ्यू थिंग्स जो हम अभी हाईलाइट करना चाहते हैं, बिकॉज आई डायरेक्टली कम टू द कैपेसिटी बिल्डिंग थिंग। सो इसके अलावा हमने जो खास तौर से जितनी भी कैंपेन होती है, हमने पॉलिटिकल विल को बनाए रखने के लिए खास तौर से, क्योंकि हमारे सीएम जो है, ऑनरेबल सीएम जो है, बहुत इस चीज को बहुत पिच करते हैं, चाहे वो ODF फेज 1 हो जहां पर उन्होंने सीटी बजा के शुरू किया, चाहे वो ODF फेज 2 हो जहां पर उन्होंने स्वच्छता रथ को भी एक भव्य या एक बज क्रिएट करने के लिए एक अच्छा सा इनॉग्रेल सिस्टम करते हुए लोगों को अपील किया और इसको जन आंदोलन बनाने की कोशिश की, जिसको कमिटी पार्टिसिपेशन को इंश्योर करने की कोशिश की गई। तो ये कुछ उसकी ग्लिम्सेस हैं जो उन्होंने इस दौरान, चाहे वो CSC हो चाहे वो सेग्रीगेशन शेड को इनॉग्रेट करने के लिए उन्होंने इनिशिएटिव लिया। और इसी में लोगों को स्वच्छता रथ को हमने उसको नाम दिया स्वच्छता रथ। जो कूड़े की गाड़ियां हैं, जो कचरे की गाड़ियां हैं, स्वच्छता रथ को हमने चाहे वो IC करने के लिए हो, चाहे वो कूड़ा कलेक्ट करने के लिए हो, इन सब के लिए उसका इस्तेमाल किया गया। और जिसमें कुछ सेग्रीगेशन शेड हमारे, चाहे वो मंदसौर हो, झारखंड हो या ग्वालियर, बहुत बहुत से जिले हैं जहाँ पे हम लोगों ने इस एक साल में अचीवमेंट्स लिए हैं। LWM में भी हमने खास तौर से डिसेंट्रलाइज और सेंट्रलाइज के फॉर्मेट पे काम किया। पहले हमने उनको देखा कि डिसेंट्रलाइज फॉर्म में हम क्या क्या कर सकते हैं, लोकल लेवल पे क्या सॉल्यूशन हो सकते हैं, उनको हमने प्रमोट किया जिससे कि कम्युनिटी इसमें इन्वॉल्व हो और लोकल सॉल्यूशंस प्रमोट हो। उसके बाद हमने सेंट्रलाइज टेक्नोलॉजी की बात की और उसको प्रमोट करने की कोशिश की जिससे कि बड़े गांव कवर हो सके। और इसी का ही रिजल्ट रहा कि हमने एक साल में बहुत अच्छे से मतलब 6,000 के करीब हमने ODF प्लस गांव किए और एस्पायरिंग ODF प्लस गांव भी हमारे नंबर्स बढ़े। और जबकि इस टाइम में कोविड भी था, फिर भी चीज़ें कॉम्प्रोमाइज नहीं हुई और एटलीस्ट हमारे पास एक अच्छा अचीवमेंट्स रहा। इस दौर हमने सॉलिड वेस्ट को लेकर SHG वुमेन्स को एंगेज करने की कोशिश की। इसके दो फायदे थे। पहला तो ये था कि एक ग्रामीण जन में औरतों को रोजगार मिल सका और उनका पार्टिसिपेशन हाई था इन कंपेयर टू दूसरे माइग्रेंट लेबर्स जो उसी कम्युनिटी के या उसी गांव में रहते थे। वुमेन्स कम माइग्रेट करती थी तो कहीं ना उनको एक सस्टेनेबल और ये एक पार्ट टाइम काम भी रहा। और बिहेवियर चेंज कम्युनिकेशन की जब बात करते थे, यही महिलाएं इनके लिए आसान था। इनके लिए कोई शेड्यूल ये नहीं था कि हम सुबह में ही काउंसलिंग करेंगे। जब भी वो कूड़ा लेने जाते थे, जब भी उनको समय मिलता था अपनी बैठकी में भी, तो बिहेवियर चेंज का एक अच्छा ये था कि कैसे कम्युनिटी लेवल पे आप बिहेवियर चेंज कम्युनिकेशन को एक स्ट्रेटेजिकली टाइम बाउंड मैनर मत बना दी, सुबह ही बात करेंगे, नहीं, व्हाट इज सुटेबल हम उस पर बात करेंगे। तो ये एक अच्छा इनिशिएटिव मध्य प्रदेश का रहा। और गोवर्धन को लेकर भी हमने ये सोचा कि जो हमारे 52 जिले हैं, कम से कम जहां जहां गौशाला है वहां पे हम इसको एक गोवर्धन प्लांट एस्टेब्लिश कर उसको सस्टेन करें, क्योंकि ये सस्टेन करना आसान था। अगर हम बड़ी गौशाला को लेते हैं तो विच इज अ गुड एग्जाम्पल फॉर गोवर्धन की हम सस्टेन कैसे कर सकते हैं। स्टिल थोड़े से चैलेंजेस होते हैं बट सक्सेसफुली वी आर डूइंग दैट। और क्योंकि जब बात आती है FSSM की, तो FSM में हमने काफी अच्छा काम मध्य प्रदेश में, क्योंकि इंदौर जो जिला है वो पहला FSTP रूरल FSTP डेवलप करता है और अब एक एग्जाम्पल सेट कर देता है अपने ही स्टेट में और अन्य राज्यों के लिए भी। तो दीज आर द की हाईलाइट्स फ्रॉम माय स्टेट। दीज आर द फ्यू IC जो हमने लोकल लेवल पे लोकल पेंटर से, इसमें भी हमने महिलाओं को ज्यादा बढ़ावा दिया, महिलाओं पेंटर को एंगेज किया जिसमें 10,000 महिलाएं ट्रेंड हुई और उन्होंने ही इस पेंटिंग को बनाना शुरू किया। अभी भी वो महिलाएं चाहे SBM के प्रोग्राम हो चाहे किसी और के प्रोग्राम हो, पेंटिंग की जब बात आती है तो उनको एंगेज किया जाता है। और इसके अलावा IC को लेकर हमने YouTube एज अ कॉमन प्लेटफॉर्म बनाया जो वन स्टॉप सॉल्यूशन रहे, जहाँ पे आपको ट्रेनिंग मटेरियल्स मिल सकते हैं, जो भी ट्रेनिंग चाहे वो हमारे हो चाहे वो अन्य स्टेट के हो। यहाँ पे जो भी हमें अच्छा लगता है हम यहाँ पे एक रिपोजिटरी कंपोनेंट वाइज क्रिएट करते हैं जिससे कि कोई भी एक्सेस कर सकता है और हमारे आपके हुए काम को हम एक वर्चुअल प्लेटफॉर्म पे प्रमोट कर सकते हैं। और इट्स अ गुड प्रैक्टिस ऑफ लर्निंग एंड शेयरिंग। और इसके अलावा हमने, क्योंकि स्वच्छाग्राही को इंसेंटिव के अलावा क्या चाहिए, इज्जत चाहिए, तो हमने इज्जत पे गौर किया और वहां पे हमने उसके लिए पैचेस क्रिएट किए, जो उसके ID कार्ड होते हैं वो क्रिएट किए। एटलीस्ट उस पर एक ओनरशिप दिखता है कि मैं हूँ, मैं काम करता हूँ, मैं स्वच्छ भारत मिशन से, मेरा ये सरकारी ID कार्ड है। इट इज अ ग्रेट इनिशिएटिव फ्रॉम माय स्टेट। और इसके अलावा जो हमने जो भी टाइम टू टाइम जो इवेंट्स हुए हैं, जो भी प्रोग्राम हुए हैं, उनमें हमने लोगों को रिकॉग्नाइज करने के लिए, अवार्ड देने के लिए सर्टिफिकेट, एक कॉमन सर्टिफिकेट अक्रॉस द स्टेट शेयर किया, जो हर एक डिस्ट्रिक्ट, ब्लॉक्स या इवन की स्वच्छाग्राही को भी अगर कोई अवार्ड देना है तो इसी चाहे वो कलेक्टर हो चाहे स्वच्छाग्राही हो, सबके लिए एक ही सर्टिफिकेट, बस कंटेंट बदल जाता है। और ये हमने एक सेंट्रलाइज्ड शुरू किया। ये भारत सरकार या DWS द्वारा जो हमें पोस्टर प्रोवाइड किए गए थे, उनको हमने थोड़ा सा डिस्ट्रिक्ट स्पेसिफिक करते हुए, मैसेजेस को ज़्यादा हमने मैनिपुलेट नहीं किया, डिज़ाइन में थोड़ा सा इधर उधर करते हुए हमने इसको रोल आउट किया। और जितनी भी पोस्टर अभी तक या जितनी भी IC जो कि काफ़ी सराहनीय IC रही हैं, उनको हमने यूज़ किया। और इसी कैंपेन के दौरान हमने वेस्ट से इनोवेशन क्या किए जा सकते हैं, जिसको हमने थीम दिया, कचरे से कंचन कह लीजिए या कचरे से कलात्मकता कह लीजिए, और इसको हमने प्रमोट किया। तो यहाँ पे बहुत सी चीज़ें निकल गई, जैसे एक सेल्फी पार्क उज्जैन में निकल कर आता है, जो एक उज्जैन में जितने भी लोग जाते हैं वो सेल्फी पार्क का यूज़ करते हैं, और ये सारा पार्क वेस्ट से ही बना हुआ है। इसी तरीके से लोगों ने वेस्ट के थ्रू गार्डन बनाना, तो ये एक कुछ फोटोज हैं जो आपको ये बताती हैं कि हम क्या क्या इससे कर सकते हैं। प्लांटेशन को लेकर हम कैसे वेस्ट प्लास्टिक को डेकोरेटिव आइटम की तरह यूज़ कर सकते हैं। और ये गिनते से कुछ ODF प्लस विलेज की जो आपको दिखता है कि पहले स्वच्छता हम देख सकते थे, अभी हम आग बंद करके महसूस कर सकते हैं, क्योंकि स्वच्छ भारत मिशन फेज 1 में शायद हमने बदबू गायब कर दी गाँव से। तो सुबह आप अगर उठिए तो आग बंद करके महसूस कर सकते हैं कि स्वच्छ भारत मिशन ये। ये लास्ट ईयर की जो हमारी कैपेसिटी बिल्डिंग प्लानिंग थी, जिसमें हमने प्लान किया था कि ओरिएंटेशन हम पीआरआई, एसएसजी और स्वच्छाग्रही का करेंगे, जिसमें हमने 2 बार इन लोग का ओरिएंटेशन किया। इस दौरान कोविड-19 भी था, तो कोविड-19 को लेकर स्वच्छाग्रही ने मध्य प्रदेश में बहुत अच्छा काम किया, जिसमें उनको एंगेज किया गया, खासतौर से सीएबी कोविड अप्रोप्रिएट बिहेवियर को प्रमोट करने के लिए। इसके अलावा जो वहाँ पे जो काउंसलिंग थी या जो माइग्रेंट लेबर थे उनको मोबिलाइज करने के लिए, उनको काउंसलिंग करने के लिए स्वच्छाग्रही का बहुत ज़्यादा हमारे यहाँ पे उपयोग हुआ, और वो इस दौरान भी एंगेज हो सकें। ठीक है, इंसेंटिव कम ज़्यादा होते हैं, लेकिन एंगेज हो सके, कोविड-19 के दौरान भी वो एंगेज रहें। और इसके अलावा अगर जो टेम्पलेट हम जो यहाँ से प्रोवाइडेड था उसके, अब मैं सिर्फ उस पर बात करता हूँ, तो स्ट्रेटेजी को लेकर अगर मैं देखता हूँ तो जो स्टेट लेवल का इंस्टीट्यूशंस है, वाल्मी, एसआईआरडी, ये हमारे कंटिन्यूस पार्टनर रहे हैं और आगे भी हम इन्हें एंगेज करते हैं। तो स्टेट लेवल पे देखा जाए तो हमारे पास वाल्मी, एसआईआरडी 2 पार्टनर हैं। इसके अलावा अगर डेवलपमेंट पार्टनर्स की बात करता हूँ तो मैं यूनिसेफ एंड वाटर एड जो है, ये हमारा बहुत स्ट्रॉन्ग पार्टनर है, जो हमें शायद टेक्निकल जो स्किल हमें लेना होता है, हम अभी फिलहाल इन्हीं 2 ऑर्गेनाइजेशन, इसके अलावा एसआईआरडी से हम मास्टर ट्रेनर के लिए सपोर्ट लेते हैं। और डेडिकेटेड सेक्शन एज पर द एसपी कंपोनेंट लाइक एसएलडब्ल्यूएम को देखा जाए, एलडब्ल्यूएम को देखा जाए, तो हमारे यहाँ स्टेट लेवल पे डिप्टी कमिश्नर और ज्वाइंट कमिश्नर सबको एक एक कंपोनेंट का नोडल बनाया गया है। तो ये स्ट्रेटेजी पे हम काम करते हैं, वही नोडल इस चीज़ को रोल आउट आगे करते हैं, और टेक्निकल सपोर्ट टेक्निकल पार्टनर प्रोवाइड करता है। इसके अलावा हमने एक स्टेट पूरे 22-23 का एक कैलेंडर बनाया है, जिसमें कैस्केडिंग मॉडल में जो भी ट्रेनिंग हम करने वाले हैं, हम उसी ट्रेनिंग कैलेंडर को फॉलो करने वाले। उसमें जो भी कंपोनेंट है वो है, कितने स्टेक होल्डर्स हैं, वो मैं लास्ट में बिल्कुल एक गो थ्रू हो लूँगा मैं। और इसके अलावा स्टेट एंड डिस्ट्रिक्ट लेवल कोर टीम जो है वो ट्रेंड हो चुकी है। एंट्री ट्रेनिंग विल बी conducted out of 15 July because there was a election, and due to election protocol we have to compromise our planning, and now we have moved to July. So by end of July we will we can say that this calendar will be rolled out. DTUMU STMU ऑलरेडी established था, बट फेज 2 में हमने बहुत से चेंजेस किए हैं। SIRD के हमने ये स्ट्रेटेजी रखी थी कि 4 कोर मेंबर जो SBM के लोग होंगे, जिसमें इंजीनियर, डिस्ट्रिक्ट कोऑर्डिनेटर्स ये होंगे, और वहीं 4 जो कोर मेंबर वो होंगे SIRD के होंगे, जिससे कि हमें टेक्निकल पार्टनर को भी हम अच्छे से एंगेज कर सकें। SIRD और वाल्मी के साथ काम करने में फायदा ये होता है कि हम उनके रिसोर्स को रिटेन कर सकते हैं, बिकॉज वो मल्टीपल ट्रेनिंग करते हैं। तो हमारा DTUMU STMU अगर हम बोलते हैं तो कम से कम 2025 तक हम जिन्हें ट्रेन करेंगे हम रिटेन कर सकेंगे। और रोल ऑफ स्टेट और डिस्ट्रिक्ट की जब मैं बात करता हूं, तो यहाँ पर हम प्रिपरेशन ऑफ डिस्ट्रिक्ट एंड ब्लॉक लेवल ट्रेनिंग जो प्लान होगा, इनका मॉनिटरिंग जो होगा, इसमें हमारा रोल होगा। एंड डेवलपमेंट नीड बेस्ड कैपेसिटी प्लान अगर हमें बनाना है तो इसमें हमारा रोल होगा। और ट्रेनिंग वर्कशॉप और ट्रेनिंग जो होगी, इसके लिए स्टेट और डिस्ट्रिक्ट मेजर तौर पर ये रेस्पॉन्सिबल होगा। और वहीं जब मैं बात करता हूँ नंबर ऑफ मास्टर ट्रेनर की जो हम ट्रेन करने वाले हैं, तो स्टेट लेवल पे जैसा मैंने बताया था कि जो STMU होगा, उसके अलावा DTMU में 8 मेंबर होंगे, 4 फ्रॉम द कोर टीम ऑफ द SBM एंड 4 फ्रॉम द SIRD। इसके अलावा जो ये स्टेक होल्डर्स हैं जिनको हम ट्रेन करेंगे और कंपोनेंट वाइज हम ट्रेन करेंगे, तो जिसमें PRI, SHG, स्वच्छाग्रही और विलेज लेवल के जो वॉलंटियर, विलेज लेवल सैनिटेशन कमेटीज जो हैं, उनको भी हम ट्रेन दे रहे हैं, सो दैट कि जो हम ट्रेनिंग प्लान कर रहे हैं उसका एक आउटकम जो हम चाहते हैं, वो जब तक विलेज लेवल के लोग नहीं पहुंचेंगे तब तक उसका आउटकम नहीं होगा। इसीलिए निगरानी समिति को हम लास्ट में लाकर एक एंड उस पर दे रहे हैं कि ये लोग होंगे जो इस ट्रेनिंग के आउटकम को मीट आउट करने में हमारी मदद कर सकेंगे, जिसमें VWSC के मेंबर कह लीजिए, और इसके अलावा जो है निगरानी समिति वो भी कह सकते हैं। और इसके साथ साथ हम लोग ने अभी तक 22,000 लगभग विलेज एक्शन प्लान बनाए हैं, और विलेज एक्शन प्लान में मैंडेटरी है स्वच्छाग्रही का होना चाहिए, VWSC का मेंबर होना चाहिए, जिससे कि कम्युनिटी पार्टिसिपेशन इंश्योर हो सके और सोशल मैपिंग और अदर जो एक्सरसाइज होती है वो भी इंश्योर की जा सके। रोल आउट प्लान को लेकर क्योंकि अभी तक हम लोग DTMU STMU की बात करते हैं, बट MP में हम लोग कोशिश करें कि हम BTMU भी क्रिएट करें, और BTMU क्रिएट करने के पीछे दे कि कहीं ना कहीं हम ब्लॉक को इग्नोर कर लेते हैं। इसलिए इस ब्लॉक की पार्टिसिपेशन को इंश्योर करने के लिए हमें BTMU की हमने बात की, और लास्ट में हमने जिस तरीके से हमने बोला कि हम कैस्केडिंग मॉडल में काम कर रहे हैं, तो GRS एंड स्वच्छाग्रही हमारे जो लास्ट में और निगरानी समिति होगी, ये इसे जमीनी स्तर तक इस ट्रेनिंग को पहुँचाएंगे। और वहीं मैं बात करता हूँ रोल एंड रिस्पॉन्सिबिलिटी डिफरेंट लेवल, तो डिस्ट्रिक्ट स्टेट के अलावा जो डिस्ट्रिक्ट लेवल पे DTMU एस्टैब्लिश करके उनको टेक्निकल सपोर्ट प्रोवाइड करना स्टेट का काम होगा। वहीं ब्लॉक लेवल की जो टीम होगी उनको इस ट्रेनिंग से रिलेटेड जो भी मॉड्यूल और इसकी रिक्वायरमेंट है, नीड बेस्ड सपोर्ट जो चाहिए, और खास तौर से ट्रेनिंग से रिलेटेड जो TNA है, इस चीज़ को भी हम कर पाएंगे। ये मैं क्योंकि कैलेंडर में आपको डिटेल में दिखा दूंगा, तो अभी बस मैं एक टेम्पलेट शो कर रहा हूँ कि ये एक हमारा स्टेट की कैलेंडर का जो टेम्पलेट हो इस तरीके से कि स्टेट लेवल पर हम क्या ट्रेनिंग कर रहे हैं, उसका प्रपोज मंथ क्या है, कंपोनेंट क्या होगा और इसके स्टेक होल्डर्स कौन होंगे। और टाइमलाइन को लेकर अगर मैं बात करता हूं तो हमने अभी ये सोचा कि 400 जो मास्टर ट्रेनर हैं उनको हम एक जगह ओरिएंटेशन देंगे। ये भी मेरे कैलेंडर में बहुत क्लियर, आपको मैं लास्ट में दिखा दूंगा, क्योंकि ये टेम्पलेट के अकॉर्डिंग मैं अभी चल रहा हूं। तो इसमें बात पूछी गई है कि फुल टाइम आपका जो नोडल होगा वो कौन होगा। तो स्टेट लेवल से एज आई सेड कि डिप्टी कमिश्नर नोडल कंपोनेंट वाइज बनाए गए हैं या जॉइंट कमिश्नर बनाए गए हैं। तो as a UNICEF state consultant, I will be the nodal for capacity building and IC in supervision of Deputy Commissioner. Detail of dedicated manpower, तो शायद यहाँ पे data update मैम, okay, only 2 minutes. डेडिकेटेड जो रिसोर्स है शायद यूनिसेफ का मिस हो गया था। यूनिसेफ के 3 कंसल्टेंट है, वाटर के 2 कंसल्टेंट थे और गवर्नमेंट के जो बॉडी है वो यहाँ पर है। और अभी हम जो SPMU स्टैब्लिश करेंगे उसमें ये 5 रिसोर्सेज हम देखते हैं जिनको हम आने वाले वक्त में एंगेज करेंगे। दिस इज द एक्सपर्ट्स काइंड ऑफ पर्सन जो हम पर्टिकुलर फील्ड में एंगेज करेंगे। 1 सेकंड सॉरी, थैंक यू सो मच। 1 मिनट सॉरी। ये वो कैलेंडर है जिसकी मैं बात कर रहा था। इसमें अगर आप देखेंगे तो ट्रेनिंग लेवल क्या है, प्रपोज मंथ क्या है, कंपोनेंट टॉपिक क्या है, स्टेक होल्डर्स क्या है, कंटेंट एंड डिस्क्रिप्शन क्या है, मेजरली 2-3 लाइन में हमने डिस्क्राइब किया है। नंबर ऑफ पार्टिसिपेंट्स कितने होंगे, ड्यूरेशन कितना होगा, लेवल ऑफ स्टेक होल्डर्स कौन होगा और रेस्पॉन्सिबिलिटी एजेंसी कौन होगा, वो यूनिसेफ होगा, SBM होगा, एक्सटर्नल पार्टनर होगा, कौन होगा, बैचेस कितने लगेंगे और पर बैचेस कितने होंगे। तो ये पूरा एक ट्रेनिंग कैलेंडर जिसको हमने कंपोनेंट वाइज डिस्ट्रिक्ट लेवल और कैस्केडिंग मॉडल में इसको पूरा एक डिटेल बन चुका है। तो अगर आप देखेंगे तो जितनी भी ट्रेनिंग हमने प्लान की है वो एक टाइम बाउंड मैनर में खत्म हो जाएगी। हमने मानसून को यूटिलाइज करने के लिए हमने कोशिश किया, मानसून में काम कम होते हैं तो इसमें हम ट्रेनिंग को पिच करेंगे। एंड थैंक यू सो मच। आई होप कि यू आर कन्विंस्ड विद माय प्रेजेंटेशन एंड अगर कोई सवाल है तो थैंक यू।
थैंक यू। आप ये इसको कैलेंडर को अपलोड कीजिए हमारे डैशबोर्ड में, ठीक है। So now we'll take a break from presentations and have an open house discussion. Presentation will continue after lunch. So we will have around 15-20 minutes of open house discussion.
So friends, now we'll have the open house. Any questions, any suggestions, ideas which you would like to pose before us? Madam is here right now.
Specifically on capacity building, but generally on SBMG phase 2. It can be general also, but specifically on capacity building if you need.
Good afternoon, ma'am. This is Vishal. I am from Haryana. I just wanted to know, ma'am, looking at all the presentations and specifically related to capacity building. So few states are planning it for 3 days, the TOT for 3 days, some are planning it for 5 days and few are planning it for 1 day. So how are we going to manage the uniformity of the creation of master trainers? Because there should be a kind of uniformity in the content related to ODF plus for capacity building. Thank you.
The content and the modules, they have been already provided. Basic orientation could be half day or 1 day, and that should be at the senior level. At the ground level, all those who need to really work, for them it could be either 3 days or 5 days. So this has been well documented, defined also. So you can take up that way.
गुड आफ्टरनून सर। आई जस्ट वांट टू रिक्वेस्ट सर कि जैसे हमारी स्टेट में PMU नहीं है बट वी हैव पुल्ड ह्यूमन रिसोर्स one or two person from SRLM, one or two from urban mission, and they are looking after SBM totally and dedicatedly now. Is there any plan that we can develop those, like one or two will be developed as solid liquid waste management experts, one or two plastic waste management experts, so that we can house in-house capacity in like for future? तो ऐसा कोई ट्रेनिंग प्रोग्राम अगर यहाँ से हो जाए दिल्ली में, we can send them for 2, 3, 4 days, or they can evolve as experts, state persons.
So you're asking for specialized training for the different
Components.
Components. कि FSM के कोई train हो जाए कोई उसमें.
Yeah, right.
Or we will look at that. Sure. Maybe in the state level master trainer there can be specific. Yeah, we can work that out. All the verticals are addressed, but if the individual can be. Okay. Ji.
Good afternoon, ma'am. Ma'am, my question is related to ma'am KRCs. Like just in Jal Jeevan Mission, ma'am, can we have some KRCs for Swachh Bharat Mission also at central level, so we can directly get the trainings from them, ma'am, in the state?
At the moment, UNICEF through Primo is supporting all states in master training. So surely that should be enough. If there's a gap, just let Mr. Baroka know and he'll support you. So already an architecture has been worked out where across the country, UNICEF has got a training partner on board who is helping all states in developing their master trainers at the state level, who will in turn do the training. So I don't think you should have a problem. Like you can let us know if there is. Anyone else? Is there somebody at the back?
हेलो, सभी को नमस्ते। मैम, मेरा प्रश्न है ये है,
अपने आप को इंट्रोड्यूस कर दीजिए पहले।
मैम, मेरा नाम ऋषि मुदगल है, मैं राजस्थान से हूँ मैम, STMU मेंबर। मैम, सवाल ये है कि जीपी लेवल पर एंड द रियल जो काम होना है सॉलिड लिक्विड वेस्ट मैनेजमेंट का गांव लेवल पे होना है मैम, परंतु वहां पे जो स्वच्छाग्रही है मैम वो इंसेंटिवाइज तो हैं, परंतु वो जो बिल पेश करते हैं मैम के 5 रुपए, यदि कोई SLWM के लिए कोई सेमिनार कर रहे हैं या कोई गांव में बैठक कर रहे हैं उसके लिए 150 रुपए, उसके बिलों को मैनेज करना बड़ी टेढ़ी खीर है और उनको इसी काम के लिए मैम पेमेंट जो होता है वो बहुत डिले हो जाता है और इसीलिए वो उस काम को छोड़ देते हैं क्योंकि उनका पेमेंट टाइम पे नहीं मिल पाता। तो कोई ऐसा मैकेनिज्म होना चाहिए जो उनको कोई ऐसा कोई ऐप हो या कोई ऐसा कोई सिस्टम हो जिसके माध्यम से वो अपना वो डालें, उस दिन का फोटोग्राफ सबमिट करें, देन पेमेंट उनको हो जाए मैम। ये स्पेसिफिक मैं राजस्थान के लिए बात कर रहा हूँ मैम, बहुत दिक्कतें आती हैं उनको, 5 रुपए 10 रुपए उनको वो करने में, बिल को संभालने में बड़ी बहुत प्रॉब्लम्स होती हैं। थैंक यू सो मच।
आपकी बात सही है, क्योंकि किसी को अगर एक दिन का 150 रुपए मिल रहा है, 200 रुपए मिल रहा है, उसकी अकाउंटिंग करना, बिल्स को हैंडल करना दिक्कत का काम है। और इसी दिशा में जैसे आपने भी सजेशन किया, कुछ राज्यों ने ऐसा किया भी, उसमें तमिलनाडु एक राज्य था जिसने किया। तमिलनाडु का आज अगर आफ्टरनून में डू वी हैव, विल रिक्वेस्ट इफ समबडी इज देयर, दे कैन गिव द डिटेल्स ऑफ दैट ऐप आल्सो। आप उसको रेप्लिकेट करना चाहे कर सकते हैं। इसी प्रकार मध्य प्रदेश ने भी किया था, परंतु शायद आपने इस बारे में थोड़ा बताया नहीं। अगर वो मोबाइल ऐप आपका है, और तमिलनाडु का ऐप मैम इस तरह से था कि उनको वर्क असाइनमेंट स्वच्छाग्रहियों को भी ऐप के जरिए किया जाता था और पेमेंट भी हो जाता है। तो अगर इफ representatives from Tamil Nadu are there, so later on in the afternoon they can give the details. Would they like to say just now? Yeah.
Yes, sir. Will, sir. Good morning. Good afternoon, ma'am. I am Shubha, consultant from Tamil Nadu. So actually, we have worked on the guidelines for Swachhagrahis, and we have come out with a framework on how to release incentive based on the activities done, ma'am. So for that, we have developed a mobile app called Thuimai Tamilagam. From that, at state level, we assign activities, either special activity or general activity. They'll have to do it for 1 hour in case of general activity and for 2 hours in case of special activity. There we allocate activities regarding IHHL verification, door-to-door collection of solid waste, and motivating the household members to do source segregation, and sensitizing the Thuimai Kavalas who are involved in door-to-door collection.
And that's functioning? The mobile app is still functioning?
Yes, ma'am.
Very good. So Arun, maybe some national team member can look at this app and we can develop something which can be made freely available to other states also, should they want to use that mechanism. Because I presume yours might be a proprietary app that you've got developed?
Ma'am, we got it developed through NIC only, ma'am.
Through NIC.
NIC Chennai.
So let's ask NIC if they can get that and make that available.
We already had a
elsewhere.
preliminary discussion with the ministry regarding the app, ma'am.
Okay.
And also some few states have already tried it, I think.
Excellent.
After the discussion.
Excellent. So let's try and make that available to other states that need it. Good. Anybody else? जी.
वीरेंद्र राजस्थान से। मैडम, इसी में एक सवाल आगे जोड़ना चाहता हूं कि जो स्वच्छाग्रहियों का भुगतान है 5 रुपए, 10 रुपए, 20 रुपए, अगर ये मिनिमम वेजेस के इक्विवेलेंट हो जाए, जैसे नरेगा में हम लोग 270 रुपए या 300 रुपए के आसपास देते हैं, तो स्टेट को आगे इस पे प्लान करने में मदद मिलेगी। तो इससे मुझे लगता है कि भारत सरकार से
I don't think we are limiting the states. भारत सरकार ने आपको क्या आदेश दिया इसके बारे में?
मैडम, उसमें 5 रुपए, 10 रुपए ऐसे अलग अलग कंपोनेंट है मैडम। तो उसमें मैडम वो
आप इसको राज्य स्तर पे एक बार देख लीजिए। Let the Rajasthan team look at it and get back to Special Secretary if there are any constraints.
Good afternoon, madam. This is Ramesh from NID Hyderabad. I was watching all these listening to all the presentations, and the Rajasthan presentation was interesting when it comes to cascading to reach the last mile, and that was interesting. And I had a discussion outside also. I took them and then I was discussing how they go about doing this. And they say they are reaching, 30% in every village they are able to do that. And they say funds are available also to be able to do this. And so I was wondering why, other states, they don't talk about this. That is one thing, that question comes to me, that if Rajasthan is able to do that and funds are available to reach the last mile, and in every village they are able to cover 30 people, they are saying. So I had a discussion also taking them outside. So that is one thing I was thinking. And when it comes to the contribution of NID, I would say that using NID funds, we have regular programs. We are conducting solid waste management, our own programs we are doing, and of course, drawing from all the manuals and handbooks developed by the ministry. Because all said and done, what a sanitation is to do with rural development. So that way we look at it and we are doing it. And if master trainers or some friends here, they were asking that if specialized training on plastic-based management only, for example. So such trainings are required, and definitely NID will be able to do that training at the state level, district level, master trainers, and NID will be able to do that. And we have also our SID friends here, at least 10 of them are here, and we would be able to do that together. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We would request NIRD to please first and foremost make sure that all your SIRDs have master trainers who are fully who fully understand the pillars of SBMG and are able to give further training as required. Thank you. Yeah.
Good afternoon, ma'am. Myself is Mahesh, Deputy Secretary, Rural Water Supply and Sanitation Department from Karnataka. So my request is, we have been since 2 years of our SBM 2.0 module. So as we are in the SBM 1 and now, the IEC and admin cost is becoming higher. Because in the initial years, we are not able to book the expenditure of the programmatic fund. So that we have to accommodate with this even technical supporting agencies also. That is going to be covered under the admin costs. And also in the IEC mode also. So that is it possible to enhance this 1% admin cost to 3%?
Not in that fashion, but enough funds are available in convergence mode.
Yes.
So please use the other modes also, 15th Finance Commission, etc. Arun, I think we had been discussing that we should have a special module on IEC and its funding, so that all states many states are currently feeling that they don't have enough funds. We can suggest to them how they can leverage the various sources and carry out their activities. We will do that and have a special session on IEC subsequently.
Thank you.
I'm the mission director from Sikkim, ma'am. And of course, we've started our capacity building training of trainers. We had a wonderful, fantastic 5 days, and we've trained the people. And it's a very good training. And I also stayed for one day. I couldn't stay for 5 days. And with that, we've asked them to make village sanitation plans for everything. Now, ma'am, my only two things I wanted to bring to your notice, ma'am. Number one, every capacity building program requires funding. This I'm just not looking at the 1% and the 3%. I said, let's spend, but I know I'm going to overshoot my 1% and 3%. And ma'am, as you had suggested, we try to get hold of the 15 FC funds, 15 finance funds also. But the panchayats themselves get very less fund because our panchayats are small, population is less. Some panchayats get only 3 to 5 lakhs. So they are not, even to spare for a CSC, it is very difficult to get the 90,000 from them. They are not ready to give us for IEC or to pay the Swachhagrahis. And bigger panchayats, maybe we are able to draw because they are getting maximum a panchayat is getting is 6 to 7 lakhs, ma'am. So this is really going to be a difficult task for us. Much as we want to complete our capacity building trainings, and we are going in the right direction. I'm not looking at funds now because we've just started the year, but this is one thing that I will encounter as I go back forward, ma'am. And the other thing is because of panchayat elections scheduled in September, October, planning to do the panchayat level only after that because otherwise it makes no sense, ma'am. So if something of this level for capacity building separately, if we could have some funds, ma'am, that would really help us to give a really good training, ma'am, because the training that the UNICEF has designed is really good, and I wanted most of our people to attend, and they did attend.
Okay.
Thank you.
I'm sure Mr. Baroka will review what your costs are and how to support you. On FFC funds, I'd just like to highlight to you and to others, I think we do need to send this message to our GPs and other levels that these monies are coming year after year in 2 installments every year. In fact, I have been pushing my teams on quickly releasing funds so that they get spent wisely. We are constrained because the states and UTs are not able to spend the money, give us the utilization, which will enable the next tranche. So you must tell your villages that this is not a one-time, even if it is only 3 lakh, they will get that money year after year in 2 installments every year. So they can be, yeah, I know, I recognize that. Yes.
Ma'am, this is Sanjay Singh Chauhan, State Consultant from Uttar Pradesh. Ma'am, we are implementing plastic waste management in Uttar Pradesh. As you may be knowing that our Chief Minister has announced 100 micron plastic ban from 1st of July. Ma'am, we are trying to implement block level plastic management unit in our districts also, and we have planned 176 units in this year only. Ma'am, please guide us to make an exposure visit where this block level plastic management unit is running.
Any volunteers around UP? कहाँ पे अच्छा काम हुआ है प्लास्टिक वेस्ट मैनेजमेंट का, इनको आप इनवाइट करिए और दिखाइए. Volunteers to facilitate exposure visit for UP? Kerala जाइए, शारदा मैडम हाँ कह रही हैं.
Let them come to Karnataka, ma'am.
केरला कर्नाटका जहां आपने जाना है इनसे टाई अप करिए, जाके देखिए, ये दोनों राज्यों में बड़ा अच्छा कार्य हो रहा है और you would be able to learn from that. Yeah.
Good afternoon, ma'am. I'm Prabhakar Sinha from Bosch, from UNICEF, Bihar. I just wanted to draw your attention towards the plight of flood-affected areas.
Since we are meeting you separately, let's discuss that then. Okay. Anyone else?
Ma'am, my name is Rahul. I'm from Himachal. My question is regarding 15 FC only. Is it possible that this 15 of FC funds, whichever is being allocated to the state for specifically for SBMG activities, 30% of the total amount, it goes through the mission only? It doesn't directly goes to the panchayat, because when it goes to panchayat, it reaches panchayat, it is very difficult to get amount from back from them for a specific activity. Reason behind Pradhan has his own issues.
I totally sympathize, but this is a devolution. The rural local bodies are the 3rd tier of government. They have there's a constitutional and framework in which these things are done. So the money, while it goes through the state government, through whichever department deals with it, is supposed to go to the rural local bodies for spending. You will have to, that's why this whole effort on capacity building is also an opportunity to reach out, engage with and educate the leadership in the panchayats that this money has to be spent on the purposes for which it is tied. अगर उस चीज पे खर्चा नहीं होगा और आप सर्टिफाई नहीं करेंगे कि उस कार्य पे खर्चा हुआ है, और आगे जाते हम ई ग्राम स्वराज पे इंसिस्ट कर रहे हैं दैट इन द ई ग्राम स्वराज पोर्टल ऑफ द मिनिस्ट्री ऑफ पंचायती राज the expenditures have to be recorded, and we will start looking at the expenditures on e-Gram Swaraj portal. This is a request to all states. Please start looking right now at the entry into your e-Gram Swaraj portal relating to 15th Finance Commission funds. If expenditure on the purposes for which the tide grant is given, which is water and sanitation and their defined activities, if money is not spent on that, future releases will not take place. So you have to guide your panchayat कि इन activities पे वो खर्च करेंगे तभी अगली किश्तें आएंगी. अभी तो there's a lot of time left for the FFC period. So this is where you will have to work with the rural local bodies.
Ma'am, one more submission. There's a whole process of GPDP. But when like GPDP is mostly like, I can talk about Himachal only, but yes, I believe other states will also agree with me. When GPDPs are prepared, most of the things like they are not even discussed properly in at the.
तो ये कराना हम सबको मिलजुल के कराना है ना? ये बाहर से कोई आके नहीं उनको करेगा. आपने इस चीज में अगर लीडरशिप ली, so you will be able to work with them. We are working with the Ministry of Panchayati Raj very closely. Ministry of Panchayati Raj has given the necessary advisories. The elements of water and sanitation are to be a part of GPDP. Many states have started proactively ensuring this. All states will need to do it. ये आपको ज़िम्मेवारी लेनी होगी कि उनको समझाया जाए और इस चीज में GPDP में उसको सम्मिलित किया जाए.
My submission was only that these things are at panchayat level are being dwelled in a silos only, because not all these departments or all these missions can see exactly what's been put in.
We recognize that, but you have to break the silos. Yes. Each one of us sitting in this room, that's why we repeatedly talk about convergence, and many state presentations, as you've been hearing since morning, have also been saying that convergence is an issue, that we have to look at convergence from the project end and not the scheme end. We have to identify what is the requirement of the panchayat and then handhold them into ensuring that various funds, not just FFC and SBMG, but also Manrega funds, have to be converged into this. So it is certainly, that's why this whole effort, agar इतना आसान होता कि सब कुछ अपने आप हो जाता तो शायद आपको और हमें यहाँ पे पूरा दिन बैठ के इसकी चर्चा ना करनी पड़ती. So please take the lead on this. Convergence is complex, difficult to understand, difficult to implement, but it can be done. And that's why we are having this experience sharing. Other states are doing it. Please talk to them at lunchtime, understand how they are doing it, and try and do the same thing in your state. And of course, keep giving us feedback specific to your state. And we will be in touch with your Chief Secretary and your ACS Rural Development and other officers to try and support you in making this convergence a reality. Ji. First the lady and then...
Sure.
Yeah.
सेविया शर्मा, आई एम फ्रॉम पंजाब. मैम, मेरा ये क्वेश्चन था, जो कैपेसिटी बिल्डिंग डैशबोर्ड बना है, नो डाउट उसकी ट्रेनिंग्स बहुत बार हुई हैं और बहुत अच्छे तरीके से हुई हैं, लेकिन जब हम प्रैक्टिकली करते हैं तो कुछ ना कुछ चेंजेस हमें चाहिए होते हैं, कुछ दिक्कतें आती हैं, जैसे कि एक था कि...
So I think let's not go into details. Yes, we hear you say that you have some issues around the dashboard. We'll request the technical teams to work with you and to see best solutions.
Thank you.
Understood. Ji.
Good afternoon, ma'am. I'm Charandeep Singh, Director SBM JNK. Ma'am, thank you so much for providing us this opportunity to attend this type of a workshop where we learn a lot about not only capacity building but about the ODF plus also. The best practices has always been the highlight. My small submission is, ma'am, is regarding the technology. Although I'm very much aware that there is no one size fit all kind of a technology. But is there any technology audit of technology, and is there any booklet or some kind of a brochure that we can have from GUI regarding the technology, whether it's regarding a shed construction or a plastic waste management unit? Because my experience is, ma'am, that I got DPRs of around 25-30 lakhs for a small shed. But when I got it prepared myself from my engineer, I got it prepared in less than 3 lakhs. So if there is some kind of a brochure or some kind of an indicator, maybe a technology indicator from GUI, that would be quite helpful. Thank you very much.
There are a lot of technical manuals. Why don't you sit with Mr. Baroka and the other officers later?
We have a lot of material which is displayed outside. We have circulated it also to all those who have participated, which has details about the technologies on various verticals which we are implementing in SLWM. If you still have any doubt, Karanjit ji and Johri ji are there, so they can provide you further.
जौहरी जी पीछे हैं,
So
बात कर लीजिए.
So hard copies are also specifically brought here for you, which has all the details of the technologies. And obviously, when you make a DPR of a particular village, this will be specific to that village. You will have to see what kind of combination you have to adopt, whether solid is more required or liquid is more required in that village. And there has to be an optimal balance there.
And size will matter, na? We've just seen Karnataka से 2.5 crore का भी बनाया, 50 lakh का भी बन रहा है, depending on how large you make it. So, but let's come up with your specific issues, and I'm sure our colleagues will be happy to.
नमस्ते मैम
जी।
और संजय पांडे झारखंड से हूँ, स्टेट कंसल्टेंट SLWM देख रहा हूँ मैम। दो बातें करनी थी। एक तो जो ट्रेनिंग है मैम, जो कैपेसिटी बिल्डिंग का TOT जो होगा, मेरे हिसाब से मैम ये 5 days का होना चाहिए, जिसमें कि जो भी हमारा सॉलिड वेस्ट है, लिक्विड वेस्ट है, जो भी हमारे कंपोनेंट है 5-6, उसका डेमोन्स्ट्रेशन मैम निश्चित रूप से फील्ड में क्लासरूम में सीखे और फील्ड में जाकर के उसको करके सीखने से ज्यादा बेहतर होगा मैम। हम लोग ने प्लान किया है अभी TOT का, तो उस हिसाब से मैम हम लोग प्राइम मूव से इसको प्लान कर रहे हैं। एक ये था मैम कि जो हम लोग जो काम कर रहे हैं मैम, 15 फाइनेंस और जो भी कन्वर्जन से काम हो रहा है, उसमें जो डेवलपमेंट हो रहा है मैम, जो भी फील्ड में सोकपिट बन रहे हैं, नाडेप बन रहे हैं या वर्मी कंपोस्ट बन रहे हैं, नंबर्स तो काफी है मैम, पर हमारा जो SBM का IMS साइज है, उसमें डाटा में वो शो नहीं होता है। तो क्या ऐसा कुछ हो सकता है कि जो 15वें वित्त से बन रहा है या मनरेगा से बन रहा है, वो MIS में लिंक हो, ताकि हमारे MIS में भी शो हो सके मैम, तो काफी बेहतर हो पाएगा मैम।
Thank you. Good points. Yeah, work is happening on that also. Good point. Should we now break unless there's a burning question? One last, Ji.
गुड आफ्टरनून मैम, प्रभात हुई के जॉइंट कमिश्नर मध्य प्रदेश से। मैम मेरे को कल ही एक पॉइंट आया था हमारे सामने कि जो CSC बन रहे हैं मैम, तो उसमें 15 फाइनेंस कमीशन से जो 30% का इंक्लूजन करना है, तो वो जो 3 लाख के मॉडल बने हुए हमारे गाइडलाइन के अंदर 3 लाख रुपए दिया हुआ है, उसके हिसाब से 90,000 हमें 15 फाइनेंस कमीशन से लेना होता है। लेकिन जो छोटी पंचायतें हैं मैम, उनके पास 15 फाइनेंस कमीशन का फिर उतना पैसा नहीं आता है जिसमें कि वो इसके साथ में CSC के साथ में SLWM की अदर एक्टिविटीज की भी डिमांड्स पूरी कर सके। अपार्ट फ्रॉम दैट, जैसे हमारे यहाँ पर SOR बढ़ गया है, तो अब लगभग 4 से 5 लाख रुपए के भी CSC बन रहे हैं। उस केस में सिर्फ 2,10,000 रुपए मैम जब SBM से मिलता है, तो रिमेनिंग अमाउंट एक ही साल में इसमें लगाने, CSC में लगाना थोड़ा सा दिक्कत हो जाता है उसमें। तो अगर ये थोड़ा सा एक्सटेंड हो जाता तो थोड़ा बेहतर रहता मैम, उसके लिए कंप्लीशन उसी साल हो जाती है मैम।
I presume अगर छोटा गांव है तो CSC भी छोटा ही होना चाहिए, बट
बिल्कुल। अगर छोटा गांव है तो प्रयास तो CSC का मतलब ये होता है कि अगर किसी के पास में जमीन नहीं है तो अभी रखा जाए, कंपलसरी नहीं है। छोटे गांव में अगर सभी को टॉयलेट दे दिया गया है तो जरूरी नहीं है कि हम CSC लगाएं, वो भी आवश्यकता अनुसार
बनाना चाह रहे हैं आप CSC? अगर छोटा गांव है, हर घर में है शौचालय,
छोटे विलेज का और बड़े विलेज का मतलब कंट्रीब्यूशन केवल जो है एसबीएमजी का केवल 2,10,000 फिक्स्ड है। कल मेरी कंसल्टेंट पंकज जी से भी बात हुई
उसमें
थी।
आप मनरेगा के पैसे भी लगा सकते हैं, 15वें वित्त कमीशन के भी लगा सकते हैं, और कम्युनिटी सैनिटरी कॉम्प्लेक्स तभी बनाइए अगर जरूरत हो और उसी साइज का बनाइए जिसकी जरूरत हो। अदरवाइज वी वुड सर्टनली प्रेफर, अब इतना समय हो गया है कि हर घर में इंडिविजुअल शौचालय होना चाहिए, तो इसको दोबारा आप भी सोच लीजिए कि क्या बहुत बड़े बड़े कम्युनिटी सैनिटरी कॉम्प्लेक्स बनाने जरूरी हैं, तो उस हिसाब से मनरेगा वगैरह के पैसे भी आप डाल सकते हैं। और आपके स्टेट फाइनेंस कमीशन भी होगा, कुछ और सोर्सेज भी होंगे। कोई स्पेसिफिक इशू होगा तो बाद में कर लीजिएगा।
श्योर मैम, थैंक यू।
Now we will take a break for lunch. After lunch, during lunch, ma'am would like to interact with the ACS, PS, mission directors from all the states. And after post lunch, ma'am will interact with the UNICEF consultants from who are present here. And then we will continue with the presentation after lunch, around 2:50, 2:30. There's a separate room for the interaction with ma'am.
हमारे देश के गांवों से रोजाना बहुत बड़े पैमाने पर जैविक कचरा निकलता है
और हमारी सरकार इस कचरे के सही निपटारे को बढ़ावा देने के लिए हमेशा आगे रहती है।
हम लोग सामुदायिक स्तर पर सॉलिड वेस्ट प्रोसेसिंग यूनिट बनाते हैं। इस यूनिट पर सबसे पहले गांव भर से इकट्ठा किए गए कचरे की छटाई की जाती है। उसमें से गीला और सूखे कचरे को अलग अलग किया जाता है। जैविक कचरे से कंपोस्ट बनाया जाता है। अब चूंकि इसे हम गांव वाले सामुदायिक स्तर पर करते हैं, इसलिए इसे कम्युनिटी कंपोस्टिंग भी कहते हैं। सरकार के साथ साथ हम लोगों को भी अपने घरों में जैविक कचरे के प्रबंधन को बढ़ावा देना चाहिए। ग्रामीण भारत में पारिवारिक स्तर पर हम कंपोस्टिंग करने के लिए कई तरीकों को अपना सकते हैं, जैसे पिट कंपोस्टिंग, पॉट कंपोस्टिंग और वर्मी कंपोस्टिंग। पिट कंपोस्टिंग ये घर के पास एक खाली जगह पर गड्ढा खोदकर किया जाता है। पॉट कंपोस्टिंग इसके भी हम अपने घरों में कम लागत में आसानी से कर सकते हैं। और वर्मी कंपोस्टिंग इसे भी आसानी से किया जा सकता है। अब जहाँ तक सामुदायिक स्तर पर जैविक कचरे के निपटारे की बात है, वहाँ पर हम पाइल कंपोस्टिंग का तरीका अपनाते हैं या फिर रोटरी ड्रम कंपोस्टिंग की राह चुनते हैं। इसके अलावा नाटेड कंपोस्टिंग भी एक बेहतरीन उपाय है। इन सभी विकल्पों का एक ही मकसद है कि अपनी जरूरत और सहूलियत के अनुसार जैविक कचरे का अनुकूलन करते हुए उसका निपटारा किया जाए, क्योंकि इसके उचित निपटारे से जल और वेक्टर जनित बीमारियां जैसे दस्त, मलेरिया, डेंगू, हैजा और टाइफाइड के मामलों में बहुत कमी आती है। और इतना ही नहीं, पर्यावरण प्रदूषण और ग्लोबल वार्मिंग में भी कमी आती है।
यानी जैविक कचरे का निपटारा करो
और भारत को स्वच्छ, आत्मनिर्भर और खुशहाल बनाओ।
दो 2014 में शुरू किया गया स्वच्छ भारत अभियान एक विशाल जन आंदोलन बना और देश को खुले में शौच से मुक्त होने का गौरव प्राप्त हुआ। अब अगले चरण में ODF प्लस और संपूर्ण स्वच्छता के लक्ष्य को हासिल करना है। ODF स्थायित्व को बनाए रखने के लिए शौचालय के नियमित उपयोग व्यवहार को अपनाना, शौचालय का सही रखरखाव, सही निर्माण तकनीक और मल के अनुसार समुचित प्रबंधन जैसी चुनौतियों को फीकल स्लज मैनेजमेंट FSM के उपायों को अपनाकर समाधान किया जा सकता है। एक गड्ढे वाले शौचालय को हर बार खाली करवाने में खर्चा करना पड़ता है, वहीं सही तकनीक वाले 2 गड्ढे वाला शौचालय नल उपचार नहीं करता बल्कि उसे खाद में परिवर्तित कर देता है। इसका मतलब बचत और खाद का खेत में उपयोग। जिन शौचालयों के पिट और सेप्टिक टैंक्स नालियों से जुड़े होते हैं, वहां का दूषित पानी तालाबों तथा पानी के अन्य स्रोतों को गंदा कर सकता है। इस गंदे पानी को सोप पिट की मदद से निपटान करना जरूरी है ताकि तालाबों में गंदा पानी ना जाए। जब शौचालय की देखरेख सही तरीके से नहीं की जाए, फिर वहां चॉकिंग की समस्या हो जाती है और फिर सही समय पर खाली ना करने पर मल से दूषित पानी गड्ढे से बाहर बहने लगता है, जो स्वास्थ्य और पर्यावरण दोनों के लिए काफी हानिकारक है। सेप्टिक टैंक और एक गड्ढे वाले शौचालयों में जमा होने वाले मल का आधुनिक तकनीक जैसे कि FSTP से उपचार किया जा रहा है, जहां मल को गड्ढों से मैकेनाइज्ड तरीके से खाली करके FSTP में विभिन्न प्रक्रियाओं से उपचार कर बाद में उसे खाद में परिवर्तित किया जाता है। 10 से 15 किलोमीटर के गांवों को क्लस्टर बनाना शहरी ग्रामीण कन्वर्जेंस का एक आदर्श उदाहरण है। यानी शौचालय दुरुस्त तो बीमारियों से मुक्त और ODF से हमेशा का नाता। समाधान दरवाजे पर दस्तक दे रहा है, एक सुनहरे और बेहतर कल के वादे के साथ।
क्या आप जानते हैं कि हमारे देश के गांव में जितने पानी का इस्तेमाल होता है उसका लगभग 65 से 70% पानी गंदले जल में बदल जाता है। इसे हम ग्रे वाटर कहते हैं। ये हमारे घरों में इस्तेमाल किया हुआ पानी होता है, जो खास तौर से हमारे घर की रसोई और स्नान घर से निकलता है। इसमें कपड़े धोने के लिए इस्तेमाल किया गया पानी भी शामिल है। इसे रोकने के लिए इस ग्रे वाटर का उचित प्रबंधन किया जाना चाहिए। जैसे पानी का इस्तेमाल हम भूजल के स्तर को बढ़ाने के लिए कर सकते हैं। ट्रीटेड यानी उपचारित ग्रे वाटर का इस्तेमाल हम फल और सब्जी के बगीचों, खेती और बाकी कामों जैसे वाहनों को धोने के लिए भी कर सकते हैं। स्वच्छ भारत मिशन ग्रामीण देश के गांव में ग्रे वाटर के उचित प्रबंधन के साथ साथ ठोस कचरा प्रबंधन और गांव को ODF प्लस और स्वच्छ गांव बनाने के लिए लगातार काम कर रही है। बड़े गांव में मतलब जिसकी आबादी 5000 से अधिक है, वहां सामुदायिक स्तर पर गंदला जल या ग्रे वाटर उपचार तकनीक का इस्तेमाल किया जा सकता है। इसमें गांव में पक्के या ढके हुए नालियां, छोटे बोर पाइप प्रणाली अपनाई जा सकती है। हम मिट्टी की स्थिति और बनावट यानी संरचना के आधार पर सामुदायिक लिच पिट, वेस्ट स्टेबलाइजेशन पॉन्ड यानी WSP और अन्य गंदला जल उपचार प्रणाली जैसे फाइटोरेट आदि का इस्तेमाल भी कर सकते हैं। छोटे गांव में तो सोप पिट या लिच पिट या मैजिक पिट और घर के बगीचे आदि में गंदले जल का उपचार या प्रबंधन किया जा सकता है। और इस तरह ठोस कचरे और ग्रे वाटर के सही प्रबंधन के बाद हम लोग अपने गांव को ODF प्लस बनाने का लक्ष्य भी हासिल कर सकेंगे। बापू ने कहा था कि भारत की आत्मा गांव में बसती है, इसलिए अपने गांव को तो स्वच्छ रखना ही चाहिए। तो गंदले जल के कारगर प्रबंधन के लिए ये सारे तकनीक अपनाइए। इन समाधानों से हम सबको सुरक्षित और उपचारित पानी मिलेगा, जिसका उपयोग हम सभी अलग अलग कामों के लिए कर सकते हैं। क्योंकि जब गांव होगा स्वच्छ तो गांव की होगी तरक्की, लोग रहेंगे निरोग तो होंगे खुशहाल, और यही तो है ODF प्लस गांव की पहचान।
सारा प्लास्टिक रख लिया।
ए मोनू,
हाँ मम्मी।
अपनी ट्यूशन की किताबें तो ले जा।
अरे ये तो मैं भूल ही गया।
नेहा बेटा ये तो लेते जाओ।
ठीक है माँ। देख मैं कितना सारा प्लास्टिक ले आया। मैं भी ले आई। आजा आजा चल जल्दी। लेट हो गए। मैडम हम आ गए। मैम ये रही आपकी फीस।
शाबाश, मारो तो बेटा।
सिक्स थ्री जा, सिक्स फोर जा, आप बताओ बेटा। ठीक है, आज की क्लास आप लोगों की खत्म।
साधारण से दिखने वाले प्लास्टिक कचरे में आमदनी की असीम संभावनाएं हैं। अगर इसका उचित संग्रह किया जाए तो अच्छा मूल्य मिल सकता है। स्वच्छ भारत मिशन ग्रामीण के अंतर्गत देश के सभी गांव में ODF प्लस के लक्ष्य को हासिल करने के लिए ये है एक अनूठी पहल। तो आइए संपूर्ण स्वच्छता की भागीदारी में हम सब इस पहल से जुड़कर अपने गली, मोहल्ले, घर और गांव को प्लास्टिक कचरे से मुक्त बनाएं और पाएं कचरे से कंचन की सौगात।
भारत सरकार ने इस गोवर्धन योजना को हम सच्चे अर्थ में स्वच्छ भारत अभियान भी होगा, वेस्ट में से वेल्थ होगा, क्लीन एनर्जी मिलेगी और देश को विदेशों से जो चीजें लानी पड़ रही है उस पर डिपेंडेंट नहीं होना पड़ेगा।
तकरीबन 30 करोड़ मवेशियों की आबादी वाले भारत में हर रोज लगभग 30 लाख टन गोबर प्राप्त होता है। भारत के ग्रामीण क्षेत्रों में गोबर की बड़ी मात्रा को धन और ऊर्जा में बदलकर इसका लाभ उठाने की बड़ी क्षमता है। इस तरह के अपशिष्ट की आर्थिक क्षमताओं के दोहन के प्रयास वेस्ट टू वेल्थ के अंतर्गत भारत सरकार द्वारा आरंभ किए गए, जिनके अंतर्गत पेयजल एवं स्वच्छता विभाग द्वारा गोवर्धन योजना शुरू की गई थी। गोवर्धन योजना के अंतर्गत पशुओं का गोबर एवं अन्य प्रकार के जैविक अपशिष्ट को जैविक उर्वरक, बायोगैस, बायो CNG इत्यादि में परिवर्तित किया जाएगा। इस योजना के दो मुख्य उद्देश्य गांवों को स्वच्छ बनाना एवं पशुओं और अन्य प्रकार के जैविक अपशिष्ट से अतिरिक्त आय तथा ऊर्जा उत्पन्न करना। इसके तहत छोटे और बड़े पैमाने पर विभिन्न व्यवसाय मॉडल विकसित किए जा रहे हैं। ये मॉडल्स हैं घर आधारित या व्यक्तिगत मॉडल, सामुदायिक मॉडल, क्लस्टर मॉडल, CBG मॉडल। स्थानीय परिस्थितियों के अनुसार किसी भी मॉडल को चुना जा सकता है। सही नीतियों और व्यवहार द्वारा इस क्षेत्र में विकास के अवसरों को बढ़ाया जा सकता है, जिससे किसानों को अतिरिक्त आय, दीर्घकालिक आजीविका सुरक्षा और गांवों में अधिक स्वच्छता सुनिश्चित की जा सकेगी। तो आइए स्वच्छ भारत मिशन के अगले चरण में उपलब्ध होने वाले साधनों का पूर्ण रूप से उपयोग कर इस मिशन में अपना सहयोग दें।
हमारे देश के गांवों से रोजाना बहुत बड़े पैमाने पर जैविक कचरा निकलता है
और हमारी सरकार इस कचरे के सही निपटारे को बढ़ावा देने के लिए हमेशा आगे रहती है।
हम लोग सामुदायिक स्तर पर सॉलिड वेस्ट प्रोसेसिंग यूनिट बनाते हैं। इस यूनिट पर सबसे पहले गांव भर से इकट्ठा किए गए कचरे की छटाई की जाती है। उसमें से गीला और सूखे कचरे को अलग अलग किया जाता है। जैविक कचरे से कंपोस्ट बनाया जाता है। अब चूंकि इसे हम गांव वाले सामुदायिक स्तर पर करते हैं, इसलिए इसे कम्युनिटी कंपोस्टिंग भी कहते हैं। सरकार के साथ साथ हम लोगों को भी अपने घरों में जैविक कचरे के प्रबंधन को बढ़ावा देना चाहिए।
अपने घरों पर वो कैसे?
ग्रामीण भारत में पारिवारिक स्तर पर हम कंपोस्टिंग करने के लिए कई तरीकों को अपना सकते हैं, जैसे पिट कंपोस्टिंग, पॉट कंपोस्टिंग और वर्मी कंपोस्टिंग।
पिट कंपोस्टिंग, ये घर के पास एक खाली जगह पर गड्ढा खोदकर किया जाता है। पॉट कंपोस्टिंग, इसे भी हम अपने घरों में कम लागत में आसानी से कर सकते हैं। और वर्मी कंपोस्टिंग, इसे भी आसानी से किया जा सकता है। अब जहाँ तक सामुदायिक स्तर पर जैविक कचरे के निपटारे की बात है, वहाँ पर हम पाइल कंपोस्टिंग का तरीका अपनाते हैं या फिर रोटरी ड्रम कंपोस्टिंग की राह चुनते हैं। इसके अलावा नाडेप कंपोस्टिंग भी एक बेहतरीन उपाय है। इन सभी विकल्पों का एक ही मकसद है कि अपनी जरूरत और सहूलियत के अनुसार जैविक कचरे का अनुकूलन करते हुए उसका निपटारा किया जाए, क्योंकि इसके उचित निपटारे से जल और वेक्टर जनित बीमारियां जैसे दस्त, मलेरिया, डेंगू, हैजा और टाइफाइड के मामलों में बहुत कमी आती है। और इतना ही नहीं, पर्यावरण प्रदूषण और ग्लोबल वार्मिंग में भी कमी आती है।
यानी जैविक कचरे का निपटारा करो
और भारत को स्वच्छ, आत्मनिर्भर और खुशहाल बनाओ।
दो 2014 में शुरू किया गया स्वच्छ भारत अभियान एक विशाल जन आंदोलन बना और देश को खुले में शौच से मुक्त होने का गौरव प्राप्त हुआ। अब अगले चरण में ODF प्लस और संपूर्ण स्वच्छता के लक्ष्य को हासिल करना है। ODF स्थायित्व को बनाए रखने के लिए शौचालय के नियमित उपयोग व्यवहार को अपनाना, शौचालय का सही रखरखाव, सही निर्माण तकनीक और मल के अनुसार समुचित प्रबंधन जैसी चुनौतियों को फीकल स्लज मैनेजमेंट FSM के उपायों को अपनाकर समाधान किया जा सकता है। एक गड्ढे वाले शौचालय को हर बार खाली करवाने में खर्चा करना पड़ता है। वहीं सही तकनीक वाले 2 गड्ढे वाला शौचालय सिर्फ मल उपचार नहीं करता, बल्कि उसे खाद में परिवर्तित कर देता है। इसका मतलब बचत और खाद का खेत में उपयोग। जिन शौचालयों के पिट और सेप्टिक टैंक्स नालियों से जुड़े होते हैं, वहां का दूषित पानी तालाबों तथा पानी के अन्य स्रोतों को गंदा कर सकता है। इस गंदे पानी को सोक पिट की मदद से निपटान करना जरूरी है, ताकि तालाबों में गंदा पानी ना जाए। जब शौचालय की देखरेख सही तरीके से नहीं की जाए, फिर वहां चॉकिंग की समस्या हो जाती है और फिर सही समय पर खाली ना करने पर मल से दूषित पानी गड्ढे से बाहर बह निकलता है, जो स्वास्थ्य और पर्यावरण दोनों के लिए काफी हानिकारक है। सेप्टिक टैंक और एक गड्ढे वाले शौचालयों में जमा होने वाले मल का आधुनिक तकनीक जैसे कि FSTP से उपचार किया जा रहा है, जहां मल को गड्ढों से मैकेनाइज्ड तरीके से खाली करके FSTP में विभिन्न प्रक्रियाओं से उपचार कर बाद में उसे खाद में परिवर्तित किया जाता है। 10 से 15 किलोमीटर के गांवों को क्लस्टर बनाना शहरी ग्रामीण कन्वर्जेंस का एक आदर्श उदाहरण है। यानी शौचालय दुरुस्त तो बीमारियों से मुक्त और ODF से हमेशा का नाता। समाधान दरवाजे पर दस्तक दे रहा है, एक सुनहरे और बेहतर कल के वादे के साथ।
क्या आप जानते हैं कि हमारे देश के गांव में जितने पानी का इस्तेमाल होता है, उसका लगभग 65 से 70% पानी गंदले जल में बदल जाता है। इसे हम ग्रे वाटर कहते हैं। ये हमारे घरों में इस्तेमाल किया हुआ पानी होता है, जो खास तौर से हमारे घर की रसोई और स्नान घर से निकलता है। इसमें कपड़े धोने के लिए इस्तेमाल किया गया पानी भी शामिल है। इसे रोकने के लिए इस ग्रे वाटर का उचित प्रबंधन किया जाना चाहिए। जैसे पानी का इस्तेमाल हम भूजल के स्तर को बढ़ाने के लिए कर सकते हैं। ट्रीटेड यानी उपचारित ग्रे वाटर का इस्तेमाल हम फल और सब्जी के बगीचों, खेती और बाकी कामों जैसे वाहनों को धोने के लिए भी कर सकते हैं। स्वच्छ भारत मिशन ग्रामीण देश के गांव में ग्रे वाटर के उचित प्रबंधन के साथ साथ ठोस कचरा प्रबंधन और गांव को ODF प्लस और स्वच्छ गांव बनाने के लिए लगातार काम कर रही है। बड़े गांव में, मतलब जिसकी आबादी 5000 से अधिक है, वहाँ सामुदायिक स्तर पर गंदला जल या ग्रे वाटर उपचार तकनीक का इस्तेमाल किया जा सकता है। इसमें गांव में पक्के या ढके हुए नालियां, छोटे बोर पाइप प्रणाली अपनाई जा सकती है। हम मिट्टी की स्थिति और बनावट यानी संरचना के आधार पर सामुदायिक लिच पिट, वेस्ट स्टेबलाइजेशन पॉन्ड यानी WSP और अन्य गंदला जल उपचार प्रणाली जैसे फाइटोरेड आदि का इस्तेमाल भी कर सकते हैं। छोटे गांव में तो सोप पिट या लिच पिट या मैजिक पिट और घर के बगीचे आदि में गंदले जल का उपचार या प्रबंधन किया जा सकता है। और इस तरह ठोस कचरे और ग्रे वाटर के सही प्रबंधन के बाद हम लोग अपने गांव को ODF प्लस बनाने का लक्ष्य भी हासिल कर सकेंगे। बापू ने कहा था कि भारत की आत्मा गांव में बसती है, इसलिए अपने गांव को तो स्वच्छ रखना ही चाहिए। तो गंदले जल के कारगर प्रबंधन के लिए ये सारे तकनीक अपनाइए। इन समाधानों से हम सबको सुरक्षित और उपचारित पानी मिलेगा, जिसका उपयोग हम सभी अलग-अलग कामों के लिए कर सकते हैं। क्योंकि जब गांव होगा स्वच्छ, तो गांव की होगी तरक्की, लोग रहेंगे निरोग, तो होंगे खुशहाल। और यही तो है ODF प्लस गांव की पहचान।
सारा प्लास्टिक रख ली।
ए मोनू,
हाँ मम्मी।
अपनी ट्यूशन की किताबें तो ले जा।
अरे ये तो मैं भूल ही गया।
नेहा बेटा ये तो लेते जाओ।
ठीक है माँ। देख मैं कितना सारा प्लास्टिक ले आया। मैं भी ले आई। आजा आजा चल जल्दी। लेट हो गए। मैडम हम आ गए। मैम ये रही आपकी फीस।
शाबाश, वहाँ रहो तो बेटा। सिक्स थ्री जा, 6 4 जा। आप बताओ बेटा। ठीक है, आज की क्लास आप लोगों की खत्म।
साधारण से दिखने वाले प्लास्टिक कचरे में आमदनी की असीम संभावनाएं हैं। अगर इसका उचित संग्रह किया जाए तो अच्छा मूल्य मिल सकता है। स्वच्छ भारत मिशन ग्रामीण के अंतर्गत देश के सभी गांव में ODF प्लस के लक्ष्य को हासिल करने के लिए ये है एक अनूठी पहल। तो आइए संपूर्ण स्वच्छता की भागीदारी में हम सब इस पहल से जुड़कर अपने गली, मोहल्ले, घर और गांव को प्लास्टिक कचरे से मुक्त बनाएं और पाएं कचरे से कंचन की सौगात।
भारत सरकार ने इस गोवर्धन योजना को हम सच्चे अर्थ में स्वच्छ भारत अभियान भी होगा, वेस्ट में से वेल्थ होगा, क्लीन एनर्जी मिलेगी और देश को विदेशों से जो चीजें लानी पड़ रही है उस पर डिपेंडेंट नहीं होना पड़ेगा।
तकरीबन 30 करोड़ मवेशियों की आबादी वाले भारत में हर रोज लगभग 30 लाख टन गोबर प्राप्त होता है। भारत के ग्रामीण क्षेत्रों में गोबर की बड़ी मात्रा को धन और ऊर्जा में बदलकर इसका लाभ उठाने की बड़ी क्षमता है। इस तरह के अपशिष्ट की आर्थिक क्षमताओं के दोहन के प्रयास वेस्ट टू वेल्थ के अंतर्गत भारत सरकार द्वारा आरंभ किए गए हैं, जिनके अंतर्गत पेयजल एवं स्वच्छता विभाग द्वारा गोवर्धन योजना शुरू की गई थी। गोवर्धन योजना के अंतर्गत पशुओं का गोबर एवं अन्य प्रकार के जैविक अपशिष्ट को जैविक उर्वरक, बायोगैस, बायो सीएनजी इत्यादि में परिवर्तित किया जाएगा। इस योजना के दो मुख्य उद्देश्य हैं, गांवों को स्वच्छ बनाना एवं पशुओं और अन्य प्रकार के जैविक अपशिष्ट से अतिरिक्त आय तथा ऊर्जा उत्पन्न करना। इसके तहत छोटे और बड़े पैमाने पर विभिन्न व्यवसाय मॉडल विकसित किए जा रहे हैं। ये मॉडल्स हैं घर आधारित या व्यक्तिगत मॉडल, सामुदायिक मॉडल, क्लस्टर मॉडल, सीबीजी मॉडल। स्थानीय परिस्थितियों के अनुसार किसी भी मॉडल को चुना जा सकता है। सही नीतियों और व्यवहार द्वारा इस क्षेत्र में विकास के अवसरों को बढ़ाया जा सकता है, जिससे किसानों को अतिरिक्त आय, दीर्घकालिक आजीविका सुरक्षा और गांवों में अधिक स्वच्छता सुनिश्चित की जा सकेगी। तो आइए स्वच्छ भारत मिशन के अगले चरण में उपलब्ध होने वाले साधनों का पूर्ण रूप से उपयोग कर इस मिशन में अपना सहयोग दें।
हमारे देश के गांवों से रोजाना बहुत बड़े पैमाने पर जैविक कचरा निकलता है
और हमारी सरकार इस कचरे के सही निपटारे को बढ़ावा देने के लिए हमेशा आगे रहती है।
हम लोग सामुदायिक स्तर पर सॉलिड वेस्ट प्रोसेसिंग यूनिट बनाते हैं। इस यूनिट पर सबसे पहले गांव भर से इकट्ठा किए गए कचरे की छटाई की जाती है। उसमें से गीला और सूखे कचरे को अलग अलग किया जाता है। जैविक कचरे से कंपोस्ट बनाया जाता है। अब चूंकि इसे हम गांव वाले सामुदायिक स्तर पर करते हैं, इसलिए इसे कम्युनिटी कंपोस्टिंग भी कहते हैं। सरकार के साथ साथ हम लोगों को भी अपने घरों में जैविक कचरे के प्रबंधन को बढ़ावा देना चाहिए।
अपने घरों पर? वो कैसे?
ग्रामीण भारत में पारिवारिक स्तर पर हम कंपोस्टिंग करने के लिए कई तरीकों को अपना सकते हैं, जैसे पिट कंपोस्टिंग, पॉट कंपोस्टिंग और वर्मी कंपोस्टिंग। पिट कंपोस्टिंग ये घर के पास एक खाली जगह पर गड्ढा खोदकर किया जाता है। पॉट कंपोस्टिंग इसे भी हम अपने घरों में कम लागत में आसानी से कर सकते हैं और वर्मी कंपोस्टिंग इसे भी आसानी से किया जा सकता है। अब जहाँ तक सामुदायिक स्तर पर जैविक कचरे के निपटारे की बात है, वहाँ पर हम पाइल कंपोस्टिंग का तरीका अपनाते हैं या फिर रोटरी ड्रम कंपोस्टिंग की राह चुनते हैं। इसके अलावा नाडेप कंपोस्टिंग भी एक बेहतरीन उपाय है। इन सभी विकल्पों का एक ही मकसद है कि अपनी जरूरत और सहूलियत के अनुसार जैविक कचरे का अनुकूलन करते हुए उसका निपटारा किया जाए, क्योंकि इसके उचित निपटारे से जल और वेक्टर जनित बीमारियां जैसे दस्त, मलेरिया, डेंगू, हैजा और टाइफाइड के मामलों में बहुत कमी आती है। और इतना ही नहीं, पर्यावरण प्रदूषण और ग्लोबल वार्मिंग में भी कमी आती है।
यानी जैविक कचरे का निपटारा करो
और भारत को स्वच्छ, आत्मनिर्भर और खुशहाल बनाओ।
– 2014 में शुरू किया गया स्वच्छ भारत अभियान एक विशाल जन आंदोलन बना और देश को खुले में शौच से मुक्त होने का गौरव प्राप्त हुआ। अब अगले चरण में ODF प्लस और संपूर्ण स्वच्छता के लक्ष्य को हासिल करना है। ODF स्थायित्व को बनाए रखने के लिए शौचालय के नियमित उपयोग व्यवहार को अपनाना, शौचालय का सही रखरखाव, सही निर्माण तकनीक और मल के अनुसार समुचित प्रबंधन जैसी चुनौतियों को फीकल स्लज मैनेजमेंट FSM के उपायों को अपनाकर समाधान किया जा सकता है। एक गड्ढे वाले शौचालय को हर बार खाली करवाने में खर्चा करना पड़ता है, वहीं सही तकनीक वाले 2 गड्ढे वाला शौचालय सिर्फ मल उपचार नहीं करता, बल्कि उसे खाद में परिवर्तित कर देता है। इसका मतलब बचत और खाद का खेत में उपयोग। जिन शौचालयों के पिट और सेप्टिक टैंक्स नालियों से जुड़े होते हैं, वहां का दूषित पानी तालाबों तथा पानी के अन्य स्रोतों को गंदा कर सकता है। इस गंदे पानी को सोक पिट की मदद से निपटान करना जरूरी है ताकि तालाबों में गंदा पानी ना जाए। जब शौचालय की देखरेख सही तरीके से नहीं की जाए, फिर वहां चॉकिंग की समस्या हो जाती है और फिर सही समय पर खाली ना करने पर मल से दूषित पानी गड्ढे से बाहर बहने लगता है, जो स्वास्थ्य और पर्यावरण दोनों के लिए काफी हानिकारक है। सेप्टिक टैंक और एक गड्ढे वाले शौचालयों में जमा होने वाले मल का आधुनिक तकनीक जैसे कि FSTP से उपचार किया जा रहा है, जहां मल को गड्ढों से मैकेनाइज्ड तरीके से खाली करके FSTP में विभिन्न प्रक्रियाओं से उपचार कर बाद में उसे खाद में परिवर्तित किया जाता है। 10 से 15 किलोमीटर के गांवों को क्लस्टर बनाना शहरी ग्रामीण कन्वर्जेंस का एक आदर्श उदाहरण है। यानी शौचालय दुरुस्त तो बीमारियों से मुक्त और ODF से हमेशा का नाता। समाधान दरवाजे पर दस्तक दे रहा है, एक सुनहरे और बेहतर कल के वादे के साथ।
क्या आप जानते हैं कि हमारे देश के गांव में जितने पानी का इस्तेमाल होता है, उसका लगभग 65 से 70% पानी गंदले जल में बदल जाता है। इसे हम ग्रे वाटर कहते हैं। ये हमारे घरों में इस्तेमाल किया हुआ पानी होता है, जो खास तौर से हमारे घर की रसोई और स्नान घर से निकलता है। इसमें कपड़े धोने के लिए इस्तेमाल किया गया पानी भी शामिल है। इसे रोकने के लिए इस ग्रे वाटर का उचित प्रबंधन किया जाना चाहिए। जैसे पानी का इस्तेमाल हम भूजल के स्तर को बढ़ाने के लिए कर सकते हैं। ट्रीटेड यानी उपचारित ग्रे वाटर का इस्तेमाल हम फल और सब्जी के बगीचों, खेती और बाकी कामों जैसे वाहनों को धोने के लिए भी कर सकते हैं। स्वच्छ भारत मिशन ग्रामीण देश के गांव में ग्रे वाटर के उचित प्रबंधन के साथ-साथ ठोस कचरा प्रबंधन और गांव को ODF प्लस और स्वच्छ गांव बनाने के लिए लगातार काम कर रही है। बड़े गांव में, मतलब जिसकी आबादी 5000 से अधिक है, वहां सामुदायिक स्तर पर गंदला जल या ग्रे वाटर उपचार तकनीक का इस्तेमाल किया जा सकता है। इसमें गांव में पक्के या ढके हुए नालियां, छोटे बोर पाइप प्रणाली अपनाई जा सकती है। हम मिट्टी की स्थिति और बनावट यानी संरचना के आधार पर सामुदायिक लिच पिट, वेस्ट स्टेबलाइजेशन पॉन्ड यानी WSP और अन्य गंदला जल उपचार प्रणाली जैसे फाइटोरेड आदि का इस्तेमाल भी कर सकते हैं। छोटे गांव में तो सोप पिट या लिच पिट या मैजिक पिट और घर के बगीचे आदि में गंदले जल का उपचार या प्रबंधन किया जा सकता है। और इस तरह ठोस कचरे और ग्रे वाटर के सही प्रबंधन के बाद हम लोग अपने गांव को ODF प्लस बनाने का लक्ष्य भी हासिल कर सकेंगे। बापू ने कहा था कि भारत की आत्मा गांव में बसती है, इसलिए अपने गांव को तो स्वच्छ रखना ही चाहिए। तो गंदले जल के कारगर प्रबंधन के लिए ये सारे तकनीक अपनाइए। इन समाधानों से हम सबको सुरक्षित और उपचारित पानी मिलेगा, जिसका उपयोग हम सभी अलग-अलग कामों के लिए कर सकते हैं। क्योंकि जब गांव होगा स्वच्छ, तो गांव की होगी तरक्की, लोग रहेंगे निरोग, तो होंगे खुशहाल। और यही तो है ODF प्लस गांव की पहचान।
प्लास्टिक रख ली।
ए मोनू,
हाँ मम्मी।
अपनी ट्यूशन की किताबें तो ले जा।
अरे ये तो मैं भूल ही गया।
नेहा बेटा ये तो लेते जाओ।
ठीक है माँ। देख मैं कितना सारा प्लास्टिक ले आया। मैं भी ले आई। आजा आजा चल जल्दी। लेट हो गए। मैडम हम आ गए। मैम ये रही आपकी फीस।
शाबाश, मारो तो बेटा। सिक्स थ्री जा, सिक्स फोर जा, आप बताओ बेटा। ठीक है, आज की क्लास आप लोगों की खत्म।
साधारण से दिखने वाले प्लास्टिक कचरे में आमदनी की असीम संभावनाएं हैं। अगर इसका उचित संग्रह किया जाए तो अच्छा मूल्य मिल सकता है। स्वच्छ भारत मिशन ग्रामीण के अंतर्गत देश के सभी गांव में ODF प्लस के लक्ष्य को हासिल करने के लिए ये है एक अनूठी पहल। तो आइए संपूर्ण स्वच्छता की भागीदारी में हम सब इस पहल से जुड़कर अपने गली, मोहल्ले, घर और गांव को प्लास्टिक कचरे से मुक्त बनाएं और पाएं कचरे से कंचन की सौगात।
भारत सरकार ने इस गोवर्धन योजना को हम सच्चे अर्थ में स्वच्छ भारत अभियान भी होगा, वेस्ट में से वेल्थ होगा, क्लीन एनर्जी मिलेगी और देश को विदेशों से जो चीजें लानी पड़ रही है उस पर डिपेंडेंट नहीं होना पड़ेगा।
तकरीबन 30 करोड़ मवेशियों की आबादी वाले भारत में हर रोज लगभग 30 लाख टन गोबर प्राप्त होता है। भारत के ग्रामीण क्षेत्रों में गोबर की बड़ी मात्रा को धन और ऊर्जा में बदलकर इसका लाभ उठाने की बड़ी क्षमता है। इस तरह के अपशिष्ट की आर्थिक क्षमताओं के दोहन के प्रयास वेस्ट टू वेल्थ के अंतर्गत भारत सरकार द्वारा आरंभ किए गए, जिनके अंतर्गत पेयजल एवं स्वच्छता विभाग द्वारा गोवर्धन योजना शुरू की गई थी। गोवर्धन योजना के अंतर्गत पशुओं का गोबर एवं अन्य प्रकार के जैविक अपशिष्ट को जैविक उर्वरक, बायोगैस, बायो CNG इत्यादि में परिवर्तित किया जाएगा। इस योजना के दो मुख्य उद्देश्य हैं, गांव को स्वच्छ बनाना एवं पशुओं और अन्य प्रकार के जैविक अपशिष्ट से अतिरिक्त आय तथा ऊर्जा उत्पन्न करना। इसके तहत छोटे और बड़े पैमाने पर विभिन्न व्यवसाय मॉडल विकसित किए जा रहे हैं। ये मॉडल्स हैं घर आधारित या व्यक्तिगत मॉडल, सामुदायिक मॉडल, क्लस्टर मॉडल, CBG मॉडल। स्थानीय परिस्थितियों के अनुसार किसी भी मॉडल को चुना जा सकता है। सही नीतियों और व्यवहार द्वारा इस क्षेत्र में विकास के अवसरों को बढ़ाया जा सकता है, जिससे किसानों को अतिरिक्त आय, दीर्घकालिक आजीविका सुरक्षा और गांवों में अधिक स्वच्छता सुनिश्चित की जा सकेगी। तो आइए स्वच्छ भारत मिशन के अगले चरण में उपलब्ध होने वाले साधनों का पूर्ण रूप से उपयोग कर इस मिशन में अपना सहयोग दें।
हमारे देश के गांवों से रोजाना बहुत बड़े पैमाने पर जैविक कचरा निकलता है
और हमारी सरकार इस कचरे के सही निपटारे को बढ़ावा देने के लिए हमेशा आगे रहती है।
हम लोग सामुदायिक स्तर पर सॉलिड वेस्ट प्रोसेसिंग यूनिट बनाते हैं। इस यूनिट पर सबसे पहले गांव भर से इकट्ठा किए गए कचरे की छटाई की जाती है। उसमें से गीला और सूखे कचरे को अलग अलग किया जाता है। जैविक कचरे से कंपोस्ट बनाया जाता है। अब चूंकि इसे हम गांव वाले सामुदायिक स्तर पर करते हैं, इसलिए इसे कम्युनिटी कंपोस्टिंग भी कहते हैं। सरकार के साथ साथ हम लोगों को भी अपने घरों में
जैविक कचरे के प्रबंधन को बढ़ावा देना चाहिए।
अपने घरों पर वो कैसे?
ग्रामीण भारत में पारिवारिक स्तर पर हम कंपोस्टिंग करने के लिए कई तरीकों को अपना सकते हैं, जैसे पिट कंपोस्टिंग, पॉट कंपोस्टिंग और वर्मी कंपोस्टिंग। पिट कंपोस्टिंग ये घर के पास एक खाली जगह पर गड्ढा खोदकर किया जाता है। पॉट कंपोस्टिंग इसे भी हम अपने घरों में कम लागत में आसानी से कर सकते हैं और वर्मी कंपोस्टिंग इसे भी आसानी से किया जा सकता है। अब जहाँ तक सामुदायिक स्तर पर जैविक कचरे के निपटारे की बात है, वहाँ पर हम पाइल कंपोस्टिंग का तरीका अपनाते हैं या फिर रोटरी ड्रम कंपोस्टिंग की राह चुनते हैं। इसके अलावा नाडेप कंपोस्टिंग भी एक बेहतरीन उपाय है। इन सभी विकल्पों का एक ही मकसद है कि अपनी जरूरत और सहूलियत के अनुसार जैविक कचरे का अनुकूलन करते हुए उसका निपटारा किया जाए, क्योंकि इसके उचित निपटारे से जल और वेक्टर जनित बीमारियां जैसे दस्त, मलेरिया, डेंगू, हैजा और टाइफाइड के मामलों में बहुत कमी आती है और इतना ही नहीं, पर्यावरण प्रदूषण और ग्लोबल वार्मिंग में भी कमी आती है।
यानी जैविक कचरे का निपटारा करो
और भारत को स्वच्छ, आत्मनिर्भर और खुशहाल बनाओ।
दो 2014 में शुरू किया गया स्वच्छ भारत अभियान एक विशाल जन आंदोलन बना और देश को खुले में शौच से मुक्त होने का गौरव प्राप्त हुआ। अब अगले चरण में ODF प्लस और संपूर्ण स्वच्छता के लक्ष्य को हासिल करना है। ODF स्थायित्व को बनाए रखने के लिए शौचालय के नियमित उपयोग व्यवहार को अपनाना, शौचालय का सही रखरखाव, सही निर्माण तकनीक और मल के अनुसार समुचित प्रबंधन जैसी चुनौतियों को फीकल स्लज मैनेजमेंट FSM के उपायों को अपनाकर समाधान किया जा सकता है। एक गड्ढे वाले शौचालय को हर बार खाली करवाने में खर्चा करना पड़ता है, वहीं सही तकनीक वाले 2 गड्ढे वाला शौचालय सिर्फ मल उपचार नहीं करता बल्कि उसे खाद में परिवर्तित कर देता है। इसका मतलब बचत और खाद का खेत में उपयोग। जिन शौचालयों के पिट और सेप्टिक टैंक्स नालियों से जुड़े होते हैं, वहां का दूषित पानी तालाबों तथा पानी के अन्य स्रोतों को गंदा कर सकता है। इस गंदे पानी को सोप पिट की मदद से निपटान करना जरूरी है ताकि तालाबों में गंदा पानी ना जाए। जब शौचालय की देखरेख सही तरीके से नहीं की जाए, फिर वहां चौकिंग की समस्या हो जाती है और फिर सही समय पर खाली ना करने पर मल से दूषित पानी गड्ढे से बाहर बहने लगता है, जो स्वास्थ्य और पर्यावरण दोनों के लिए काफी हानिकारक है। सेप्टिक टैंक और एक गड्ढे वाले शौचालयों में जमा होने वाले मल का आधुनिक तकनीक जैसे कि FSTP से उपचार किया जा रहा है, जहां मल को गड्ढों से मैकेनाइज्ड तरीके से खाली करके FSTP में विभिन्न प्रक्रियाओं से उपचार कर बाद में उसे खाद में परिवर्तित किया जाता है। 10 से 15 किलोमीटर के गांवों को क्लस्टर बनाना शहरी ग्रामीण कन्वर्जेंस का एक आदर्श उदाहरण है। यानी शौचालय दुरुस्त तो बीमारियों से मुक्त और ODF से हमेशा का नाता। समाधान दरवाजे पर दस्तक दे रहा है, एक सुनहरे और बेहतर कल के वादे के साथ।
क्या आप जानते हैं कि हमारे देश के गांव में जितने पानी का इस्तेमाल होता है, उसका लगभग 65 से 70% पानी गंदले जल में बदल जाता है। इसे हम ग्रे वाटर कहते हैं। ये हमारे घरों में इस्तेमाल किया हुआ पानी होता है, जो खास तौर से हमारे घर की रसोई और स्नान घर से निकलता है। इसमें कपड़े धोने के लिए इस्तेमाल किया गया पानी भी शामिल है। इसे रोकने के लिए इस ग्रे वाटर का उचित प्रबंधन किया जाना चाहिए। जैसे पानी का इस्तेमाल हम भूजल के स्तर को बढ़ाने के लिए कर सकते हैं। ट्रीटेड यानी उपचारित ग्रे वाटर का इस्तेमाल हम फल और सब्जी के बगीचों, खेती और बाकी कामों जैसे वाहनों को धोने के लिए भी कर सकते हैं। स्वच्छ भारत मिशन ग्रामीण देश के गांव में ग्रे वाटर के उचित प्रबंधन के साथ साथ ठोस कचरा प्रबंधन और गांव को ODF प्लस और स्वच्छ गांव बनाने के लिए लगातार काम कर रही है। बड़े गांव में मतलब जिसकी आबादी 5,000 से अधिक है, वहां सामुदायिक स्तर पर गंदला जल या ग्रे वाटर उपचार तकनीक का इस्तेमाल किया जा सकता है। इसमें गांव में पक्के या ढके हुए नालियां, छोटे बोर पाइप प्रणाली अपनाई जा सकती है। हम मिट्टी की स्थिति और बनावट यानी संरचना के आधार पर सामुदायिक लिच पिट, वेस्ट स्टेबलाइजेशन पॉन्ड यानी WSP और अन्य गंदला जल उपचार प्रणाली जैसे फाइटोरेड आदि का इस्तेमाल भी कर सकते हैं। छोटे गांव में तो सोप पिट या लिच पिट या मैजिक पिट और घर के बगीचे आदि में गंदले जल का उपचार या प्रबंधन किया जा सकता है। और इस तरह ठोस कचरे और ग्रे वाटर के सही प्रबंधन के बाद हम लोग अपने गांव को ODF प्लस बनाने का लक्ष्य भी हासिल कर सकेंगे। बापू ने कहा था कि भारत की आत्मा गांव में बसती है, इसलिए अपने गांव को तो स्वच्छ रखना ही चाहिए। तो गंदले जल के कारगर प्रबंधन के लिए ये सारे तकनीक अपनाइए। इन समाधानों से हम सबको सुरक्षित और उपचारित पानी मिलेगा, जिसका उपयोग हम सभी अलग-अलग कामों के लिए कर सकते हैं। क्योंकि जब गांव होगा स्वच्छ, तो गांव की होगी तरक्की, लोग रहेंगे निरोग, तो होंगे खुशहाल। और यही तो है ODF प्लस गांव की पहचान।
सारा प्लास्टिक रख ली।
ए मोनू,
हाँ मम्मी।
अपनी ट्यूशन की किताबें तो ले जा।
अरे ये तो मैं भूल ही गया।
नेहा बेटा ये तो लेते जाओ।
ठीक है माँ। देख मम्मी कितना सारा प्लास्टिक ले आया। मैं भी ले आई। आजा आजा चल जल्दी। लेट हो गए। मैडम हम आ गए। मैम ये रही आपकी फीस।
शाबाश, मारो तो बेटा। सिक्स थ्री जा, 6 4 जा। आप बताओ बेटा। ठीक है, आज की क्लास आप लोगों की खत्म।
साधारण से दिखने वाले प्लास्टिक कचरे में आमदनी की असीम संभावनाएं हैं। अगर इसका उचित संग्रह किया जाए तो अच्छा मूल्य मिल सकता है। स्वच्छ भारत मिशन ग्रामीण के अंतर्गत देश के सभी गांव में ODF प्लस के लक्ष्य को हासिल करने के लिए ये है एक अनूठी पहल। तो आइए संपूर्ण स्वच्छता की भागीदारी में हम सब इस पहल से जुड़कर अपनी गली, मोहल्ले, घर और गांव को प्लास्टिक कचरे से मुक्त बनाएं और पाएं कचरे से कंचन की सौगात।
भारत सरकार ने इस गोवर्धन योजना को हम सच्चे अर्थ में स्वच्छ भारत अभियान भी होगा, वेस्ट में से वेल्थ होगा, क्लीन एनर्जी मिलेगी और देश को विदेशों से जो चीजें लानी पड़ रही है उस पर डिपेंडेंट नहीं होना पड़ेगा।
तकरीबन 30 करोड़ मवेशियों की आबादी वाले भारत में हर रोज लगभग 30 लाख टन गोबर प्राप्त होता है। भारत के ग्रामीण क्षेत्रों में गोबर की बड़ी मात्रा को धन और ऊर्जा में बदलकर इसका लाभ उठाने की बड़ी क्षमता है। इस तरह के अपशिष्ट की आर्थिक क्षमताओं के दोहन के प्रयास वेस्ट टू वेल्थ के अंतर्गत भारत सरकार द्वारा आरंभ किए गए, जिनके अंतर्गत पेयजल एवं स्वच्छता विभाग द्वारा गोवर्धन योजना शुरू की गई थी। गोवर्धन योजना के अंतर्गत पशुओं का गोबर एवं अन्य प्रकार के जैविक अपशिष्ट को जैविक उर्वरक, बायोगैस, बायो सीएनजी इत्यादि में परिवर्तित किया जाएगा। इस योजना के दो मुख्य उद्देश्य गांव को स्वच्छ बनाना एवं पशुओं और अन्य प्रकार के जैविक अपशिष्ट से अतिरिक्त आय तथा ऊर्जा उत्पन्न करना। इसके तहत छोटे और बड़े पैमाने पर विभिन्न व्यवसाय मॉडल विकसित किए जा रहे हैं। ये मॉडल्स हैं घर आधारित या व्यक्तिगत मॉडल, सामुदायिक मॉडल, क्लस्टर मॉडल, सीबीजी मॉडल। स्थानीय परिस्थितियों के अनुसार किसी भी मॉडल को चुना जा सकता है। सही नीतियों और व्यवहार द्वारा इस क्षेत्र में विकास के अवसरों को बढ़ाया जा सकता है, जिससे किसानों को अतिरिक्त आय, दीर्घकालिक आजीविका सुरक्षा और गांवों में अधिक स्वच्छता सुनिश्चित की जा सकेगी। तो आइए स्वच्छ भारत मिशन के अगले चरण में उपलब्ध होने वाले साधनों का पूर्ण रूप से उपयोग कर इस मिशन में अपना सहयोग दें।
हमारे देश के गांवों से रोजाना बहुत बड़े पैमाने पर जैविक कचरा निकलता है
और हमारी सरकार इस कचरे के सही निपटारे को बढ़ावा देने के लिए हमेशा आगे रहती है।
हम लोग सामुदायिक स्तर पर सॉलिड वेस्ट प्रोसेसिंग यूनिट बनाते हैं। इस यूनिट पर सबसे पहले गांव भर से इकट्ठा किए गए कचरे की छटाई की जाती है। उसमें से गीला और सूखे कचरे को अलग अलग किया जाता है। जैविक कचरे से कंपोस्ट बनाया जाता है। अब चूंकि इसे हम गांव वाले सामुदायिक स्तर पर करते हैं, इसलिए इसे कम्युनिटी कंपोस्टिंग भी कहते हैं। सरकार के साथ साथ हम लोगों को भी अपने घरों में जैविक कचरे के प्रबंधन को बढ़ावा देना चाहिए।
अपने घरों पर वो कैसे?
ग्रामीण भारत में पारिवारिक स्तर पर हम कंपोस्टिंग करने के लिए कई तरीकों को अपना सकते हैं, जैसे पिट कंपोस्टिंग, पॉट कंपोस्टिंग और वर्मी कंपोस्टिंग। पिट कंपोस्टिंग ये घर के पास एक खाली जगह पर गड्ढा खोदकर किया जाता है। पॉट कंपोस्टिंग इसे भी
Good afternoon, everyone. We'll be starting the post-lunch session shortly. So everyone, please settle down. And requesting our team to call all the people. We will be continuing with the presentation. Vishwaranjan.
महात्मा गांधी ने कहा,
Neeraj, Neeraj. इसका भी इसको भी डाउन कर। हाँ, please call everyone who is outside. इसको भी डाउन कर दो। Our next presentation will be from West Bengal. So I would request the Mission Director West Bengal to be ready. Before we start the presentation, we will be showing a very brief short movie on the journey from ODF to ODF plus. Visaranjan, you can start the movie now.
महात्मा गांधी ने कहा था कि साफ सफाई से ही भारत के गांव को आदर्श बनाया जा सकता है।
Mission Director, West Bengal, Mr. Santosh. Good afternoon to everyone. So West Bengal, we have a large geographic region. So right from Himalayas to Sundarban and dry area to the Gangetic plain. So in a different area, we are implementing the Swachh Bharat Mission Gramin. And our approach is as per the guidelines of the Ministry of Drinking Water and Sanitation. So what we have done is that like we'll be doing the entire capacity building based on the top-down pickle approach. So we'll be training all our state officials, and then we'll go down to the district and then to the block level. So in the same manner, we have planned a capacity training program for our state officials as well as the district officials. So with the help of UNICEF, so we have organized one training program, a 2-day workshop for all the districts, which includes ADM, district coordinators, and district nodal officers and other officials of the state. This workshop will be for 2 days. And when we started the solid waste management work all throughout the West Bengal, and not only solid waste management, grey water management, plastic water management, everything. So which is needed for the to declare an area as a ODF plus area. So the challenge that we faced was like initial 1 or 2 year, every unit, solid waste management, plastic management, everything is running well. But after 1 or 2 year, so without sustainability, they are not able to continue it properly. So whatever the unit that we have set up till date, the example like solid waste management unit, if it is the expenditure is around 5 lakh rupees per unit, and the revenue earned will be around 5.2 lakh rupees. That is hardly 20 to 30,000 extra revenue that they are earning, which if we consider this as a business model or a business entity or entrepreneurship model, so it is not sustainable in the long run. So for that reason, we thought, so whatever the waste generation activity or Excuse me, everyone. I think there's some disturbance, noise disturbance coming from the crowd, from the audience. So since when the presentation is going on, I'm requesting everyone to please stay quiet and listen to the presentation. Thank you. So we thought, so if the entire Swachh Bharat mission has to be successful, so this project or this mission will end after 3 years. But this cleanliness entire work that is being implemented at village level should continue beyond 3 years. And for that, it has to be a good entrepreneurship model so that villagers can earn their money on their own and run it successfully. So for that, if the business or economic component doesn't get included, so no component will be successful. So this is one of the reasons why in the coming 21st and 22nd, with the help of UNICEF, we are organizing a 2-day workshop for the entire state officials, right from the ADM to all the other officials, to make all the units as a successful entrepreneurship model. So we'll be calling all successful model implementing states from different parts of India, and so we'll try to teach them like how best like individual model can be made as a entrepreneurship model. So any one model can be a good entrepreneurship model. So like they can have their own compost generating unit. Apart from compost, they can also go for a nursery. So many different models are there. So this we are exploring, and along with that, like in that particular state level program, we'll try to educate our
give training and guidelines to the entire district machineries how to go out with the implement our program for the next 1 year. And next is district level, like till date, like we have completed 2 offline trainings and 1 online training we have done. And already we have 4 master trainers at each and every district. So apart from 4 master trainers, we want to train 6 more master trainers at every district, and we have around 22 districts. So altogether we will have 220 master trainers in the entire state. So these master trainers will in turn will go to the villages and the gram panchayats, and they conduct training and capacity building activities. And master trainers, apart from the district coordinator and technical person, assistant district coordinator, and whatever the staff that district has got in the sanitation cell. So apart from that, we are trying to hire other people specifically as a master trainers, so that 2 master trainers will be hired at each and every GP. So the remuneration is as per the guidelines is it's 1,500 rupees per day training, and this master trainer should spend at least minimum of around 15 days per month in capacity building activities. So once district level officials are trained, so all the district level master trainers and all our state trainers and everybody, so they'll start conducting the capacity building at the gram panchayat levels. So we have around 3,339 GPs and 13,356 trainees will be there. So all these people we are planning to train within this year. And 2 master trainers will train members of Gram Panchayat Secretary, Executive Assistant, Nirmal Sahayak, Civil Society Organization, so everyone. So we are targeting each and every village. So every district will have 10 master trainers. 2 master trainers will go and train, spend around 3 days in each village in training the Gram Panchayat officials. And whatever the district level and the state level training is there, this will continue till September, and it will go beyond that. And apart from this, we have a special intervention for waste workers. Whatever the solid waste management units that we have established, there are so many workers who will be involved in collecting the waste and also making the compost. So they need a regular training, because they were basically farmers or who are some other people who are doing some other kind of works. So they are not expert in doing the compost making or earthworm for fertilizer or any other activities. So we need to teach them for next 2 to 3 years, so that whatever the drawbacks or whatever the problems are there, we can address and we can make them a more specialized in the compost generation work and solid waste management work. And apart from this, our capacity building training is also targeted at preparation of village level sanitation plans. So 14,400 villages we have targeted, and we targeted by October 2022. And by 2022, by the end of financial year 2022 and 2023, we have targeted to complete village level sanitation plan in all 41,461 villages of the entire state. And so we are planning to engage PMU at a state level. So today we discussed with the director madam here, and once we go back, I think we will hire a technician and we'll make a PMU, so that all our work will be monitored at a state level and the program can be implemented successfully. Thank you very much. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Santosh. Now we will have a presentation from Maharashtra. So may I request Mr. Som Vansi, Project Director, Maharashtra.
सभी को नमस्कार। महाराष्ट्र का एनुअल इम्प्लीमेंटेशन प्लान इस साल का काफ़ी बड़ा है। महाराष्ट्र में लगभग 40,000 विलेजेस है और इस साल हमने 27,000 विलेजेस को टारगेट किया है ODF प्लस बनाने का। और 27,000 विलेजेस को में अगर ये इम्प्लीमेंट करना हो तो कैपेसिटी बिल्डिंग का प्लान भी उतना ही बड़ा होना चाहिए। तो अकॉर्डिंगली हमने प्लान बनाया हुआ है। इस साल का हमारा AAP लगभग 2,900 करोड़ का है और कैपेसिटी बिल्डिंग प्लान जो है वो लगभग 29 करोड़ का है। हमारे ट्रेनिंग पार्टनर जो है वो यूनिसेफ, प्राइमो और हमारे स्टेट गवर्नमेंट के एक इंस्टीट्यूट है महाराष्ट्र एनवायरनमेंट इंजीनियरिंग ट्रेनिंग एंड रिसर्च एकेडमी। यहाँ पर हम हमारे ट्रेनिंग्स जो है मास्टर ट्रेनर्स के वो अरेंज करते हैं, वो नासिक में लोकेटेड है। एट द सेम टाइम इवन आवर स्टेट इंस्टीट्यूट ऑफ रूरल डेवलपमेंट एट पुणे, यशोदा पुणे, ये भी हमें काफ़ी हेल्प करती है ये इम्प्लीमेंटेशन में। ये हमारे मास्टर ट्रेनर्स का वर्कशॉप है। हमने हर डिस्ट्रिक्ट में, महाराष्ट्र में लगभग 34 डिस्ट्रिक्ट्स है, हर डिस्ट्रिक्ट में हमने 4 मास्टर ट्रेनर ट्रेन किए हुए। 5 डे ट्रेनिंग हमने उनको दी थी और सभी कंपोनेंट की ट्रेनिंग उन मास्टर ट्रेनर्स को हमने दी। और उस 4 ईच डिस्ट्रिक्ट से हमने 4 रिप्रेजेंटेटिव जो लिए थे ट्रेनिंग के लिए, उनमें हमने दो एक तो कैपेसिटी बिल्डिंग एक्सपर्ट, IC एक्सपर्ट, और थर्ड एक हमने इंजीनियर उसमें इंक्लूड किया था। और फोर्थ जो थी हमारी पॉलिसी ऐसी थी कि गांव को भी कोई प्रतिनिधि होना चाहिए जो कि मास्टर ट्रेनर हो डिस्ट्रिक्ट लेवल का। तो इसमें हमने सरपंच को भी इंक्लूड किया था। फॉर्चुनेटली महाराष्ट्र में हमारे पास काफ़ी वेल ट्रेंड और नॉलेजेबल सरपंच अवेलेबल है, क्योंकि महाराष्ट्र की एक परंपरा है, यहाँ पर एक गाड़गे बाबा ग्राम स्वच्छता अभियान करके हम हर साल इम्प्लीमेंट करते हैं, जिसमें बेस्ट परफॉर्मिंग विलेजेस को जो है वो रिवॉर्ड दिया जाता है। तो ऐसे विलेज के जो सरपंच होते हैं वो काफ़ी एक्टिव होते हैं, तो उनका भी इस्तेमाल करना हमने उचित समझा। और इसीलिए जो 4 मास्टर ट्रेनर हर डिस्ट्रिक्ट लेवल पर हमने ट्रेन किए, उसमें हमने सरपंच को भी इंक्लूड किया है। दिस इज बेसिकली ट्रेनिंग प्लान। ये डिटेल में तो नहीं बता पाएंगे इतने कम समय में, लेकिन सभी कंपोनेंट को ट्रेन करने का ये प्लान बनाया हुआ है। इसमें मास्टर ट्रेनर्स जो है हर कंपोनेंट, जैसे कि सॉलिड लिक्विड वेस्ट मैनेजमेंट हो गया, इंडिविजुअल हाउस होल्ड लैट्रिन हो गया, सोक पिट्स हो गए, ये सभी ट्रेनिंग्स जो है इसमें IC एक्सपर्ट्स हो गए, हर कंपोनेंट की ट्रेनिंग और हर जो भी हमारे एक्सपर्ट्स हैं उनकी सभी की ट्रेनिंग स्टेट लेवल एज वेल एज स्टेट लेवल पर होंगी। और उसके बाद वो ब्लॉक्स और विलेज लेवल के ट्रेनिंग्स जो है ये अरेंज करेंगे। इसमें टाइमलाइन भी हमने दी है। हमारा ये टारगेट है कि मोस्ट ऑफ द ट्रेनिंग ये सितंबर अक्टूबर तक हो, और कुछ ट्रेनिंग ऐसे भी है कि जिनको हमें बार बार देने भी होंगे, एडवांस ट्रेनिंग भी देने होंगे, वो जनवरी फरवरी तक एक्सटेंड हो सकते हैं। तो दीज आर द वेरियस ट्रेनिंग्स विच वी आर गोइंग टू गिव। अभी आउटकम ऑफ द ट्रेनिंग्स, ये ट्रेनिंग्स देने के बाद इसका यूज क्या होगा? तो फर्स्ट ऑफ ऑल सस्टेनेबिलिटी ऑफ ODF, क्योंकि 2018 में महाराष्ट्र ने ODF स्टेटस उन्हें मिला था, महाराष्ट्र को सभी विलेजेस हमारे ODF हुए थे, लेकिन ये मेंटेन करना भी एक चैलेंज है। एक वन ऑफ द चैलेंज ये है कि दो इट वाज एडवाइजेबल टू कंस्ट्रक्ट 2 पिट लैट्रिन्स, लगभग 20 to 25% हाउस होल्ड्स ने 1 पिट लैट्रिन बनाया, तो ये हमारे सामने एक चैलेंज था और हम उसको एड्रेस भी करना चाहते हैं। इसलिए 1 पिट लैट्रिन जो थे वो 2 पिट में कन्वर्ट करना ये एक चैलेंज है, और उसके सिवा ODF प्लस स्टेटस जो सस्टेन नहीं हो सकता। इसीलिए ये भी एक आउटकम होगा अगर प्रॉपर ट्रेनिंग दी जाती है डिफरेंट स्टेक होल्डर्स को और प्रॉपर अवेयरनेस होता है, तो ये मेंटेन करने में हमें आसानी होगी। प्रॉपर ऑपरेशन एंड मेंटेनेंस, हम एसेट्स बना देते हैं लेकिन मेंटेन नहीं हो पाते। फॉर एग्जांपल कम्युनिटी सैनिटरी कॉम्प्लेक्सेस होते हैं कि बन जाते हैं, 5-6 महीने लोग इस्तेमाल करते हैं, लेकिन बाद में कुछ प्रॉब्लम्स आते हैं, तो वो भी सॉल्व होना इम्पोर्टेंट है और ये इश्यूज भी ट्रेनिंग में एड्रेस होनी चाहिए। तो ये इसका एक आउटकम होगा। कैपेसिटी बिल्डिंग ऑफ ऑल VWSC मेंबर्स, जो भी डिस्ट्रिक्ट्स और ब्लॉक के मास्टर ट्रेनर्स ट्रेन होंगे वो इन रिटर्न विलेज वाटर एंड सैनिटेशन कमेटी मेंबर्स को भी ट्रेन करेंगे ताकि हमारे जो विलेज एक्शन प्लान्स है वो प्रॉपरली इम्प्लीमेंट भी हो और सस्टेनेबल भी हो. Involvement of PRIs help to monitor the progress, help in social audit. सोशल ऑडिट इज वेरी इंपॉर्टेंट क्योंकि कई बार ऐसा हो जाता है कि पंचायत में कुछ लोग निर्णय लेते हैं लेकिन गांव को ये पता नहीं होता है. लेकिन हमने ये ट्रेनिंग में नॉट ओनली सरपंच को लिया है, प्रधान को लिया है, बल्कि VWSC के मेंबर्स को भी लिया है. एट द सेम टाइम महाराष्ट्र में एक बहुत स्ट्रांग नेटवर्क SHGs का है, NRLM के. देर आर मोर देन 7 लाख SHGs इन महाराष्ट्र. तो हमने SHG मेंबर्स का भी ट्रेनिंग इस कैपेसिटी बिल्डिंग प्लान में लिया हुआ है ताकि ये भी एक प्रकार से प्रेशर ग्रुप के तौर पर गांव में काम करेंगे और एट द सेम टाइम दे विल आल्सो हेल्प इन अटेनिंग ODF प्लस. विलेज स्वच्छता आराखड़ा जो है वो इस साल सभी 27,672 जो गांव हमने टारगेट किए हैं, जो लगभग 60% ऑफ द टोटल विलेजेस है महाराष्ट्र के, तो काफी बड़ा प्लान हमने लिया है. तो ये भी उसका आउटकम एक होगा. These are the various जो भी हमने प्लान कैपेसिटी बिल्डिंग का बनाया, ऑलरेडी इम्प्लीमेंटेशन इसका शुरू हुआ है. मास्टर ट्रेनर जो है हर डिस्ट्रिक्ट में 4 मास्टर ट्रेनर्स हमने ट्रेन करे. उसके साथ उन्होंने अपना डिस्ट्रिक्ट का भी ट्रेनिंग प्लान बनाया हुआ है और ट्रेनिंग्स भी और डिस्ट्रिक्ट लेवल की जो ट्रेनिंग्स है वो भी शुरू है. सिंधुदुर्ग हमारे लगभग 9 डिस्ट्रिक्ट्स में जो है ऑलरेडी डिस्ट्रिक्ट लेवल वर्कशॉप्स होकर मास्टर ट्रेनर्स जो है ब्लॉक लेवल के वो ट्रेन हो चुके हैं. सम ऑफ द फोटोग्राफ्स इसमें जो कि डिस्ट्रिक्ट और ब्लॉक लेवल, ये हमारा स्टेट लेवल का वर्कशॉप है, उसके ट्रेनिंग फोटोग्राफ्स है. दीज आर फोटोग्राफ्स ऑफ डिस्ट्रिक्ट लेवल ट्रेनिंग्स जिसको काफी अच्छा रिस्पांस भी मिला. स्ट्रेटजी फॉर एंगेजमेंट ऑफ MTs, क्योंकि मास्टर ट्रेनर्स जो है वो सिर्फ गवर्नमेंट ऑफिशियल्स ही नहीं बल्कि कुछ जैसे सरपंच हो गए, जैसे आंगनवाड़ी सेविका भी कोई एक्टिव है उनको भी हम लेते हैं, आशा वर्कर है उन्हें भी लेते हैं, SHG मेंबर्स भी. तो उनको मोटिवेटेड रखना भी आवश्यक है. जिनका परफॉर्मेंस अच्छा होगा उनको फेलिसिटेट भी करना बहुत ज़रूरी है. ये भी हमने अपने प्लान में यानी प्लानिंग में है कि उनको हर साल जो अच्छा परफॉर्म करेंगे उनको अवार्ड्स भी दिए जाएंगे. दिस इज द रोल आउट प्लान विथ कैस्केडिंग अप्रोच. जैसे सिलेक्शन ऑफ मास्टर ट्रेनर्स हो गए, फिर उनको ट्रेनिंग मटेरियल जो है वो फाइनलाइज, वी हैव ऑलरेडी फाइनलाइज द ट्रेनिंग मटेरियल एंड स्टार्टेड ट्रेनिंग. तो ये नेक्स्ट लेवल पे अभी गए. ये स्टेट और डिस्ट्रिक्ट के ट्रेनिंग वो कंप्लीट हो चुका है. डेवलपिंग डिस्ट्रिक्ट वाइज ट्रेनिंग कैलेंडर, ये अभी डिस्ट्रिक्ट्स में कुछ डिस्ट्रिक्ट्स ने ट्रेनिंग कैलेंडर बना भी दिया है और इम्प्लीमेंट भी शुरू हो गया है. सम ऑफ द डिस्ट्रिक्ट दे आर लैगिंग बिहाइंड बट वी विल कंप्लीट देयर ट्रेनिंग कैलेंडर आल्सो बाय एंड ऑफ जुलाई. Identification of district block stakeholders, we have already identified them and planned their training. Conducting of districts and block and village level trainings, so ये already in process है. In this some of the districts the training they have already conducted. एक स्टेट लेवल का मॉनिटरिंग फ्रेमवर्क रिपोर्टिंग फॉर्मेट्स, हमने फॉर्मेट्स भी डेवलप किए हैं और गूगल स्प्रेडशीट हम सभी डिस्ट्रिक्ट्स को देते हैं और उसमें वो जितने भी ट्रेनिंग्स होते हैं वो एंटर करते हैं. एट द सेम टाइम जो कैपेसिटी बिल्डिंग का ऐप है उस पर भी वो इंफॉर्मेशन अपलोड करते हैं. पीरियोडिक रिव्यू लेना बहुत ज़रूरी है. परफॉर्मेंस विल बी अपडेटेड ऑन IMIS डैशबोर्ड. ऑलरेडी दे आर डूइंग दिस, दे आर अपलोडिंग द इंफॉर्मेशन ऑन IMIS. फीडबैक्स विल बी स्टडीड रेगुलरली एंड नेसेसरी चेंजेस विल बी मेड. ये बहुत ज़रूरी इसलिए है क्योंकि ट्रेनिंग के बाद भी अगर लोगों को कोई डिफिकल्टीज आती है तो उनको वो एड्रेस भी करना आवश्यक है ताकि नेक्स्ट ट्रेनिंग्स में जो है वो उनके इश्यूज जो है वो एड्रेस हो सके. दीज आर द टाइमलाइंस. सम ऑफ द टाइमलाइंस वी हैव ऑलरेडी अचीव्ड. जैसे सिलेक्शन ऑफ स्टेट एंड डिस्ट्रिक्ट मास्टर ट्रेनर्स है, ये ऑलरेडी जून में हमने एक्सपेक्टेड था कंप्लीट होना और कंप्लीट कर दिया है. सेम टाइम डिस्ट्रिक्ट लेवल मास्टर ट्रेनिंग ट्रेनर्स का ट्रेनिंग वो भी कंप्लीट हो चुका है. डेवलपिंग डिस्ट्रिक्ट वाइज ट्रेनिंग कैलेंडर, ये मोस्ट ऑफ द डिस्ट्रिक्ट्स में कंप्लीट हुआ है. आइडेंटिफिकेशन ऑफ डिस्ट्रिक्ट्स एंड ब्लॉक लेवल स्टेक होल्डर्स, दिस ऑल्सो वी हैव कंप्लीटेड. ऑलरेडी वी हैव इंक्लूडेड इट इन आवर कैपेसिटी बिल्डिंग प्लान. डिस्ट्रिक्ट ब्लॉक एंड विलेज लेवल ट्रेनिंग रिगार्डिंग AIP. तो ऑलरेडी districts they have started this training and they have already prepared their schedule plan. So these are the different timelines for preparation for the capacity building trainings. Already here earlier slide में बता चुका हूँ. अभी appointment of staff at state level we have capacity building expert और state block districts level पर भी 34 districts में 29 जगह हमारे पास capacity building experts है और 5 जगह पर vacancy है, तो they have given charge to some another expert like IC or district program manager. All these capacity building experts, they are in charge of conducting these training activities, planning and executing the training activities. तो उनके द्वारा ये स्टेट में किया जाता है. So this is basically capacity building plan of Maharashtra. Thank you. Any questions?
Thank you, Mr. Somwanshi. Even though Maharashtra seems to be doing quite well, but the data that we are receiving on the dashboard are not commensurate with what they're doing at the ground level. So if you can update the data on dashboard. And as he mentioned in his presentation, O&M is a very important component or important element. So it is from our field visits also, we generally find that the CACs, even though they have been constructed and not being properly maintained, and they're lying. Most of the time, we found that the CACs are closed, and then we are they that with the lock, and then we ask the Gram Panchayat people, so why is it that why not keeping it open? They say no, that some people will come and misuse it for some other purpose. So operation and maintenance should be a very important part of any DPR, and without operation and maintenance, just constructing the assets may not be useful. Next, we'll have a presentation from Goa. Mr. Prasidh Naik, State Coordinator.
सर माय क्वेश्चन इज फॉर यू सर. जैसे कि आपने बताया कि O&M इज वेरी इंपॉर्टेंट, बट इन स्वच्छ भारत और एनी अदर सेंट्रली स्पॉन्सर्ड स्कीम there is no provision for operation and maintenance funds. So this is not an issue as on today, because the assets are being constructed and they are being maintained for quite some time, say 6 months or a year so. But after some time, say a gap of 5 years, 6 years, there will be definitely an issue of operation and maintenance funds, which all centrally schemes lack, sir. So from where we can get operation and maintenance fund, or whether there can be a provision in SBM guidelines also for O&M funds, like in Govardhan, sir. In Govardhan only we have funds for constructing a project, model projects. But who will run that plant? If we construct at a district level, then who will maintain it? And who will utilize the slurry, and how it will be maintained, sir?
Specifically to Govardhan, yes, it is clearly mentioned in the guidelines also that the DPR should have provisions for O&M for the whatever 5 years program.
So, sir, that funds can be charged from Swachh Bharat, sir?
Yeah, it's mentioned clearly in the guidelines that the DPR do project proposal that you will be preparing, it should have provisions for O&M. This is specifically about Govardhan.
Okay, sir.
And then regarding other assets also, in the 15 finance, the activities, one of the activities that you can utilize the fund is that O&M. We have included that in that provision in the 15 finance also. And then secondly, we in our guidelines, this is in general, we are telling the states to focus on business models also, like some revenue generation model. And then if you are talking about CSCs also, we have issued some guidelines and circulars on how you can kind of generate revenues for O&M. So basically for the Gram Panchayat level assets that you can utilize the 15 finance pilot grants for O&M.
So like facilities which are at block level, like just you mentioned about the
No, we have provided that in 15 finance.
Sir, at block level, like if we set up a plastic waste management unit at a block level.
In fact, if you have seen our circular also, we have issued a circular on reverse pooling also, just for the purpose of that.
Okay.
For admin charges, for IEC, for reverse pooling, we have allowed, not for O&M per se, but for admin purposes, for running that plan, assets at the block level, district level.
Okay, sir.
Maybe it is a work in progress. Maybe many of the states are not aware of this provision, but we have allowed that.
Sir,
But 15 finance you can utilize for the GP level. That provision we have incorporated in the 15 finance guidelines also. And then basically we want to the states to go for some revenue generation, their business models also. So how to generate revenues, that you have to develop.
Thank you, sir.
And Punjab is doing good work.
Thank you, sir.
Good afternoon to all senior officers. Before I start with my presentation, I just like to add, as sir has rightly pointed out regarding O&M, when this issue is brought to the notice of our Honorable Chief Minister in Goa, so Honorable CM has taken a decision and we are in process to devise a policy wherein separate grants will be given for operation maintenance to all the village panchayats whoever are declaring themselves as ODF plus, and considering the facilities which they are going to set up. So this is a good initiative which is taken by a state, so that simply creating infrastructure and not maintaining or operating it properly it will become a very difficult for from future perspective. As regards to capacity building under Swachh Bharat Mission, I directly go through the initiatives or the activities we have undertaken from last 1.5 months after TOT program, which was held in the month of first week of June with the help of UNICEF and the ministry. First and foremost thing, we have trained 30 master trainers with the composition from all fields, including engineers, including officials, officers, and we ensure that 30 people are trained so that those 30 people can give trainings to down the line. Subsequently, we had trainings, but which is not updated in the dashboard, which will be updated in a couple of days. That is training of all 191 village panchayat secretaries. The one other different thing what we have done in Goa is with the hand-holding support of SIRD. 15 state resource persons we have identified from them, and we have trained them in all the components of Swachh Bharat missions, who will be appointed as a coordinator in charge of one block. Because this system we have done when we were about to prepare a GPDP in the year 2016. There was a stiff target to prepare because of 14 Finance Commission grants. We managed to complete preparing GPDP in all 191 village panchayats within that target. So similar concept we are following here so that we can prepare village sanitation plan in a timeline manner. Subsequently, we also held training for block development officers. Then now the target will be all the panchayat officials, PRIs, SAGs, NGOs, contractors and other stakeholders. Now we are just lagging behind from taking trainings because panchayat elections were due in last month, but now administrators are appointed, elections are fixed in next month. So once the panchayat bodies are in place, then definitely we will continue with our activities. Master trainers, as I already mentioned, that from 7th till 11th, we already had a 5 days TOT program. Now, as the number of master trainers, what we are planning, that at least 5 officials or 5 master trainer, 5 officials per block will be trained as a master trainer who can give a hand-holding support to all the village panchayats within that block. Since we have hardly 191 village panchayats, we are trying to complete trainings in right from state level till village level before or till 15th September 2022. As regards to strategy and for engagement of MPs and their sustainability, first of all, since we are having only two districts, that is North Goa, South Goa, we have divided master trainers into two groups, and according to the quantum of villages per block, we have given them responsibility. At the same time, as I said, state resource person who are associated with SIRD, we have given responsibility to one state resource person, one block, so that it will be monitored in a proper manner. So also we are regularly reviewing it, what is happening on the ground, and whatever are the issues or the difficulties, we are trying to resolve it from a state level team. As regards to rollout plan, the implementation commenced at the village level from 1st of July. We have already started implementation, and as decided, the deadline will be 15th of September 2022. Monitoring is basically we are doing from, because every block we have one video, two videos as per the village panchayats. Monitoring will be done from the officers as well as from the state resource persons from SIRD. As I have mentioned, that trainings we are trying to complete it by 15th of September and prepare a holistic plan so that execution will be a very easy in the form of VSP. The timeline for VSPs, as I mentioned, that village sanitation plan should be a holistic plan. We should consider lots of issues. I basically like to inform that as per census 2011, being Goa is a smaller state having only 191 village panchayats, our population is hardly 8 to 9 lakhs. But the influx of migrants, the tourist movement is around 40 to 50 lakhs per year. So considering all these issues, we need to prepare a plan wherein the requirement at each level, village panchayat level, and all the sectors, so that we can cater the difficulties what we are facing right now, because we are having facilities right now, but the movement of people and the facilities which is required is something lacking for us. So considering all these issues, we are trying to prepare a plan. Only now with the intervention of panchayat elected members, we are trying to make it more holistic only after 15th of August. Next is, as I already mentioned, that special designated or dedicated persons we won't be having in state, because Goa being a smaller state, we are monitoring it from state level. At the same time, we have a setup at block level, we have setup at a village level, and state resource person at the same time block development officers will be a in charge coordinator for each block from whom we are going to get the work done. Similarly, 5 master trainers per block so that they can manage the village panchayats. 3 are already allotted. More 2 will be trained and then allocation will be done. Special 5-member team is also constituted at a state level so that any issues pertaining to execution or any part will be addressed from a state level. Second thing, as I like to mention here, that Goa is having much better facilities since we are having Solid Waste Management Corporation, which specifically looks after all the waste management facilities in the Goa. Now, village panchayats are directly linked to Waste Management Corporation, and forward linkages are done by the corporation. For solid waste management, at the same time, for liquid waste management also, we are having Sewerage Development Corporation who looks after all FSTP, STP, wherever is required, and otherwise we are having a small population. The area is also quite good, rather than some places like water table is high on the coastal belt. Otherwise, we are doing soak pit system. With all these issues, I like to mention here that we were second last in the country to declare ODF even after having facilities. But this time we have a target. Our Honorable CM is very keen to get it done, all the activities at the earliest. We are trying that we will be within 5 to declare Goa State as ODF plus with the intervention of our Honorable Chief Minister with his assistance and guidance. At the same time, our team is very good. We are trying to do it in an expedite manner. We have declared 12 village panchayats as ODF plus. The activism is very high. It's like nothing we can hide or we can do something different. The time we declare it, the cross verification from n number of people or activists, it becomes very difficult for us to declare it simply or in any other manner. So 12 panchayats are already declared corresponding to that 19 revenue villages. Now the next target, the state government has decided that all remaining 179 village panchayats will be aspiring. Due verification is going on the site. Once the verification is done, we are trying to declare it by 31st of July, all village panchayats is aspiring. And before 15th of August, whichever panchayats are having both LWM, SWM facilities, we are trying to convert them into rising. So with this plan, we are going ahead with the assistance of AS Sir Baroka, even Ma'am, Secretary Ma'am. We are going ahead. I like to really like to congratulate for giving us opportunity to come here and explain our things. Thanks a lot. Any questions? Then please. As I mentioned that regarding ONM, we are trying to design one policy which is in pipeline. Once it is done, I will definitely share with so that some information may be shared with all of you. Thanks a lot.
Thank you. We will have one more presentation from Himachal Pradesh. After that, there will be a demonstration of the capacity building dashboard from our team. I request Kirti. He is Additional Mission Director, Himachal Pradesh.
Good afternoon, everyone. We have two components I like to show in this PPT. One is related to capacity building, and second is the outcome we expect out of capacity building exercise we are doing. So, coming first to capacity building, we have 88 blocks and 12 districts. So, we have our plan in which each block we have trained one master trainer as per the team of UNICEF has done in other states also. 2 batches of 5-day training has been completed, and since yesterday onwards, we are starting training at the block level. Our immediate plan is to cover every PRI representative, and we have an idea that approximately each master trainer will have to train around 250 persons, and in batches of 50% each. And each training will be of 2 days. So we are geared up for that from yesterday, and in next 1 month, we'll try to cover all the GPs and 18,000 PRI members, which include Pradhan, Upradhan, and ward members. The trainings which were held, we have some glimpses. It was good training. Overall, it was based on community approach, village sanitation plans, which have to be built. For example, this year we have target of 5,000 villages who will be making village sanitation plans, and extensive training to master trainers to make village sanitation plans have been provided. Next is the outcome part. Immediately after the training, or rather parallelly, we expect to see certain outcomes. So we have launched a campaign, Atal Adarsh Gram campaign. We have named it so that it it will be a kind of rallying point, and also there is quite political support for the same outcomes. So we have 2 focus areas, 2 or 3. First is that we want to declare 5,000. We have 16,000 villages. Around 5,000 villages, we want to declare ODF plus model villages. All the 5,000 villages are in aspiring or rising category already. In last financial year, we have got them into aspiring or rising. So this year, we are aiming to target those 5,000 villages and make them ODF plus model villages. Second, we have this Atal Adarsh campaign. We have a target that will conclude it by 2nd October. The reason is, being an election-bound state, we are expecting our code of conduct to be enrolled in October. So we have this deadline that 75% of the expenditure will be doing in October. Because anyway, after December, we'll restart the process, and ongoing projects can be also be completed during code of conduct. So second is the target of expenditure of AIP. And third, as I mentioned, that we aim that all 18,000 PRIs will be trained in 2 days for 2 days in the month of July and August. Certain outcomes, clear outcomes, we'll like to see is IHHL. We have target of 14,000. We are aiming to complete them. CSCs, whatever the target, we are aiming to start them at least. and complete 75% of them. Secondly, solid and liquid waste management practice plans, we'll make them in the month of July and October and August, and immediately start after this rainy season, and we like to see good progress in these activities too during the campaign. Next is date. Date is first week of June till 2nd October. Again, we have divided this campaign in 2-3 parts. For example, during up to 15th July, we aim to select maximum beneficiaries. Up to 30th July, we aim to select maximum places where PWMUs are to be established, where community managed sanitary complexes are to be built, and other such areas. And similarly, and thereafter, we'll aim to conclude the campaign on 2nd October, hopefully before the code of conduct kicks in. Guiding principle of the campaign, we have tried to include all the guidelines and the guidance we have received. For example, 15 Finance Commission, July Gram Sabhas are to be there, and we are aiming that in GPTPs, we'll amend the GPTPs and make them kind of complementary to SBM AIP. Second is NAREGs. For example, NAREGA. For example, twin pits. We have issued guidelines from state that twin pits retrofitting can be done from the NAREGA funds. So we'll be going through them. NRLM SSG network we aim to utilize in IEC, wall painting and other areas. And other schemes like Shyama Prasad Mukherjee Urban Mission, SAGI, will try to aim these areas geographically first. For example, all the SAGI panchayats and all the villages will try to get them to model status and things like that. Mobilization and participation, as I said, Gram Sabhas, SHGs and Mahila Mandal will do. And existing infrastructure, for example, PWMUs, we are aiming 1 PWMU per block. And we are trying to utilize the existing infrastructure, for example, vacant halls and such places, because PWM is not very, activity which create any obstruction or like odor and other complaints are less in plastic waste management unit. Similarly, Govardhan, we are targeting existing infrastructure. For example, Gaushalas. We are trying to have Govardhan planting existing government Gaushalas and things like that. Proposed trainings, apart from master trainings, we are proposing trainings of JEs and technical persons, and we'll try to rope in UNICEF support for that. Apart from that, district block and state level officers, we have done some exposure visits. For example, we have 2 exposure visits, one to Bark and other to Odisha plant. And similarly, we'll keep on doing that in next 2 months or so. Concern and issues we have raised in our discussion prior to lunch. And that will be all. Thank you. Any questions? Thank you.
Raju, let's start the demonstration on the capacity building dashboard.
Yeah, thank you very much. So as I think SSR mentioned in the morning that there is a capacity building dashboard which the ministry has now. You may have seen this dashboard, but we thought we'll just spend a few minutes so that people who have not seen the dashboard will really have a quick look at it. This dashboard, actually this dashboard was started prior to the COVID pandemic by the World Bank and the ministry, but then not much work happened on it initially. And the last 4 months, ever since the capacity building campaign was launched by Secretary in this hall in month of March, this dashboard has become activated. So first of all, let me say this is the front page of the dashboard. The dashboard is called Water Sanitation Learning .gov.in. So it's housed in the NIC platform. अच्छा वो इसमें नहीं इस वाले में नहीं दिख रहा है इसलिए okay so I'll just this is the first page. So originally this was planned to also do for JJM, but now it has only the SBM information. JJM is starting to create its own dashboard. So it has a login and a sign in password, which every state has. And if I'm not mistaken, this password has now been given to district level. Raju? All states and all districts. All your officers at district level has a password for this. She has entered into, so you can enter it at the country level, at the state level, as well as the field level. Right now, Raju has entered it at the country level. So, as you can see, it gives a summary of the information based on information fed in by the states. So, wait a minute, Raju. Over chalo. So, this is as of today, 888 planned trainings have been planned. These are multiple levels. Could be state level, could be field level, could be GP level trainings. This is a summary statement of what is there across India. And scroll down, Raju. You have various graphs to explain what is the status of it at country level. You can have state-wise background, breakup. I'm just showing you the country level. Theme-wise trainings, training types, whether it is TOT, it is field level training, it is orientations, it is offline, online, of course, because we had online during COVID. And then, as you can see, country level, state, district, maximum district level trainings, and theme-wise and trainings conducted by agencies. Okay, now TOT ka list dekha do, TOTs. Training of trainers. This is what we have been speaking the whole day. This is on master training trainings. Now, as you can see, as soon as, suppose the first state you can see here is of Mizoram. So the state of Mizoram has carried out from 5th July to 9th July a training of master trainers in their state. And it was organized at the Training Institute Aizawl. And the participants is written there, how many participants have there. Participant, click karo. So here you have the master trainers who have been created in the state of Mizoram, right? And their phone number, where they are posted, and the interesting part is, this is only one level. You can go below this. So the first person, okay, this is uploading of the photographs and the reports. Everything is there online. Now, this has been entered by the agency who carried out the master trainer training. Now, when each of these individual master trainers carries out further trainings, say of Gram Panchayats, then that entire Gram Panchayat list and date of that training will come. मेरे ख्याल में बिहार का दिखाओ. Because बिहार ने entry किया है काफी. 799 Gram Panchayats have been trained by in Bihar. Click कीजिए इसको. So, what I am trying to point out is individual master trainers' work can be monitored. So, at the state level, you can sit and see that in Aizawl district, this Mr. X master trainer, how many trainings he has done, who he has trained, what is the breakup of their Gram Panchayat, what are the contact details of the Gram Panchayat number. क्या slow है क्या? Raju? Anyway, so if you click Bihar, you will get the entire breakup of this list. So the idea to show is you can monitor performance of Gram Panchayat, of the master trainers. You can find out from here which Gram Panchayat in your state, who has been trained from that Gram Panchayat. The next step that we are trying to do in this is to actually link the ODF plus plan of that Gram Panchayat with this database. So you will get to know that this master trainer trained or handheld a particular Gram Panchayat, and then that Gram Panchayat made their ODF plus plan, And that ODF Plus plan has been approved and is under implementation. All of them will ultimately be connected with this database. So as ma'am was saying today, requesting all states who have done this training, already we have 1,400 plus master trainers, and I think 11 states have done it. Please ensure that this data is entered, because the state, the ministry here is monitoring the data from this dashboard. This was a broad overview of this dashboard. I'll go into straight, the agenda says that we do a TOT kind of presentation. I'll request my colleague for Primo, Mr. Ajit Fadnis, and Mr. Eknath also to come here. We'll just show you a few slides of the training of trainer support which UNICEF and its partner agency Primo is giving. Can you start the PowerPoint? PowerPoint यहाँ से होगा, वहाँ से होगा। इसमें किसी को कुछ पूछना है? Any questions, please ask.
Just wanted to mention what Sujay sir has said. We have organized the orientation at the state level about the functionality of this dashboard. And also we have organized the state-specific orientation for the district team. And all the district teams have got the one round of orientation. And every Friday, we are having 2-hour session for the refresher course. If any district, any state has any query, any hurdles they are getting into the operating this dashboard. So we have given the link and we have created the WhatsApp group of the capacity building nodal persons of all states. So we are in touch with them, and wherever the district team or state team is having any problem in entering data into this dashboard, so we are providing the back-end support as well. If you have the bulk data which cannot be uploaded very quickly, so these data can be shared with us and we can upload these data from the back-end. So individually we have requested all the states, as all states have conducted lots of training, orientation, but those data are yet to be reported on the dashboard. So if it cannot be done from your end, you can share all the data with us and we can quickly upload all the data so that all the states' progress can be reflected at the earliest. Thank you.
One more thing, any state which requires any capacity building support, please convey your requirement to Karanjit ji or to Vinay or Neeraj, and we shall try, they inform us immediately and we shall try to, this is for all states and UTs. Yeah. Can you go to that presentation, Vishal? स्क्रीन में नहीं दिख रहा है। Yes, thank you. So I'll just show you a few slides, then I'll request Ajit. Where is Ajit Fadnis? Yeah, Ajay. So this is a combined presentation from Ministry and then UNICEF and Primo. Next slide, please. Oh, next slide is with me. Is there a slide mover here? Okay. So this is an outline of what we are going to say. Basically explaining the capacity building initiative. Next, let's go to the next slide. Next. So as you know, the ODF Plus effort is, one is that to provide sustainable sanitation to the rural areas with strong infrastructure, robust O&M with equity so that everybody is covered. That is point number one. The second point, both the SBM and the JJM guidelines, you very well know, says that the Gram Panchayat will have to handle. Government of India and state government will assist with the infrastructure, but the O&M and operation and service delivery has to be with the GP. In that situation, it is very critical that Gram Panchayats are involved right at the planning stage. I will give you a small example. I was recently in a place in Rajasthan. Excellent work happened there. Jal Jeevan Mission, I'm giving example. Pipe water supply, overhead tank, where the Gram Panchayat Sarpanch said that, sir, यहाँ राजस्थान में जो बिजली का बिल है वाटर सप्लाई वो 8 रुपए यूनिट है. अभी तो हम 2 महीने का बिजली का बिल हम दे देंगे, थर्ड मंथ से हम बिजली का बिल नहीं दे पाएंगे. तो अनलेस देयर इज एन अरेंजमेंट दैट बिजली का बिल वहां सपोर्ट हो वाटर सप्लाई सिस्टम का, ये एग्जांपल दे रहा हूं मैं आपको. देयर हैज टू बी मैकेनिज्म. सो प्लानिंग फेज involving the gram panchayats is very critical, and especially for Swachh Bharat mission, where the result is not like water mein to you open a tap and you see water. Swachh Bharat agar hum initially involve na kare, there is very strong chance that the whole efforts slips back. So that is the second point. The third point is a thing that we are talking to Ministry of Panchayati Raj and Baroka sir and the water sector, is that professionalization of services. That water supply urban में तो 155 लीटर कोई दे रहा है, 175 लीटर ये दिल्ली में है, रूरल में 55 है. कोई गारंटी नहीं है पानी आएगा कि नहीं, या कोई गारंटी नहीं है कि हमारा सॉलिड लिक्विड वेस्ट करेक्ट हो रहा है कि नहीं. सो हाउ कैन वी ट्राई टू मेक हाई क्वालिटी अफोर्डेबल सर्विसेज टू द पॉपुलेशन? And that planning should go ODF plus banana. This is a major issue, that are we making a professionalized service? It is not that Gram Panchayat has to do everything. If the Gram Panchayat is able, can they get a professional agency to provide the service? Ye awareness unko dena hai. So that should be a part. And then of course the last one is policies, support and capacities to ensure sustainability. So these four broad we thought should be, this is a part of the guidelines also, should be involved in our ODF plus effort planning process. Next slide. So this you know, next keep on clicking. This you know, I just thought I'll say that ever since morning we are all talking about bio waste, plastic waste, grey water, fecal sludge. Let's not forget about ODFS. Retrofitting will be necessary. NARS study, as the ministry had done last year, NARS 3 in 2020 mein, says 40% of India's rural toilets are tanks. They will need emptying. So fecal sludge management becomes a very important issue. And then where you have only one pits, the first effort should be to convert it into another pit, 2-pit toilet. So retrofitting is very critical. So so the ODF plus plan should not only consider SLWM, but should also consider ODFS retrofitting. And in the morning, people spoke about community toilets and their operation maintenance. Very critical, because there is a very strong chance they will slip back. So is it a strong part of the ODF plus plan? कि अगर गांव में CSC है, तो क्या पंचायत को CSC रन करने की कैपेसिटी है कि नहीं, both technical as well as financial. That should also be a part. And then communication. हम unfortunately maybe in this in SBM2 IC पर उतना focus दिया नहीं गया. But as you saw outside today, there is a plethora of documents, films which has been created by the ministry. Please collect. All of you will be given a pen drive today. I think Neeraj will give. That has extensive SBCC and capacity building material. Please use it. It is in English and Hindi, and you can get it converted into your language, state's language if necessary. But there is stuff that you can use. There is plenty of content. Next slide, please, Visharan. Okay, this I'll not spend much time, but just to look at the headings. When I said GP level, when you make a ODF plus plan, let it not be a mechanical exercise only, a bit of pre-planning, then planning involving the panchayat and the community, implementing, and what happens after implementing. When I say implementing, I mean construction, if necessary, and after. But the question is, this is all very interesting to put in a slide, but karega kaun? GP को हैंडहोल्ड कौन करेगा? JJM में तो ISA है, KRC ISA, यहाँ कोई नहीं है. So somebody, we have to think about a system where the GP is able to do all this. And that is what we want to explain, that when we plan in our states, we need to see, can we help the panchayat in doing out this? Next slide, please, Visharanjan. Okay, this is one slide I just want to say that my personal view, and we have been talking internally, Madam and Baroka sir, that institutional strengthening is critical. This is not going to happen on its own. 2.5 years have gone of SBM2. We are just in the midpoint. Unless, I'm sure the workshop here will galvanize action, but we need, see, 6 lakh villages or more than 6 lakh villages, out of which around 1 lakh village has got some kind of ODF plus work. 5 lakhs to go. How is that 5 lakh villages going to become ODF plus by the end of 2024? Because what indications we are getting, after 2024, the chances of water sanitation getting budgetary support will decrease, because there will be other priorities of health and education, nutrition. So 2.5 years to reach 5 lakh villages. Each state knows how many villages. We have heard all speakers, all officers speaking. I'm sure you have a plan. If not, we all need to sit and think. First is the ODF plus plans have to be made. Somebody has to make those plans. Village GPs will not be able to make it on its own, most probably. Then DPRs have to be made. If there is a plan is made, you have a grey water need, there has to be a DPR. Somebody has to make the DPR. Manrega engineers, other rural engineering service people, somebody has to work to make sure that DPRs are created. Once the DPRs are made, the plans have to be approved. Now, this is not an easy thing. I give you an example of Maharashtra. Maharashtra officers are here. We used to hear Maharashtra was the fastest. What we heard that last year they made 16,000 plans. But most of the plans were stuck in the office of the CEO Zilla Panchayat. Because you can imagine the condition of the CEO Zilla Panchayat. If 15,000 plans reaches his office, plans range from 5 lakhs to 1 crore. Naturally, he has to see whether its examination is done, technical examination, administrative sanction is issued. It was very necessary that states need to create a protocol about how are these thousands and thousands of plans going to be approved. Some states I will not mention, but there are states who have said all sanitation VSPs will have to be approved at state level. So you can imagine how is it possible? It's practically impossible. It's not going to happen. So protocols need to be created for the plans to be approved, because there is convergence. There are issues of Manrega funding. I was in the ministry when the NBA was issued. Baroka sir was not there. Jairam Ramesh ji was minister. He's after the 2011 census, where India showed only 40% or 37%. He said that we will give you money. And Manrega and NBA was converged for funding. And let me tell you, for first 1 year, the progress was 1%. It was impossible to get the Manrega fund and the NBA fund at the same time. And convergence was a disaster. That's why when SBM happened, the convergence was completely removed. And it was only SBM funding. Now we are back with convergence. It needs plenty of effort from state level and district level to ensure that 2 funds are converging. And now we have FFC also. So 3 funds. 3 funds converging to make a village sanitation plan is a complicated thing. So there has to be very clear effort, direction, guidance from state level on this. That's why I put it as one point. Then once the plan is done, the contracts have to be awarded, whether it is GP level or district level. That is a process. Somebody has to do the work. Then the implementation starts and construction of soak pits, plastic waste management sheds or FSM units. So that has to be monitored. And finally, when everything is constructed, it has to be handed over to the panchayat. That again is a complicated step. If the panchayat is not involved in the starting, Rajasthan example I'm giving, the Gram Sarpanch is saying, मैं तो hand over नहीं लेने वाला हूँ, क्योंकि मैंने जहाँ बोला था overhead बनाने के लिए उन्होंने बनाया नहीं. So there are issues there. So this thing, that's why I wanted to highlight that to do these 5 points, you need people. It's not going to happen on its own. So the states have to really think. Those of you who were there in SBM1, many of you created what is the ODEP, the Open Defecation Elimination Plan. What used to happen is the collector used to sit, or the CEO ZP, whoever is handling sanitation, used to sit, he used to pool all his HR resources, partners, all his financial resources, calculate how many latrines have to be built in how many villages, and plan backwards that I have 18 months, this is the money available with me, these are the people, who is going to do which village, who is going to do the CLTS or the field work triggering. That plan they have created. I think something like that many states are doing, I think, but that is very much necessary at the district level. Then, so the bottom part is just a snapshot of what I said, the master trainers. So because we don't have ISAs, for me, the master trainers are your resource persons. So districts have 4 to 6 master trainers or 8 depending upon, but these master trainers have to be solid people. They cannot be people who have just been picked up because they're just there in the district, they don't do anything to इनको बना देते हैं. उनसे नहीं होने वाला है काम. They have to be solid people, and you have to allot them gram panchayats or maybe blocks, depends upon your structure. I know a state, what they have done is they have allotted this master trainers or oblique resource person in charge of a block. And they said, you create your manpower. You are a trainer, create your manpower in the block. So that master trainer, they have created by themselves 8 to 10 people in that block. And these blocks, these people have been allocated villages, 10 villages each. And they have been told, you have 1 year to go. You have to make the village sanitation plan, DPR, get it approved, get it implemented, and make it into ODF+. So that responsibility, when you give those resource person, then you will be able to monitor them and start to deliver. So that's what we've written. Then the master trainers build capacities of GPs, help them make their PRA, help prepare an ODF plus plan, and then implement. So this basically was trying to say that backward planning is necessary if we have to reach our goal on time. Next slide, please, Sharanjan. So, the cascade model, I've explained it. This is the orientation at the country level. What I will urge, all of you, please have a orientation at the state level. Your officers at the district level, including the CEO Zilla Panchayat or the collector if he is involved, has to be sensitized to this work. So state level orientation, then TOTs, a 5-day master trainer, many states have done, 8-9 states. Many states have not done, requesting you to please use the facilities and the support available to create these many master trainers. Then the master trainers will also carry out PRI trainings, and they will also help in preparing the village sanitation plan. So it's easy to explain model, just to understand. Next. So I will not go into this. I have explained more of it, but states need to strategize. You need to have a state plan. I've mentioned all of these actually. You need effective sanction, technical sanction, administrative sanction, technical support, enabling policy at the state level, and involving as many partners as you can. Next, please. I now hand over to Primov. They are the ones who are carrying out the 5-day orientation of master trainers and the 1-day. So Ajit will explain. I'm here.
Yeah. Thank you, Sujoji. Hello. Honorable Additional Secretary, Special Secretary Bharokha sir, dignitaries from the states, and UNICEF colleagues. Most of the things have been already talked about. I'll just kind of talk about what are the products. Sir, in the morning mentioned that you have seen, and the ministry has developed a lot of products which will give information, which will give technical knowledge and inputs to the various stakeholders in the state. So the first task was based on these models, 2 things, guideline and all the resources, all the toolkits, all the manuals that have been developed. Based on that, creating a module for this 5-day training of trainers. That was the first task. That is the resource which will stay with our master trainers, which will stay with the states, and they can use it as they go down and train the Panchayat Raj trainers. That was one.
The second was also, kind of 1 day or a half a day orientation program outline was also prepared just to sensitize the key stakeholders at a state level and a district level to take this process further. So that was the second important element of module and manual development. Then comes the second part, which is kind of actual delivery of the training. So we are talking about, predominantly we are talking about two things. One is a 5-day TOT for the master trainers that we all have been speaking about since morning. And second is, as I said, 1 day or a half a day kind of a orientation program schedule. The third part also of this support is the handholding support. I mean, it's just helping the states with the specific requirements, if any, to take the process forward. I'll just take an example. If now there is a lot of discussion about preparing the district level fecal sludge management plan, just an example, or how a community-led village sanitation plan has to be prepared. I mean, theory is one thing, but if there is a need of a handholding support to take it further, then probably that is the third, and this is tailor-made input to give the states as per the availability of resources. Next, please. So these are the three verticals. Now, in 1 day, it's basically the sensitization and informing the key stakeholders that we have talked about. What are the issues, and then how a kind of an informed discussion about the rolling out of these capacity building initiatives to fulfill the objectives. And the last but very important part is the specific roles and responsibilities of the stakeholders at various levels. So that is kind of 1 day, half a day for key stakeholder. The outline has been prepared. Next, please. Now this is the most important part. Sujayji also spoke about it, and there has been a discussion throughout the day. There are two aspects. One is this phase 2 वाला जो program है, उसके phases है, from pre-planning to O&M. We did discuss this morning all the phases of it. So that is one section. The other section is the verticals, like कि आपका plastic waste है, biodegradable waste है, ODF sustainability है. So these are two things. One is the project phase, project cycle, and the technical specialties, the verticals. So in this particular 5-day design, which has been developed, the idea is to take all our master trainers through that process. I mean, you can say that it's like, it's also a process management workshop. So they understand the phase and the vertical aspect of it. And then probably the most important part of it is, then how do you take it to your trainers? How do you take it to your participants? So it requires a training science. मतलब क्या करना है आपको हर एक फेज में कौन सी चीज इंपॉर्टेंट है, व्हाट्स इंपॉर्टेंट, how to deal with that. That's first part. And second part, how do I take it as a trainer? How do I take it to my participants in an effective manner? That is the second part. And the third part is at the end of this. So this is not just a TOT. This is not just an information, because normally at the end of these trainings you have a very good, kind of feel good feeling. But it also says that at the end of the training, the master trainer and the district are supposed to stand that now I have acquired the knowledge. So how do I take it to my district? So it's a 5-day process. In the first day, you look at the guidelines, you look at the introductions, you look at the institutional arrangements and all that stuff, and then you kind of get into the technical verticals, technology options, and the rollout of all 4 things. Then Govardhan and also the ODF sustainability part. Then you talk about the cross-cutting stuff. Prior to that, you also talk about the implications of climate variabilities and how resilient infrastructure can be built. What are the factors that you have to look about? That is also, kind of talked about. Then you have a brief on the community-led planning process, because for the ownership, that is the most important and crucial part. Uske upar baat hota hai. And then there is also field work. In that field work, participants go to the field. They actually do it on the field, both combination of some of the demonstrations, some of the processes, etc. Then they come back. Once they came back, they look at what are the learnings for us. and then how to convert it into a costed plan, and then you go to the cross-cutting issue of IEC, community mobilization, BCC, etc. The last part, which was also discussed time and again today, was about the business model, sustainability of the service delivery. Uska ek part ho jata hai, and then training science of it. Now, the master trainers are the most key element of it. Everybody has talked about it, but that's a critical mass that we have. So, how to select those master trainers, this has been discussed, their role has been discussed, and then that is the support structure. Next, please. So I just would like to take your attention to this one document issued by DDWS, and that is the advisory, which talks about all the details that has been issued on 5/5/2022. That talks about all these things. It's written and it's available. It's how to select, what are the training protocols, how to organize that, handholding support में GPs ने क्या, GPs के क्या काम होना चाहिए, FPs what needs to do, and all that stuff. That's also is part of the CB advisory, which has also been talked about time and again. Next, please. So this is the status. We have so far done 26 in partnership with the states, and there are still many to come. Some of them have a discussion with UNICEF and our team today. So hopefully we are kind of looking forward to expedite that process and take it further. These are the on the right hand side, you will see the list states which needs to kind of approach and use this facility. Next, please. Handholding support, I have talked about it. This is kind of this is based on the requirements, and this is not the replacement of a structure, but this is for a specific handholding requirement. If it is there in the states, to respond to that is the facility which has been created by the ministry and UNICEF. Next, please. Now this has been talked about in detail. Both Bihar and UP have taken this process further, and they have taken it to a scale now. And these are the numbers. Numbers might have changed. Today we had a presentation from various states. These are the 2 states which we have picked up. TOT, one-day orientation, PRI member training, PRI member training, and VSP. That's the complete chain. And now the next process is how many are approved and how many are taken into the implementation kind of stuff. So that actually is the cascade of activities that we have been talking about. Now probably the states might have to develop, each one will develop its own strategy. Goa said they are doing it differently, Bihar is doing differently, UP is doing differently, but the bottom line is kind of reaching to everybody in a time-bound manner, working out the number of MPs required based on that, and linking it to the AIP numbers that these many villages have to be taken, and then correlating it to it, doing a division. The main important point is time is crucial. So this calculation, this working would be very useful and important in that process. Next, please. I'll skip this because this has been discussed in detail. Next. So this is the role of the district, which is very important, and the trainers, the master trainers, can be a critical mass at the district level to support the district machinery, because it's an important node in the implementation of the entire program. And that role of districts, right from selection of master trainers to the approvals, is very crucial. And also from the point of view of identifying and organizing or facilitating the conversions and resource mobilization also, there is an important role in institutional, technical, and financial, all the aspects, and they need a state's support in that. Next, please. And now these are the follow-up actions we have already talked about. Bharoka sir also talked about about this in the morning, and this is also part of the advisory, that you select master trainers 4 to 8, then they have to lead their role. We talked about their role. They have to lead the process at the district level, finalize the requirement of TOTs, how many TOTs you would need, logistical arrangement, nodal person, that was also talked about this morning and probably is an important element. Develop the strategy to reach every GP linked with AIP, the number of GPs in the AIP, and then how do you reach to that. Next, please. This is the last slide. We have again talked about it, monitoring implementation of TOTs and cascading PRI trainings consistent with annual action plan. Dashboard updating and review, we talked about it. Then you can contact the state offices. And also there are contact details from our team, which can be contacted up to the instructions of ministry. So that's next, please. So that's the presentation. I think the most important part is the criticality of these master trainers in taking the process forward and being a change agents to support the districts and the state. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ranjit. In case you have any questions or queries, please ask. Ajit is here and here. Any state would be interested, and Ajit is here with his team, and here, and Karanjit and Neeraj. Please do convey your requirements to us here. It will help us to plan currently only.
Thank you, Sushil. Next presentation will be from Meghalaya, but before that, we would like to show a small movie on ODF Plus. Mr. Mark from Meghalaya, are you ready for the presentation? Okay. Vishwaranjan?
प्रधानमंत्री श्री नरेंद्र मोदी की अगुवाई में देश को खुले में शौच से मुक्त बनाने के लिए 2014 में आरंभ किया गया स्वच्छ भारत मिशन न केवल एक जन आंदोलन बना, बल्कि इसे विश्व की बड़ी व्यवहार परिवर्तन योजना का गौरव भी मिला। स्वच्छ भारत मिशन ग्रामीण की अपार सफलता के बाद जरूरत थी इस परिवर्तन को स्थायी बनाने की, और इस लक्ष्य को हासिल करने के लिए स्वच्छ भारत मिशन के दूसरे चरण यानी कि ODF प्लस की शुरुआत की गई।
साथियों, खुले में शौच से मुक्ति के बाद अब दायित्व और बढ़ गया। देश को ODF के बाद ODF प्लस बनाने के लक्ष्य पर काम चल रहा है। अब हमें कचरे से कंचन बनाने का काम को तेज करना है।
पूरे देश में ODF प्लस या संपूर्ण स्वच्छता पर खास ध्यान दिया जा रहा है। स्वच्छता केंद्रित जागरूकता अभियानों के द्वारा जन जन तक स्वच्छता की सीख, पेंटिंग और फिल्म मेकिंग जैसे नए और रोचक तरीकों से पहुंचाई जा रही है। देश में स्वच्छता संवाद कार्यक्रमों का आयोजन किया गया, जिनमें लोगों ने पूरे उत्साह के साथ हिस्सा लिया और प्लास्टिक कचरे से देश को मुक्त कराने की शपथ ली। जैविक कचरे के निपटान और उससे अतिरिक्त आमदनी पाने के बारे में भी लोगों को जागरूक किया जा रहा है, जिससे बड़ी संख्या में लोग गोबर धन योजना से जुड़ रहे हैं और गोबर से बायोगैस एवं जैविक खाद के उत्पादन को बढ़ावा मिल रहा है। जैविक और रिसाइक्लेबल कचरे को अलग रखने और उसके उपचार पर विशेष ध्यान दिया जा रहा है। ग्रे वाटर प्रबंधन के अंतर्गत लाखों की संख्या में सोखता गड्ढों का निर्माण किया जा रहा है। इसके अलावा पुरानी एक गड्ढे वाले शौचालयों को रेट्रोफिट करके 2 सोखता गड्ढों वाले शौचालयों में बदला जा रहा है और मल प्रबंधन पर भी विशेष ध्यान दिया जा रहा है। देश भर में लोगों का उत्साह और जन भागीदारी इस बात का प्रमाण है कि आत्मनिर्भरता का ये मॉडल लोगों तक पहुंच रहा है और हमारे गांव ODF से ODF प्लस की ओर अग्रसर हो रहे हैं। लेकिन देश को संपूर्ण स्वच्छ बनाने के इस अभियान को मंजिल तक पहुंचाने के लिए अभी हमें लंबा रास्ता तय करना है, जिसके लिए सभी देशवासी पूरे जज्बे से कोशिश कर रहे हैं और इन्हीं कोशिशों के कारण आज हमारा देश स्वच्छता से स्वावलंबन की ओर अग्रसर है।
Mr. Mark, I hope you will keep the focus of your presentation on capacity building part.
A very good afternoon to all present here, and in particular to Secretary Ma'am and the Special Secretary Ministry, we had the opportunity of having the privilege of Special Secretary to visit our state in the month of April. Uh, the last time we were here, we could share the platform on the works that the state is doing regarding the grey water management. It's another opportunity to be sharing the stage at this moment. We have not prepared any presentation on the works of Swachh Bharat mission in the state of Meghalaya, but in fact our presentation will be totally on capacity building, which will be shared by our state IEC consultant. But just a summary, the state of Meghalaya is one of the northeastern states. In particular, it's famous for the wettest place on earth. And in fact, the last month, we could get the heaviest rainfall, which has crossed the 1,000 millimeters in 24 hours. And the last one was in the year 1995. So that was the place where we are working. And the last rainfall, the last month, in fact, the state had suffered a lot of damages and loss of lives were also there. And for that period, we could not even take up the work, we cannot carry the work. All the work had to be totally suspended because of the rains. Regarding the capacity building workshop, I would just like to mention that we had started this TOT sometime in the year 2019. We could finish only one batch of the training, but the second batch on the first day we had to postpone because of the COVID. It started on the first day of our training. So we had to abandon the capacity building program since that time. But fortunately this year, we could continue again with the capacity building program process in the state. And we are fortunate enough and we are thankful to ministry for arranging a prime move, a team from UNICEF. A very gratitude to UNICEF for deputing the team prime move for conducting the program in our state. We could finish in the last week of May and continue with the first week of June. We finished the 5 days TOT program. The state of Meghalaya has in total 11 numbers of districts and 6,030 numbers of villages. And as far as the progress of the state regarding the ODF plus, we have a triple numbers of 532 numbers of ODF plus in the state. And out of these, we have 238 numbers of model ODF plus. To continue with this, I'll hand over to my colleague, IC consultant, to proceed with the presentation of capacity building.
Thank you, Bamak. I'm Sam Nyauta. I'm the IEC expert of SBMG Meghalaya, and me with Bamak, we are representing the Office of the Mission Director, State Swachh Bharat Mission, Gramin Meghalaya. So with regard to this, our presentation, so we have just done a presentation, please don't mind, it was in a hurry. We did the best we could. So with regard to the capacity enhancement of all stakeholders in our state, with regards to the capacity enhancement of all stakeholders in our state, SBMG functionaries and the like, what happened is we have devised a series of plans. At the state level, there will be orientation programs. There will be basically 2 biannually programs. Sensitization of what is ODF plus, sensitization of what are the activities under SBMG phase 2. Then at the district level, there is training, orientation and advocacy of district level officials. whereby there will be people from the health department, there will be officials, district level officials from the social welfare department, there will be district level officials from health department and others. At the block level, we will have block level advocacy, and at the village level, we will have a set of cluster and even individual level training and capacity building, IPC activities, BCC activities, and others. Now, as Baumark had mentioned, we had just completed our TOT. We had just completed our TOT in the month of June. 4th of June, we completed our TOT, and in the month of June itself, we had severe, heavy rainfall, which created havoc in our state. That is the reason why we could not initiate the follow-up trainings in our state. But while it was raining, we were planning. We were planning for capacity building. How, why? We have done it in different way, in different categories of villages. So the first set of villages are villages within 15 kilometers of the block headquarter. Now, why 15 kilometers of the block headquarter? It is because these villages require minimal transport expenses, traveling expenses, but we can get maximum outcome out of them. So that is why we are assessing the status of these villages. We are assessing the ODF plus status of these villages. What is their ODF plus status? And is there any gap? Is there any ODF-S gap? Is there any gap with regards to any village becoming a model ODF plus village? So we are doing this survey right now. It's going on right now, and it's currently in the process of data collection. Second category of villages are villages with IHHL, latest IHHL sanction. Why IHHL sanction? It's because these villages, now in order for any village to become ODF plus, the first qualifying criteria is that a village needs to be ODF-S. So these villages under category 2, they are villages which got IHHL sanction. So automatically they qualify that gap. They are addressing that gap. So they will either fall under aspiring, rising, or model. So that is why this is the second category of villages. Third category of villages are villages which are under rising and aspiring, but not ODF plus. So we are finding the gap. Fourth category are villages that have arrangement for solid and liquid waste, but they're not ODF plus yet. So we are finding that gap as well. And the last is villages which have no arrangement, but are ODF-S or not ODF-S. So we are finding that gap as well. See, the process, all these categories, the process of data collection, the survey is going on right now. Already started. In fact, only 4 districts left to submit the data. And most probably by next week, we'll have all this data at our disposal for necessary perusal. Okay. So see, all this was done with intention. We thought of, we have total of 533 villages, which are ODF plus villages. 238 are model. So in order to declare, in order to have a qualitative declaration of ODF plus villages, we have done this categorization of villages. We have a total of 86 trainees. We have a total of 86 trainers in our village, in our state. Now these 86 trainers, starting yesterday, they are in the field right now. What are they doing? They are doing PRA exercise. They are assessing the ODF plus status of the village. But most importantly, they are helping, hand-holding and assisting villages towards development and coming up of a village sanitation plan. Now, in the midst of this, while doing this, they are sharing with the village what is their financial provision with regards to SLWM. How much are they getting for solid waste management? How much they're getting for liquid waste management? And what type of technology is available for solid waste management, for liquid waste management? Now, see, the purpose of all this was all done with intention. The intention is that it will be a bottom-up approach. It will not be a top-down approach. It will be a bottom-up approach, whereby villages themselves, they will tell what technology they require, what technology do they want, what technology is best suited in their village, and how many compost tanks, how many soak pits or a leach pit. The village themselves will come up with their own ideas. They will come up with what technology is best suited for them. So if they come up with their own technology, automatically they become accountable. Automatically they become, they will sustain whatever they have chosen. So this is why we have done this plan with intention. And we have already planned some rollout plan for cascading approach, whereby we will have in 24 days in a month, starting with day 1 to day 24, there will be house visits, there will be focus groups discussions, there will be group meeting, there will be institutional visits, there will be community resolutions. This is at village level to cover all village. Then we have this at village cluster level. We have already prepared these things for usage of toilet, maintenance of toilet, personal hygiene, twin pit toilet technologies, biodegradable waste management, non-biodegradable waste management, and the target group is village elders, all the general public in the village. Then we have IEC activities at block level, targeted at block level. Then we have IEC activities targeted at district level. Then we have at state level. So, So basically, this is our plan. This is how we are planning to roll out our activities. And idealistically, we are thinking of completing all these activities by the month of December. So let's hope that we can do that. We are hopeful we can do that. So that's it. Thank you. You have any questions?
Before we start the next presentation, we can have we will show you a brief short movie. This movie won the first prize at the Swachhta, that movie festival that we had organized, Swachhta Filmon Ka Amrit Mahotsav. So it's a short movie around 4-5 minutes. So after this movie, we will have the presentation from Assam and Manipur.
এইদা ভাই কি গেম বেরিয়েছে, সেই মজা। ভাই খেলবি?
হ্যাঁ
একটু ফোনটা রাখ না ভাই।
কেন, কি হলো?
একটু আসছি, ফোনটা ধর।
কি হলো ভাই?
গোবর গ্যাস কিভাবে বাড়িতে বানাবেন? গোবর গ্যাস এর জন্য লাগবে একটা গোবর রাখার কন্টেনার, একটা পাইপ আর গ্যাসকে কন্ট্রোল করার সুইচ। চলুন তবে দেখে নিই কিভাবে বানাবো।
এ গোবরা, তো দিদির আমার শরীর খারাপ হয়েছে।
অত চিন্তা করছিস কেন? চিন্তার কিছু নেই, যে ওষুধটা দিলাম ওটা খাওয়াবি। আর ওই কাঠের উনুন জ্বালাটা বন্ধ, ওকে যত ধোয়া থেকে দূরে রাখবি তত ওর পক্ষে ভালো, বুঝতে পারলি? আর ওই দিনে 4-5 বার গরম জল, মনে থাকবে তো?
ও ঠিক হয়ে যাবে তো?
আরে হ্যাঁ রে বাবা, ঠিক হয়ে যাবে, অত চিন্তার কিছু নেই। যেগুলো বললাম সেগুলো শুধু কর, তাহলেই দেখবি সব ঠিক হয়ে গেছে। আর কিছু না, যখন পালা, আমার দেরি হয়ে যাচ্ছে, যা।
কি করি এখন?
trainings will be carried out. Now we plan that for the GP president and the GP secretaries, we will try to get it done through the SIRD, because the SIRD faculty members will be trained, and we will also have people from our department, from PHE, will be going in these trainings as resource persons. Now, after the completion of every batch, we are planning that the village sanitation plan preparation will also start simultaneously. We cannot wait for all the trainings to get over and then start with our VSPs. So we are planning that maybe we can have like one day at the end of after the 4 days training, maybe we can have one session on VSP preparation on the day of the training itself, and then maybe they can make it more, refine it further to suit their needs of their GPs. Now, since these requires a lot of administrative approval, so we are planning that we will go for this VSP approval by both the member secretary DWSC as well as the CEO Zilla Parishad, and the final approval from the chairperson, which in case of other districts is the deputy commissioner, in case of council districts is the principal secretary. So this is the timeline for completion. As we said, September to December we are planning for the trainings, and simultaneously the VSP preparation of the districts as well. Thank you.
So now we will be having the last presentation of the day. This will be from Manipur. Rajkumar Somyo Singh is the state coordinator in charge of Manipur.
Warm regards from the Swasthya Mission Manipur to Sir Special Secretary Sir Arun Baruka, Sir Kanajit, and officials from the DWS, Ministry of Jal Shakti, and delegates from all states. Since from the first presentation, I think we are the last one to present for this capacity building. So whatever the presentation made by the other state are so insightful, and I learned a lot from today's workshop. So I will not repeat much, because whatever we have planned is more or less the same with other state. How to go about with the capacity building, how to train people, how to train our key stakeholder. I don't know what to say, but for the state of Manipur, is a good news or bad news. We have it's always difficult to convince and make understand the people representative. We have organized 2-3 programs along with the Panchayat, Gram Pradhan, PRI members and all. But unluckily, we have an election coming up. Elections due on September. So I feel like we will have a new training program again with the new PRI members in the days to come. So we are likely to conduct training after the elections. So before that, we'll try to cover up all the training program at the state level and the district level. So our key stakeholder is none other than our PRI member. So we are mainly focused on those people representative to take a partner with us for us to achieve the ODF Plus in the days to come. And as usual, indicated by the state also. For state level, it's a small state. We are planned to train 7 master trainers, out of which 2 each from the line department, that is from the Rural Development Panchayati Raj, and also from the Travel Affairs and Health Department. And with this, we'll train again the 96 master trainer, 6 each from 16th district. And so we will engaging our existing staff. That is our implementing agency is PHED. So we have engineers in all the district. We have executive engineer, section officer, assistant engineer. So we don't have much fun for the remunerations and for the salary part, as the IEC and admin charges as per the guideline is very less. So for example, last year we got 12 crore, small state like ours. So our admin charges will be around only 11 to 12 lakhs. So with that, we cannot met our salary, district consultants and state consultants. So we will hire or will train them in the existing staff for the state. And this is the cascading approach. Will 7 master trainer will train the 96 district level trainer, and then 96 district level trainer will train 2, 4, 5 GP each, and also this GP level will again train the villages, 2, 5, 5 villages. So the training program will be monitored through monthly meetings and through our dashboard developed by the department, DDWS, and also through social media with the geotagging, indicating date and time, and through WhatsApp group. And timeline to complete all the training programs. So for the district and state level, we are planning to complete on before 15 September month, and GP level February 2023, and all the village level will be completed by March 2023. So as usual, I want to give some information which is out of the box of the capacity building, the presentation today. As I spoke earlier, or in between my presentation, that we have very less fund as compared to other big states. So how that was not a problem, but we're trying to give the solution. So I luckily, fortunately, I'm also a nodal officer for Jal Jeevan Mission. Jal Jeevan Mission is handled by the same department, by the PHDD. So whatever the program organized by the Jal Jeevan Mission, so we have inserted session 1 for the Jal Jeevan Mission, session 2 for the Swasth Bharat Mission. That's how we are managing. And this is very impactful because our target audience remains the same. The objective also remains the same because whatever the asset we have created, both for the SDM and BGM, to be handed over to the Gram Panchayat, to the people, to the villages. So we are going hand in hand. Luckily, it's handled by both, by the single department, so it's going very smoothly. And we don't have much time because of rainy days. We couldn't proceed much for this IEC campaign and all because of we recently, I think 10 days back, we have the landslide. We have developed that village to be a model, but all the assets that we have created is lost. Around 61 life of the village is lost, and still 13 yet to be identified. 2.5 long hill mountains, and I think 2 kilometer width is already collapsed in the village, over top of the village. So whatever we have planned is come out something else. So it's very uncertain state like ours. So not only in that particular village, we have so many villages that damaged by the landslides, floods, on and on. In spite of that, we are trying our level best to achieve as much as we can. I mean, the ODF class in the state. So, and the very good news for the state Manipur, I think it's very rare. I don't know, it may replicate by the other state also. For example, we are looking behind in creating the asset for grey water management. Grey water management, so many people think, what is the use of grey water management? We have a drainage system built by the Panchayat, RD and PR department. So why we need to create a grey water and all? People keep on asking, people keep on pointing out to the department. So in order to have a very good informative awareness program, so by not spending much money. So we are going to spend only 30,000, and we are trying to reach 1 million student or common people. How? But how people are asking that we'll be having a real contest. So this just we have so many students coming up, so many young people. They have follower more than 5 lakhs, 6 lakhs, 3 lakhs. So in order to instead of hiring a celebrity there, So if we met that is in contest form, then we may our what objective and our requirement or awareness program may reach up to the level of 10 million in 1 month, because I have already tested. So being a poor state, we have applied the Lean Startup program, Lean Startup kind of system. Lean Startup, I think people might have have idea about this. Not to spend much money, but we whether that mechanism will be working will work out or feasible viability need to check without spending much money and time. So we have been doing that drill contest in some of the company that where I'm advisor of the company also. So then 1 million is reached in 1 month. So why not why not we replicate the same model in our state in our SDM program? So by last week of this month or first week of August, we may have a notice for the contest. We'll spend only 30,000, and I think we'll be setting in our IEC group also if we reach 1 million people for the information regarding the grey water management. So I will say the very news to you all, and also now I think we cannot proceed. We cannot achieve all this target and all overnight, because we have the election coming up for the Panchayati Raj and also for the Hill ADC Hill Area Committee. So whatever we have invited for the training program, capacity building, their election is more important than our program. So we invited 100, but turned out to be only 5 or 3. So we feel like we'll conduct our training program after the election. So I think after the election we'll have a very full swing program, and we may have a different phase also, because for example we have a new government formed in the month of March. With the new government coming in, we have changed so many members, so many village water and sanitary committee. Once we call what about that issues, what about that activities that we discussed, but what the reply was, we are no more a committee member because of the new MLA and also. This is a real field issues that we are facing. So after these elections and everything, I think will be the problem will be solved. So I think our Manipur targeting to achieve at least 450 to 500 ODF plus this year. But 32 villages that we have planned is only destroyed by the landslide and recently flood. But we'll try to cope up. We'll try to make up all those backlog. With this, I would like to congratulate all the state presented from the early before lunch till after lunch. And thank you so much for giving this opportunity to Sir Kanajis, a special answer. Thank you so much.
Any questions for Manipur? Thank you, Soumya. I think Soumya has given some good ideas also, especially about leveraging JJM for capacity building of SBM or ODF plus 2. This may not be possible for all the states, but for the states where one department is implementing both the programs, so this can be an option. Sarabjit, your department is implementing both the programs, right? Sir, now I would request Special Secretary, sir, to give the closing remarks. And requesting my team to call everyone who are having tea outside. So we are closing the program very soon. Nicola, you also requested to come on the day.
So, friends, we are in the closing ceremony sort of thing. There is no formal ceremony, but I think we'll just have another round of open house. I don't want to really bore you with the closing remarks with respect to way forward. We had already discussed what we really want to do. and basis that you have been reviewing your strategy with respect to moving forward, and all of you have given idea as to how you will try to finish this task by December 22. If somebody is thinking that they can carry it forward to 23, they can revisit their plans. We would like it to be finished at the earliest. December 22 was really outer limit, and we are here together. UNICEF is there, our full team is here, sitting here, and we'll provide whatever support is required. If you want special training from here, any special session is required for master trainers, we are available. So I'll just keep this as a open house session. Any idea, anything, but just be short because we would like to finish in another 10 minutes or so. So anybody who has any ideas, last minute or any suggestion which you would like to give it to ministry. Anyone? Yeah, Sharmila ji wants to say something.
Not specifically related to capacity building, but SBM Grameen Phase 2, there was this observation from our state mission that, school and Anganwadi toilets are not permissible under SBM Phase 2, whereas these were allowed under SBM Phase 1. So whether there could be any relaxation in these guidelines. Then, in fact, community sanitary complexes you are not encouraging, but where it is necessary, and if there is no vacant land available with government, with local bodies for the purpose, can it be taken up in private land through pay and use model? Then another observation from my state mission team is that there is no provision for STP and associated sewer network in SBM Grameen Phase 2. And individual assets, yes, those come under 15 Finance Commission grant. So these are 2-3 observations that my state team has requested me to take up with the ministry.
So some things I can clarify right now. CSCs, the community toilets should be need-based. Earlier we were saying for 100 household you can have it, but it should be need-based, and that I think Secretary had also clarified that it is not required everywhere. When you have household level toilets, you don't need that kind of thing. And the other thing is not to have the CSC in the private land. So, it becomes a private property, and in a way we are investing on that private property. Let's say if you are having the individual household toilet, obviously it will be on the private land. So if that takes care of the requirement of the access in that village, then I think more than sufficient. And what was the first point you had mentioned?
Toilets in schools and Anganwadis, yeah.
Toilets in schools and Anganwadi, they were not allowed even in Phase 1. Only prior to Swachh Bharat Mission, they were allowed. And because the school department, they had their own campaign. So for that reason, it was not allowed. Yeah, but the community toilets, they are they could be accessed by anyone.
Yeah, sure.
So anyone else?
Sir, just a small addition to the earlier question, sir. In our state, sir, we have requisition from different gram panchayats also to have CSCs near the panchayat ghars and also near the religious institutions like mosques, temples, etc. So sometimes these institutions have the four walls and they intend to have that constructed inside the four walls because there is a lot of congregation in the mosques on Fridays, etc. So is that permissible, sir?
So public places में तो हमने allow किया ही है, और अगर four walls हैं और even then if they allow it for public usage, it is fine for us because panchayat ghar में तो it is desirable when one should be having a community toilet. In fact, panchayat itself should be having the toilet. जो भी लोग आए हैं वहाँ पर, कोई भी गवर्नमेंट बिल्डिंग है, गवर्नमेंट ऑफिस है, उसमें टॉयलेट होना एक तरह से आवश्यकता है। ये तो हमें इनकरेज ही करना है, मोटिवेट करना है लोगों को। और इसके बाद अगर रिलीजियस प्लेस में लोगों ने चर्चिज के बाहर, मंदिरों के बाहर, गुरुद्वारों के बाहर में टॉयलेट्स बनवाए हैं, और नॉर्मली ये किया जाता है कि उसको पब्लिक के लिए, एक्सेस के लिए अलाउ कर दिया जाता है, और साफ सफाई की जिम्मेदारी वो रिलीजियस इंस्टीट्यूशन ले लेता है। तो ये I think with that kind of understanding you can allow it, and we have been encouraging that.
सर स्मॉल थिंग ऑन दैट सर, कई बार ऐसा होता है कि जो पंचायत घर बन रहा होता है सर, उसमें भी वो ये कहते हैं कि कन्वर्जेंस में हम अगर कर लें, CSCs का जो 3 lakhs है वो उसमें स्ट्रक्चर में ही वो जो कंपोनेंट आता है इसका वो हो जाए, तो क्या वो भी पॉसिबल है सर? दो वी हैव CSC as different component and different separate structure, but can that be part of the same structure?
ये स्पेसिफिकली आप जो मेरे ख्याल में एक बार रामपाल जी एक बार जस्ट समझ लेना ये एग्जैक्टली क्या चाह रहे हैं। मेरा तो ये कहना है, हम सभी को ये कहते हैं कि अगर मान लीजिए पंचायत घर वगैरह है या कोई भी और गवर्नमेंट बिल्डिंग है, उसमें हमारा मकसद ये होना चाहिए, सरकार तो अपने क्षेत्र में खुद ही टॉयलेट बनाने चाहिए, उसके लिए किसी और डिपार्टमेंट से या स्वच्छ भारत मिशन से क्यों टॉयलेट मांगे। तो कोई भी गवर्नमेंट डिपार्टमेंट हो, चाहे स्कूल की बिल्डिंग हो, कम्युनिटी हॉल हो, कोई ऑफिस हो गवर्नमेंट का, पब्लिक के लिए टॉयलेट्स होना बहुत जरूरी है, लेडीज के लिए अलग और आदमियों के लिए अलग। ये हमारा मकसद होना चाहिए, सभी को मोटिवेट करना चाहिए। एनीवन एल्स? फिर ये मान के हाँ कुछ और भी?
No sir, regarding capacity building sir, all
Yeah.
the time it's not possible to be coming and like for the whole audience sir. So the online trainings have really helped, but if could be held for a shorter duration no sir, so everybody could be made to attend that training, that would really help us sir, because especially because we can't get everyone.
I think shorter durations is important and to the point specific हो जाए।
Plastic waste management, just
Yeah.
2 hours on plastic.
आज भी जैसे हमने प्रयास तो यही किया कि फोकस करें कैपेसिटी बिल्डिंग में, पर कई बार ऐसा होता है कि अच्छी प्रैक्टिसेस, अच्छा जो भी आपके एक्सपीरियंसेस हैं आप लोगों ने शेयर किए, अच्छी बात है, परंतु कैपेसिटी बिल्डिंग के ऊपर में फोकस रहे तो सबके लिए और स्पेसिफिक मुद्दों के ऊपर में हो जाए।
Then we can ask the ground level functionaries to attend online. That will
Yeah.
really help us sir.
No, I agree. We agree with you. I think we can. Nicola, you want to say something?
This one, as many other points, are great takeaways. It's good to have an initial cascade training, full-fledged, but then follow-ups with online trainings, and that's a bit a silver lining of the COVID-19 pandemic. We have been able to train a lot of people online, and the feedback we have is that there is a good recall and increased knowledge. So we can build on that together.
I think we, because of the experience in the last 2 years, we should not be discouraged. I think the kind of momentum which was there earlier prior to COVID in phase 1, it's just a coincidence that our phase 2 beginning is coinciding with the pandemic, and our momentum has been impacted because of that. We should not be discouraged with that kind of a situation. It was a good opportunity for us in a way that we have been able to do deep thinking work. We have been able to do a lot of planning. A lot of new material has come out, and you would have seen the IEC material which is displayed. I can see it in the back. You would have also noticed it. And the and the training manuals and the toolkits which have been developed. This has happened because we could get some quality time to be devoted for development of these resources. Otherwise, it takes a lot of time for development of these resources, and these are now available, and we should be making best use of it. And rest of time, we should be making very good use of these resources. That is one aspect. The other aspect is about the 15th Finance Commission. The convergence which is available with the 15th Finance Commission is a unique kind of a convergence. This was not there in NBA, etc. When we say NBA toilet ka kuch percentage we were asking from Manrega and some percentage from Swachh Bharat. So that was a different kind of a convergence. Here, the onus is on the panchayats itself to provide, and they have been given 30% money. So this is a different kind of a situation. We should be making best use of it. We need to motivate the panchayats, and that is part of the capacity building exercise, in fact. एंड अगर मान लीजिए हम वैसे देखिए आपके पास में यू हैव द लीवर विद यू अल्टीमेटली टिल नाउ वी हैव बीन वेरी सॉफ्ट विद द रिलीज ऑफ द मनी टू द पंचायत्स बट based on your paper based certification we are allowing the money to be released to the panchayats, but later on as and when things are recorded in the e-gram swaraj things will become difficult for them, and you will also find it difficult to certify that now the funds can be released. So the lever is with you, and while doing the interaction with the panchayats, you can always mention that in times to come, if you don't use this money for sanitation, you will find it very difficult to get future money. So this lever is there with you. We don't want to use it you giving order or using डंडा चलाने वाली बात हम नहीं किसी को करना चाहते, but you have the lever with you.
As there are no more, I'll be very short. I mean, it's been great to interact and to listen at least partly to the great knowledge. I appreciate the spirit. It's not some people have the responsibility and the others need to benefit from that responsibility. We are all responsible, including UNICEF, to make the best about this investment, and this is what I felt today, which is good. Also, it was very dense in terms of learning, and well done to DDWS team in gathering and to the state to preparing all this. Perhaps it was too dense. It absorbing all the cross learning that was there. The point is, the expertise is in the room. People like UNICEF and others are becoming a bit obsolete. So one of the takeaways for us, because there are consultants in the room taking notes, it's to assemble all what was shared today, and then building on that, favor the cross learning, because the bottlenecks you are facing in Punjab, maybe they have solved it in other states, and I could feel that today. It was all compressed in one day, so difficult to grasp, but a lot was there, and then I hope you are clear on the accountability of UNICEF. All the upper part of the training is on us, whatever the state. And so we are accountable. So if the quality is an issue, if the timeline is an issue, just report to Mr. Baroka and all, because this is our commitment, and we need to fulfill it. I see people taking notes, so I'm a bit scared. But then your responsibility is all the downstream part, which is we left you the hardest part, because all this organizing the plan, budgeting, and reaching the service providers is the most difficult. Master trainers and all is something. Yeah. And the last point, I think this collaboration with MOPR is really important. The good news is that they are very much involved. And so I think this regular dialogue between MOJS and MOPR is important, so that the levers that you have mentioned, sir, and the bottlenecks that you are facing are also part of their priorities. And yeah, we will support that dialogue in the state level, and I guess you, sir, at the national level.
So we'll close now, and in the end, we would like to thank Nicola, his full team, Sujay ji and the full team, and all his people from different states who have joined for this workshop. We thank Karanji and the full team of the DDWS who have made this workshop possible. We thank all of you for participating in this one-day workshop. Hope you will make good use of this, and we'll be able to do the work which we have decided for ourselves. Thank you.
The arrangement for high tea outside, so you are all requested to join us. Hello,